Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all. Welcome here, everybody, to a very special day. It's a time in sim racing calendar as revered as much as it is feared. It's the Nordschleife 24. My name is Ben Satsford. Today, I'll be your guide alongside amazing host of members in the broadcast team. So I'll be here for the first couple of hours before we'll be handing it off to the rest of the team throughout this long and grueling event. And we have a lot to talk about, a lot to look forward to. We have over 70 cars on the track, 70 teams plus who are going to be taking themselves to the Green Hell, a track that is notorious for many a reason. But of course, today it plays host to one of the biggest events on the calendar. We'll get a chance to look after and take a quick glance at everyone. But first, some ground rules. First off, we need to talk about the setup of the event. 70-minute stints for the drivers, 3 classes, GT3, GT4 and TCX. And of course, if you want to have a look at the live timing, thank you, Goldie, in the live chat, for sending over the live timing link and pinning it as well. If you want to keep up to date with everyone and every team who is running here today, be sure to check them out, as well as letting us know in the chat if you have got any teams that you are here to support today. Make those voices heard, make it very much known, and we will, of course, be getting a chance to see everyone out on that course here. But things are going to be looking a little bit spicy, a little bit frenetic, and it's certainly going to be a challenge for everyone on the track. Unfortunately, it looks like the results displays aren't quite showing as intended, but we will get a chance to have a look at all of the teams, as we have had a small race delay, folks. So the race will be starting slightly later today, this afternoon. We will be jumping over to the race in about 5 minutes time. The server will reset, so at 13:20 Central European time we will be starting the race in full. We just had a minor investigation over a livery hiccup, and we will be getting that resolved as soon as possible. But of course, let us know everyone who is here to support a team today, because this is going to be quite the adventure. If you're watching on YouTube as well, welcome, and hope you enjoy your time here as well, because we have got quite an event to set up with. We're just getting a confirmation now on the back end and seeing exactly who is ready and who is needing a little bit more setup and tweak time. But we might as well have a quick look trackside and see who is on the course already, and maybe get a little bit of a feeler for who is getting a bit of practice time, who is going to be a driver we should be watching out for. So let's go trackside. Let's take a look. Let's see exactly who we are watching here. It's Daniel Steiner, and we will be quickly just checking and seeing what's going on here, as we do have a couple of bits to just tweak up. And here we go. So jump in on board with a few different cars. As mentioned, folks, we do have 3 classes of drivers on today. For example, we have Jay Stevens, who's making his way up in the number 57 Ferrari. He's going to be piloting one of the GT3 cars. And looking around a little bit further, we do have one of the Alpines. So you'll have to certainly keep your eyes peeled, as we have a lot of different cars on the track today. So we have the TCXs, the GT4s, who are going to be sharing the track. So that's going to make things a little bit interesting here for the racers on the course. Thank you for your patience, as always, ladies and gentlemen, as we do sometimes have a couple of technical gremlins here and there that require a little bit of once-over, a little bit of TLC, in order to make sure that we are up and running and we're operating at the standards that you as the audience expect. So we are going to be very shortly getting ourselves into the race scenario where we'll be able to take a full tour of everyone who is here and racing with us today. But just taking a cursory glance at some of the racers out here, you can see quite a host of racers. We've got some recognizable names as well. Apologies, not quite sure why the UI is not working. We're just going to give that a quick restart because not all of the UI elements are displaying properly. Just going to give that a quick refresh, a quick reset. There we are, now fully working. Perfect, perfect. You see some drivers jumping in and out, making sure that they are in track trim. Sometimes just a little bit of seat time for the first driver, because we do have some expansive teams. We have between 2 and 5 players, 2 to 5 drivers per team. So that is going to allow a bit of rotation. But in the server, in order to manage server traffic and stability, only 2 drivers from each team are allowed to be present in the server at any one time. That being the current driver and also the relief driver. In some cases, for those who are streaming, we may allow a 3rd driver for broadcast purposes. But other than that, you are going to be keeping in line with the rules set out, as well as the on-track regs. Slower classes should be staying to the racing line in order to remain predictable for the other cars to pass. So, for example, Nikolai Polyakov, if a GT3 were to come up on him in his Maserati, he'd be expected to stay on the standard course. He wouldn't try and make any sudden moves, because the accidents happen not when a driver has a difference in speed, but when a driver becomes unpredictable. That's when the accident happens, and that's when tiers start to fall. So we'll, of course, get the full tour, but you can see some of the liveries as well on these cars. And before we get into the race, I do want to highlight the liveries and some of the amazing work that these teams put into their cars, because they are some beautiful machines. And I gotta say, I love the GT Auto here from Marco P. That is a beautiful livery. I'm loving that. I'm absolutely loving that. But yeah, some of the liveries on display today, it really is a work of craftsmanship. And just as much goes into the preparation, planning, development of the car as is going into the race itself. So much love to everyone, not just on the track today, but to everyone behind the scenes that makes the efforts of these teams possible. Everyone who's tinkering with setups, helping with practice sessions, organizing people, helping with liveries, and just making the event as special as it is, because a lot of work, I know for a fact, goes into it on all sides of the fence. But we are just moments away from ticking over to full race trim, ladies and gentlemen, and that is when we will take the full grid walk and have a look at every single one of our competitors who is going to be joining us today. So let's get some excitement going, as we are just moments now from kicking off the 24 hours of the Nordschleife. I can already see a lot of buzz in the chat. And thank you for everyone who's making an appearance today. But there we go. The session has been forwarded, and let's take, you can see that 24-hour timer. Let's take a proper grid walk and see everyone who is out on this course today. Taking it from the top and working our way down first thing. And to see everyone in full formation. It may take a second to proc here, but we'll be taking our full grand tour of the grid. We'll be seeing exactly what these drivers have in store for us today. So, first things first, it's going to be the 181 car race place. Second off to the number 800 255 competition by Go Setups team, piloting the Lexus RCF. Third is going to be also a Lexus. It's the Boomer Squad, the number 2 car with some very familiar names. And then second row completed with the 137 Calet Racing Team in the Ferrari 296 GT3. Fifth position is going to be awarded to LFM Esports in the 255 Ferrari. Some recognisable names right there, alongside the Alien by Nitro Concepts in the 23 Porsche. Number 7 is going to go to Kajpor, currently piloting Team Nitro's 3110 Ferrari entry for today's event, alongside Sebastian Zahentner's Aston Martin Vantage for SimRC Endurance by Barmenia. Completing your top 10, it's going to be Marvin Moritz, also in the Lexus with the Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic team, alongside Orion Meggans in the number 8 Ferrari for Infelix Racing. Going on to your next 10, it's going to be Sean Tempest. There's a little bit of a hiccup there, I think, in the order. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So, going to be a quick question mark there, trying to get that all sorted, as I think the grid has had a bit of a moment and has gone over to the GT4s. I'll just say try and catch up a little bit here. So the number 501 car will be followed by 438 of the Calet Racing Team. So the Aston Martin there. Then it's going to be the number 78 car. And we will be, say, taking a bit of a tick through and getting this corrected once we join everyone in full. But let's go to the Helicam and take a bit of a overhead sweep of this massive grid here today. You can see there is over 70 cars, 79 cars in fact. And we will be taking a quick look on board with all of them as the field is getting themselves primed and prepared. Remember, GT3, GT4, TCX, all going to be here. And you can see the separation of grids as those BMWs line the back end of the order. There will be a bit of commingling of fields, but that is to be expected, of course, ladies and gentlemen. But this will be quite the ordeal, quite the event. And I, personally, am absolutely buzzing. I've got to say, it's been an absolute pleasure to rejoin the broadcasting team. Wasn't able to take part, unfortunately, in the past couple of seasons for the mainline events, but ever so thankful to the broadcast team for allowing me to come back for this very special event and hopefully rejoin the rest of the crew for season 20 and beyond. But we are 60 seconds out from the session officially starting. This qualifying was the other day and had quite a few fun, eventful happenings, according to what I heard there. But you can see everyone final dialing in, final prep, and then it's about that focus, that deep breath, and turning all of those weeks, maybe months, of practice, preparation, effort, timing, bringing it to race day. What it all comes down to here, folks, you can see the cars finally settling, and a last minute adjustments before we go hot on race day. It's been a long time coming. And it's been a long, hard preparation period, but it all comes to today. It all comes to a head as the session is officially getting underway. You can see the deluge of cars making their way down, and we'll soon be starting the race for real. Of course, we wouldn't ask the drivers to do a full formation lap, given that we're here at the Green Hell. That would be a little bit much. But all that being said, it's time to go racing. This is the moment. Time for everything that the drivers have worked for. Time for everyone to bring their A game. They say there's no rest for the best, and you certainly won't be getting much. You're going to have to lean on your team here. Things are going to get wild. But the Nordschleife 24 is about to begin as Nico Benzler leads in the 181 Ferrari. The checkered flag is 24 hours from now. It's going to be a long, grueling evening. But let's have a real matchup, and here we go. The track is hot for the Nordschleife 24, and immediately we can see the attack coming in. There's going to be Renault Ritchie going to be on the defense as the GT3s are going to erupt in firepower. Everyone is going to be darting into that first hairpin, and look at them all go. It's 3 wide, 4 wide, everyone squeezing for room. No rest, absolutely no chance to even breathe. As you can see, cars already going to the very edges of the circuit. You can see even going further down, there's multiple cars all fighting for space and doing the best they can. GT4, no different of a story. It's 2-3 wide. We can see one of the McLarens just up ahead who is losing their rag and getting a little bit out of shape here, and unfortunately is going to have a quite hefty place drop. TCX is going to have a little bit of a calmer affair. You can see that they're not as congested, but they are still going to be pushing just as hard as anyone else. Max Mustermann currently leading the TCX field, and then it's going to be Christopher Hoffman, as there is quite a little bit of chaos erupting at the front of the GT4 grid. Meanwhile, GT3s and oh wait, go back one moment. That's Cole Trickle. He's going to go off the side of the circuit. You just saw there. He's having to rejoin all the way down in 53rd, effectively last in class as he rockets off the side of the circuit. We're just still in the GP section, folks. We haven't even got to the Nordschleife portion, but Trickle is going to have to work real hard in order to get himself back onto the straight and narrow. We have multiple casualties already, and we haven't even got into the Nordschleife section as the 110 car, the number 110 car, Pascal Strello, has also suffered an incident and will be regressing to the back of the field. But looking at the GT3 order, things are going to be pretty spicy here, as we have got the top 5 all going tooth and nail and watching each other carefully, very closely, as they're all jostling for moves, trying to bait each other out into an early mistake, as Benzler has conceded an early move to Boothby in the 800 car. Great to see all the support coming out as well from everyone in that chat here. We'll of course get a round tour of everyone, GT3, GT4, TCX, but let's keep things firmly locked in on this fight for the front here. As you can see, this is Benzler on the defensive here, just coming into the first opening section of the Nordschleife. You see that Lexus is looking hungry, but absolutely planted through these higher speed corners, darting on the brakes, just holding down those apexes as best as one possibly can. Going to be a little bit dicey here. And then in the GT4s, looks like we have a battle for the lead. This is going to be Patrick Dieng versus Christopher Hoffman, as the Camaro is on the defense on the inside. And oh, looks like a little bit of contact there into the grass. Hoffman is off the side of the circuit. He's out of control. He slides across the racing surface into the gravel, barely avoids disaster as he rejoins in P4. Hopefully, the only damage is to the talent there, as that is a very rough start for the Camaro pilot. TCX could be faring a little bit better. We have Marvin Mackenberg, who suffered an early casualty in the 415 Porsche. He's marooned down with some of the TCX cars and is going to have to work a bit harder to get back up, as Max Mustermann has gained a little bit of a lead here. Things are going wild, and we're not even half a lap through. See a little bit of jitter from Michael Frey. Just a tiny bit of jitter there in the Ferrari, as he's currently sandwiched between the two Lexuses. Lexi? Let me know what the plural is. Welcome to the jungle. There's the barrier. Okay, Frey is going to be in quite a quandary here. Does he go on the offensive and leave himself potentially open if he makes a mistake, or does he play it safe and just keep Ritchie back? It's all going to be coming to a head. We'll see some mid-pack fights as well as Lucas Rode on the back of Sean Tempest in the 136 Ferrari right now. So Joe McLaren is going to be waiting in the wings. Name's totally not ironic there. Joe McLaren piloting a Ferrari. I'm sure he's heard that joke before many a time. Marcus Dreisig is going to be just waiting in the wings, also in a Ferrari, in the number 28, but say waiting like a vulture to see what these drivers up ahead do. Maybe pick up some of the scraps, as there's going to be Rode going on the attack and successfully gaining the move through the fast left-handers, just having a bit more momentum there, and was able to ride the wave all the way through. So checking in on our GT4s, we see the GT Auto car, the number 5, Alpine. It's going to be conceding the position, at least for now, to Nikolai Polyakov. It looks like we've had a little bit of a drop here as Philip Angro has just lost the position to Joao Rey. Yeah, we'll say we do have intel here that Joe McLaren is in fact a spy for another manufacturer. Let's hopefully not catch him at any photocopier shops anytime soon. A little bit of jostling here as we do have a bit of an interesting scenario with the GT4s. Cole Trickle, you might remember him from earlier in the first lap, was not able to stay on the track and had a bit of an incident in the GP section, but now trying to fight his way back up, rejoin the GT3, and that means passing a lot of GT4 cars. Things could get a little bit messy here as things get a little bit wobbly. And many other cars looking to try and press a bit of an advantage while they have the drivers in close proximity. And Musterman has managed to get a 3-second lead on Stefan Spears. So Ricky Lafleur, who is in one of the BMWs right now and is leading on Fabio Greiner. Also a CRT entry. One of the two, we're going to see a little bit of a question mark regarding strategy. Looks like we will be seeing a bit of an upset though in terms of weather conditions. Look at that weather indicator, ladies and gentlemen. It may be a beautiful hot track right now and optimal for racing, but things are looking a little bit cloudy. We might yet be seeing a little bit of rain coming in to spice things up, and that is going to be a strategic gamble of the ages for so many racers on this course. With how long the track is, you have to hope and pray that your timing is perfect. We can see here, here's Boothby trying to get Richie off his tail off the slipstream. He goes back and forth across the racing surface. He does back and forth multiple times, but isn't in fighting proximity. See, still, the slipstream is right there. And there's going to be Boothby, try as he might. The defensive hasn't quite worked out as Richie is going to go to the inside. And that is going to be the position conceded. Boothby now into second place as Michael Frey is going to hold on to third with all the might he can muster. Eskil Kloppert and Sasha Vazner in fourth and fifth position. Meanwhile, as things start to come through in terms of lap position and in terms of lap times, got an 8-minute 12 so far. Fastest lap of the day coming in from Richie. We'll see if that changes. Kajpour going for an attack on Herzog, but not making it stick, having to concede the apex, at least for the minute. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the stewards have something to say about the back and forth that we saw from the number 800 car. There might be as rightly pointed out, there might be a warning for weaving coming in. We do have the stewards out in full force today. Of course, a full-scale event like this, bringing out all the stops, but really giving it everything they have here. We have our first pit, and that's going to be for Christian Schumers, who is currently in the GT3, so piloting the number 91 car. Going to be jumping into the pit lane in a bit of an odd turn of events. Tommaso Pagelai just behind Trickle. Now, this is where it could get interesting because Trickle is almost carving a path through the GT4s, and a GT4 could, if they stick behind that, GT3, they might be able to, even if briefly, get a bit of a tow. That could be about half a second if they play their cards right. You can see that the gap has already been opened up significantly. Marco Pejic is going to be leading the GT4s once again. As curiously, we have lost the Maserati. Trying to see exactly what happened to the Maserati earlier. Of course, we'll get a bit of an update as soon as we have it. So we go. We've got Nikolai Polyakov is currently sitting in P6 in class, which leads me to believe that there was an incident. We do have a bit of info for the number 70. So the reason they went into the pits was to clear a drive-through penalty that was administered. So yeah, a bit of a blow to the race efforts here. Bit of a blow there, unfortunately. Orin Meggans is on the back of a quite contested GT3 pack here right now. So TCX, meanwhile, has spaced out to an extent. There might be a battle for third brewing, and we will check in that in just a moment. But in the interim, we can keep an eye on Meggans in the Infelix Racing Ferrari in the 9th position, right on the back of Girard. And trying to do his best to just navigate the situation. I think just waiting, biding his time a little bit will be the best port of call. Let the fighting commence further up, and oh, hang on, something's happened here. This is Mark-Philippe Enders, who has had an incident. Let's get the replay on that and see exactly what's going on. So, winding back the clocks, Enders, unfortunately, a little bit of stutter. Do apologise for that. You can see Enders is just making his way down, and oh no! That looks like Polyakov made contact with the Porsche, and unfortunately slamming into the barrier multiple times. Ouch, that is brutal right there. So Enders managing to recover somewhat. He's landed about in the middle of the pack, just ahead of Jose Almeida and Daniel Steiner behind, or in front of. But a bit of a rough innings there for the Porsche. He's going to have to recover as best he can. To recover that one best as he possibly can there. So meanwhile, we have got a couple of battles going, both for GT4 and TCX. Let's check in on Lafleur, as is right to the back of Stefan Schwiers. And this is going to be a fight for second place at this point in time, folks. Second place is coming in hot. So what is Schwiers going to do? Because we've got both cars who are looking to gauge poor positions. They both CRT entries. And just keeping a watchful eye. I don't think they're going to go for anything too aggressive just yet. I think the best thing to do... Remember, there's 24 hours in this race, ladies and gentlemen, so you don't need to be rash. You don't need to go too fast and loose with your runs here. It's all about biding your time, picking the right position to go for a move in order to make it stick. That's going to be the name of the game here. Not too dissimilar to Gentebaz in the Racehouse Esports car, number 31 BMW right here. GT4 pilot. Very close to the back. Looks like it's flashing at Aaron Mang in the Mercedes. He's going to go for it to the right side. And a little bit too much punch, and that's going to be close call. He manages to keep it together, though. A little bit more stability has gone a long way, clearly, here. You can see that's opening opportunity for Daniel Steiner to try and go for the attack on the BMW. Following the failed move, that's brought him right into this crosshair. It's going to be a narrow window of opportunity here, as we're about halfway, or 2/3 of the way through lap 2. That narrow window and it quickly close. Carousel. So we will check in a little bit further ahead. Was checking on the helicopter. You see Michael Frey is going to be hot to the back of George Boothby as he has dropped a significant amount of time to Richie. Richie has managed to pull away. He's managed to pull away here. And this is going to leave Boothby in a bit of a precarious position. So they're coming down to the main straightaway of the circuit. This is open season for the Ferrari. He could be seeing himself concede not only P2 earlier, but we'll say go into P3 now. This could be a bit of an interesting scenario. You can see he's getting very close, but wasn't able to really challenge for any kind of move. Joe McLaren is going to be going into the pits. Clearly, someone has found the evidence in the photocopier and is not happy with the sharing of documentation. And we meanwhile can see Nikolai Polyakov, and Nikolai saying a little bit of a question mark regarding that Maserati right now. We're on board with Maximilian Prahl as he's on the defensive, but you can see a little bit of battle scarring already happening on the Maserati. He's getting very close to the back there. Very close, really sort of squeezing right to the edge, right to the left side. He's running it very close, effectively trying to box him in behind the Camaro. So that Mercedes has nowhere to go but the brake pedal. He's really holding him tight to the edge there. So he's going to waste no time, mince no words on that racetrack. You can see he's managed to get himself up into 4th position. And is going to secure it through the final couple of corners. But a bit of bumping on the curbs there. A little bit of rough innings as we go to close the second lap out. The number 40 car is holding out. Checking back in with our front runners in GT3. So Joe McLaren is remaining in that pit lane for a good chunk of time. TCX has calmed down somewhat. We have got a couple of battles we'll check in with momentarily. But the fireworks have largely ceded. And the racers will be now just trying to get some decent mileage in. Mikael Larsen and Danny Daniela swapping positions further down. Let's see how they are doing. You can see going into the straightaway now. It's 2x2. No one would be proud as they make their way to complete the second lap here. So Alexander Stratman is off into the gravel. One of the Camaros is going to be completely off. So let's take a rewind and run the clocks back a little bit here and see exactly what's happened. So going through the first chicanes of the GP section, jump into the helicam here to try and get a better view. You see boxed in here, slight contact unfortunately with one of the other cars. So barely dodging, or barely being dodged by some of the on-track racers there, and sadly is going to be dropping all the way down to the back of the pack. Joe McLaren, meanwhile, having emerged from his pit stop and it was a legitimate one. I'm not getting any logs about DTs being procced. And no further information. Maciej Wietzak in the TCX here. He's got a little bit of a pack or fight of his own. Now, the interesting thing with these TCX cars is, as you can visually tell, they are not the most aggressive when it comes to aero. Sure, they've been stripped out, given roll cages, weight reduction, and everything to pass standard motorsport checks. But they don't really have much in the way of aero kits. A lot of their grip is mechanical. So that means you're not really going to see much in terms of aerodynamic reliance. Be that slipstream, or be that grip through high-speed corners. Some drivers even take a bit of a liking to having controlled slip angle in order to power through some of these corners. But that is very much a case of preference, and each to their own. Enrique Polonio trying to see what's happening there. They returned to the garage, but we're not getting an indication that that was a pit in. So, not sure exactly what that's going to be. Looks like the weather forecast has changed, meaning that we aren't going to be seeing rain as originally predicted. We might see some light showers that will grease up the racetrack, but other than that, I'm not going to predict or think that much will be seen. Sven Freitag with the Pit Speed Racing Porsche in the number 69. Nice. Making his way to the back of Milan Kiss in the Ferrari. You can just see almost the level of aggression that's playing out because he's feeling the pressure himself. Freitag has got Asa in the 951 right behind, and a bit of a bump on the wall there. Just a little bit too hot, and even Milan is feeling it as well, going a tiny bit into the grass. Freitag trying to close up as best he can, but he's starting to form a bit of a queue behind him. As you've got Arza all the way down to Stevens in the number 57, 21st place. Quite the queue of cars that have been built up further back here. You can see we jump aboard with Jay Stevens. You can see the queue. Everyone is just running in close proximity, but isn't really going to be able to have a chance at a decisive attack. Back to the front of GT3, Frey is continuing to put sustained pressure down onto Boothby, and he's not really getting much of a chance to breathe. GT4 is much of a similar story with Polyakov, going for the challenge on third position now in that Maserati. You got Maximilian Prahl, who has remained in the wake. And got much to be working for here, as he's right close. See, even just looking at that front splitter cam is so aggressively close there. They're coming up to the corners, so they're going to have to keep their wits about them. Don't play it too aggressive. You can see they're practically embedded into the same space. Polyakov is taking no prisoners here. Running mighty aggressive. There soon will be a chance, and there we go, folks. So we do have a, say, correctly displaying race control message now. Say, incident under investigation between the number 78 and the number 40. So that would have been the contact earlier between this Maserati right here and wherever he is, they say the number 78 car. That was Mark Philip Enders in the Porsche. You can see the GT3 is now down to the straight. And multiple, like we have seen in races past, are going to take the chance. Freitag has been overtaken by Mohamed Assa. And in the same breath, John Dalton is going to go on the attack and go side by side with Jay Stevens as they both make their way down. Question is, who is going to be the prevailing car? Looks like the BMW is going to be the one to take the ticket as they both go into those final chicanes to complete lap 3. The Freitag close as well to try and regain the position that was lost. Close, but no cigar. You can even see that Milan is going to be under pressure as well, as Mohammed is going to make it 2 overtakes potentially. He claims the apex of the first corner of lap 4 and is going to get it. So beautiful moves there from the 951 Lexus. Beautiful running there. Marvelous stuff. Absolutely marvelous. And many people are going for positions early on while they have drivers in proximity still, because once you get into the later hours of the evening, that's when things get a little bit harder in order to gain positions. You have a lot more work to do. So we do have a verdict, and it looks like the number 40 is going to be receiving a 20-second time penalty. So Nikolai is being penalised for that incident causing a collision. They will be receiving 20 seconds to their race time. Yeah, that is going to be quite the brutal penalty, and that is going to certainly affect their current hopes as they are challenging for P3, mind you, and this is going to easily put them much further down. Contact between Tim Flegg and Fabian Bures as they both make their way through the GP section. Of course, we are enjoying anything that LFM does, be that the broadcasts or participating yourself. Be sure to check out our socials, keep up to date with everything that is going on trackside and organisation wide, so you can join the Discord, follow us on any social channels, as well as check out some of our partners, such as anything from setups to supporting us on Patreon to even more. We're very lucky to be supported by a lot of different people and different organisations here at LFM. So let's take our round sweep of the course. Although it looks like Frey is going to be getting closer and closer to the attack on Boothby. The two are really pushing each other forward in so far a good way, as they've gained 5.5 seconds to Kloppert in the number 23. We'll be having a bit of a question mark placed over these two, as eventually the patience will run out, and that's when things start to get a little bit messy. Hopefully these two can keep their cool enough to have a hard but fair race fight. And in the meantime, we'll be checking over some of the others. Sebastian Lurker on the back now of Milan Kiss in the number 717 Mustang, as we have had a bit of a shuffle round. Milan being all the way down to the bottom of that smaller fight we saw earlier on, as Freitag is now attacking Mohammed. And there will be a lot of drivers challenging each other and trying to stay in the slipstream. Now, given the endurance event it is, you can effectively build up a strategic surplus or deficit, whether that is fuel or tyre wear. How aggressively you're driving the car is going to matter, because that time adds up. If you can gain a half a lap in fuel surplus, that could save you crucial seconds in the pit stop. And when you're doing the stint changes, of course, you will be very mindful of how you are leaving your teammates. Aaron Mang on the back of Steiner right now. One of the Calet Racing Team entries right here, number 438. We'll be seeing that rain as discussed previously. A bit of cloud cover has descended onto the racetrack. And so the question is, you can see the forecast as well, in 30 minutes we are back to cloud cover So looks like the rain will be very short. But will it be strong enough to consider a strategy adjustment, or will the drivers tough it out? And I honestly think it's not enough rain to consider a pit stop at this point in time. It's just not enough. I certainly wouldn't be jumping to the pit if I know that within the next lap I'd have to be pitting back in again to get onto the ideal compound once more. It's a lot more work than is really viable. Going into GT3s once again. Looks like we have had a major issue. That's going to be Philip Angro. He is stationary and spinning round amongst the tree line, trying to get himself back into the straight and narrow. Let's turn those clocks back and see exactly what happened to the Ferrari. So Rumble with the TV cameras is on the back of one of the Lexuses. It's chasing down what looks like a Buros, maybe. Oh, and you can see just unenforced error, lost the car, and into the barrier. Sad to see for the Ferrari. Is going to recover into P30, but that's P30 out of P33. As Joe McLaren, having had a pit stop, is returning to the order. Has taken pretty much all of the GT4 grid, bar 2 now. But yeah, that Ferrari is going to be seriously suffering at this point. He's going to be having a lot of grip issues. Not too dissimilar from Enders, as Enders did go into the barrier multiple times. And that damage does add up. It will cause problems for you later on. Michael Hoymer leading this current pack, or say closely leading, as he's got Sebastian Locher a little bit further away. But look at the amount of cars that are lining up behind. Everyone, I think, is just trying to stay in the tow at this point. They're just holding on to each other. They're wanting to save a bit of fuel, use the slipstream to advantage, either stay behind and get a bit of alleviation on fuel usage, or potentially go for attacks, as they could gain some serious positions in a short amount of time. Bit of a rough entry to the back straight there for Hoymer, and that's going to cost him dearly. Jay Stevens coming up very hot to the back of that Lexus right now. The number 3 is under threat. Stevens is going to draw in very close, but will there be the pass? Looks like no. Looks like it's even going to be a little bit of bump drafting going on right now, as the three of them stay tightly knit together. Very tightly knit indeed. And oh, what is this? That's Milan Kiss completely spinning, taking out another Ferrari in the process. Stevens has been absolutely clattered with that flying Ferrari. What even happened there? We've got to see that one back. We have got to see that one back. Where do you even begin? Okay, so let's have a look. This is the rewind for that incident we just had. Sebastian Locher is going to go to the left side, try and get a bit of a squeeze, and looks like a tiny bit of contact, and comes across, and boom! That is it. That is into the barrier, skating across the grass, picking up Stevens in the process. And that is painful to watch. Stevens and Kiss both going to have to go into the pits and deal with the aftermath of a brutal collision. Locher is going to be staying in P18, but no doubt that will be under investigation. Will be under investigation. As, yeah, look at Stevens' car. Look at the damage he has suffered. That's going to be quite a lengthy pit stop. Painful times. Kloppert is going to have been overtaken by Sasha Vlasner. Meanwhile, GT3 leading order So Richie is quite clear of the other cars right now. 5.5 seconds adrift of the next closest racer, which is in fact going to be Michael Frey. So Boothby was overtaken just slightly earlier, and it looks like Boothby's trying to get a bit of time back now, as it seems to be hemorrhaging tenths corner to corner. I wonder, has there been some kind of damage? Has there been some kind of mistake? Tough times. But no doubt we will be seeing some investigation coming from this. Well, Marius Dreisig, 12th position, trying to chase down Kaj Paul. Let's look at some of the other cars, as we do see Jay Stevens will be re-emerging from the pit lane in just a moment. But looking at the GT4s, just starting lap 5 now, completing their 4th run around the circuit. Marko Pejic in the GT Auto Alpine currently holds that flag of leader, as we will be seeing a couple of fights further down for position. The Enders has recovered in quite a chunk from previous incidents, and seemingly on the upward trend, so hopefully this is a sign of things to come for the Porsche driver. You can see battle scarred but not out of the fight. Tommaso Pajlai is going to be in 2nd place in the 164 McLaren as the rain starts to fall. And Nikolai is going to be in 3rd place. However, they will, of course, get the 20-second penalty added onto their time. So the reality is that they'll be looking more at about 9th to 10th position, given the current gaps. So P3 really, although not on track right now, is Chris Warner. TCX is going to be seeing much of similar fireworks, but oh no, that's going to be rough for Romain Cirelli. Not a happy bunny there, as a bit of a spin. Looks like a light contact coming in through the hairpin, and that's going to pit him down a few positions, so dropping them down towards the latter half of the order, unfortunately. Checking in on TCX as well, we have Max Mustermann continuing to hold ground. Goes down the back straight, and it will be holding firm as best as they can. Mustermann is going to be the benchmark right now for TCX. 3.5 seconds away from Ricky Lafleur, who's got a solid 2nd place here. So the CRT cars did get past Stefan Schmiers and have brought quite a gap, almost 12 seconds. Impressive stuff. Tone Star is going to be capitalizing on the rough shape of Cirelli in the Mercedes, but looks like there is a car off. That is going to be Julian Schrabach. So let's wind those clocks back, as we tend to do, and see exactly what happened. Going to the helicopter now and seeing what became of the McLaren. Looks like it could very easily be, and yep, just running out of grip. Unfortunately, will be going into the tyre wall. So recovering relatively quickly, but still bad situation. Now this is where we've got to be careful and see how everyone is doing. Leon Cornelius, for example, is seemingly struggling a little bit. They had the yellow flag waved at them. They might be struggling a little bit with grip. Lucas Rode is going to go on the attack, wasting no time. Use the situation to get past Dennis Herzog and get a clean move into P6. Very impressive run. Yeah, Rode is certainly trying to get a bit of an advantage. While the rain is here, this could be a chance to really push an egg on. Because a lot of drivers will be running more conservatively. And it looks like we are seeing a couple of cars heading into the pit lane. And cruising down the side. That is going to be Danny Daniela, who's going off the track in TCX. That's going to be a window of opportunity for Massage and Julien to both make their way down in the number 27 and 502. Looks like a little bit deep, though. There's a lot of juggling back and forth between multiple racers. Actually, our timing board has had a bit of a moment, as it looks like Mustaman is traveling through the realms of reality itself. Leon Cornelius is having a torrid time in that GT4 car. Looks like they've gone completely off the circuit and are practically limping the car off to the side of the course. It looks like they completely lost steering. Or have they? No, they have got control of steering. But they're like they completely cannot turn right at all. There has been some serious damage. It looks like they can't get away from that left wall. They need to get into the pit lane. They need to get in, and they are not in any position right now to be able to get to safety. We're going to see a lot of warnings come out and a lot of off-track flags come from many as they struggle to deal with the changing racing surface. The track is now officially classified as damp as we get a official notice. The number 42 and 404 car collision is under investigation. So this was from about a lap prior. The 44 and 402 cars. So a couple of instances, of course, say the stewards are going to be working double overtime at any rate as we try to keep up with all of the action kicking off right now. See, Boothby is actually trying to make up a bit of time in the rain. So he's managed to close about half a second's worth of gap to Michael Frey. Was previously around the 2-second mark, now sitting at about a second to second and a half. Track officially has been changed to a wet status. So this could get dicey. Drivers can only hope they can carve out a little bit of a dry line before the rain gets too much to deal with. You can already see multiple cars skating and taking a bit of slip angle, and oh, a little bit is maybe understating. Dreisig barely holding it together on that race course. Looks like we've had a casualty. As say, Daniel Burke is into the pit lane now. Marcel Noé almost looking like there was a issue as the timing was dropping fast, but looks like things have been mostly fine. Jay Stevens onto the back of Timo Speaker. And going to be running hot as they go for the attack. And manage to succeed, or have they? Yes, they managed to get it, and beautiful stuff there is. Nicely done by the number 57. Ferrari is going to be taking quite the move. Burke is remaining in the pit wall. And could this be where some drivers are looking at early stint swaps? The stint timer is 17 minutes, remind us, folks. So they have to plan strategically with their team to make sure that all stints are suitably covered. Git Stan in the number 420 car, trying to chase Milan Kiss as that GT3 has dropped down, of course, as a result of the earlier issues and earlier incidents. Cole Trickle heading into the pits now. Rain is still coming down, but looking like it could subside fairly soon. And there we are. The official decision, the number 404 car will be getting a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. So there we are. The official verdict has been rendered by the stewards. And that 10 seconds is going to be quite the blow. Quite the blow to race efforts here. Looks like Boris Shark is going to be jumping to the pit lane, as they have had quite the issue in their TCX car. I'm just trying and see exactly what happened there. We're going to wind back the clocks. We're first going to check out a bit of an incident from Chris Warner as they were chasing down the Maserati. And, oh, yeah, you can see right there the level of grip quickly dwindling. Luckily, managed to make a speedy recovery and make sure that there were no casualties whatsoever. But let's look at that real replay that we wanted to see. And, oh, yeah, that makes sense why they were off the track. Look, completely dented suspension, barely holding it together. Boris Schalk, no doubt in my mind now why they returned to the pit lane. Peeling off at the side of the track, and that's it. That's all she wrote. So with that, a few different cars are going to be stopping, and looks like Matt Evans was completely stopped on the track. Something happened there. 17, or say the number 15 and 717 car incident is also now under investigation by the stewards. So yeah, the GT4s and TCXs certainly shouldn't be having as difficult of a time as they are in the wet. Given their lesser aerodynamic reliance, the GT3s, I can understand having a nightmare. The GT4s, TCXs, they would hope to be a little bit more stable, lower speed cars, less volatility. They are being quite the interesting first hour so far, as this session has been a rather spicy one. Just getting a confirmation on the back end that we are up to date with all stewarding reports. They were checking on a few different cars. So Daniel Burke briefly triggering a yellow flag. So maybe going a little bit off on the side of the track right now. Trying to get a bit of a gauge on the current scenario race side. So Carmelo Rizzo in the number 9 is going to be getting quite the move, and quite the aggressive one, nearly going into the grass, but holding down the fort quite spectacularly, I have to say. Nearly avoiding disaster. I want to say very sharp looking liveries, the blue and gold. It's quite a nice colour combination. Even the gold wheels. Certainly quite a striking look. It's a bit of a question mark coming through now, say, as Daniel Steiner in the 438 car, so being overtaken. We head down some of the various changes to the circuit. The rain is still coming down, ladies and gentlemen. The rain is still coming down. Although it is set to stop within the next 10 minutes and return to cloud cover, which it might in fact just be doing now. The wipers are still going. Let's see, Freitag still pushing as hard as they possibly can on the back of Sean Tempest in the McLaren. Really getting close there. Looks like the rain might be stopped. But the track is still going to be in a wet state. It's going to eventually dry up. It's already gotten back down to damp, but that's not going to change the current situation. You're still dealing with limited levels of grip. You can see a bit of washing wide for the McLaren here. This is the chance. Pulls the trigger. Freitag, great move into the back straight as Sean Tempest takes a bit too much speed out of the exit. That's what you want to see. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Pulls the trigger on the move at the perfect time. And just like that, position is secured. We do see a couple of yellow flags coming out. That's going to be Marcel Noé in the 111 Nismo. So let's see exactly what happens. Of course, you know it. You love it. It's the replay. In all of its 15 FPS glory, Nords is a very, very demanding track. Despite optimizations, with this amount of cars, it still really takes it out of my PC. And I've got a quite hefty PC, I do say. But there you go. Just a bit of a tail spin, and that's all she wrote. That's going to be an unfortunate incident, but luckily no major incidents in terms of position loss. Marvin Schubert, meanwhile, chasing down to Tim Flagg. Ferrari v Ferrari. Goes for the spin. And will be certainly keeping an eye on things as best as they can. Now, the name of the game in this kind of event, folks, is biding your time. We've still got 23 whole hours of this event left to go. 23. And that is going to mean that even if you lose a bit of time now, there is plenty of opportunity to get it back. Find the balance between a runaway versus just letting it go for now to pick up later. Going overly aggressive, as we have seen from drivers past, will cost you much more in the long run. If not an immediate incident, then certainly in things like resource management, tyre and fuel, and just your energy levels. Exerting yourself that hard can have issues. You recognize this voice? Oh, do you now? I wonder. I do wonder. Whoever might it be? Yeah, so back to humour. And even looking a little bit further at the GT4 grids, as we might have a bit of a chaos unravelling there. You don't need to go for aggressive moves. By all means, put pressure down on your opponent. If they make an unforced error, capitalise on the opportunity, but you don't need to go super aggressive and put yourself in harm's way. Finding the balance is crucial to surviving in these endurance events. Push yourself, of course, but don't overdo it. Like Enders, for example, has recovered quite well and is currently tailing on the back of Steiner, but it's not going too hard and is not trying to jump on positions before the time is right. The track is still damp. There's a lot of variables at play. In Milan Case is a little bit of a different situation where he has to get past these GT4 cars in order to rejoin the other races. We do have a verdict from the earlier incident on lap 4, and it looks like we will be seeing a 60-second time penalty for the number 717 car. So that is a brutal situation. So that was Locker making the incident on the back, or on the back straight earlier. That was the incident with Locker and the other car. So Locker is going to be, along with the rest of the Cryonics racing team, be receiving a minute. Don't believe I've quite seen this before. Such a large penalty, but considering the casualties and considering the lasting effect it had on other racers, can't say I'm too surprised. Jimmy, it's good to see you. Glad you can make it. Let's take stock of the field here. So Musterman continues to be in first place for the TCX cars, but doesn't look like it's absolutely untouchable. Lafleur has gained a significant chunk of time and is about 1.5 seconds away from Musterman. So this lead could be under potential threat, as we do see a challenge brewing by Sievert on the back of GT4, trying to make up time best as anyone can, as there will be a bit of an attack coming in. Christian Weiss on the defensive, but is going to be leaving a little bit of a door open, leaving a bit of space, and going into the back straights. Oh, looks like there's a brief hiccup. Tobias Sievert disappeared from the face of the earth, and yeah, we've lost him. We just completely lost him. Oh, nope, he's back. There's a timing error. A timing error on the board, and Sievert is passed. So, using the quantum dimension to make an overtake, I gotta say, that's a bit of a new one. That's a new one for me, anyway. Meanwhile, we look further up ahead. Polyakov is going to be overtaken by the GT3 car. I'd say Polyakov is in a bit of a sticky situation right now. We got 5th position on paper, or on track, but in reality, that 20 seconds is going to be taking quite the swing at that lead that they've built. They have built a bit of a gap to Daniel Doer, so that could be that could be a recoverable penalty. 20 seconds looks like something that might be tenable over the course of the rest of this session, but it's still going to be a bit of a mark against your record and a bit of a blemish that you'll have to be fighting to overcome. Milan Kiss, of course, wasting no time trying to get past some of these faster cars and is being a little bit stuck here. 57 and 717 is now under investigation. So, my correction earlier, say there was the incorrect incident. It was this incident, now the one on the back straight that is going to be under investigation. Now the one between Jay Stevens, if we remember the spin out, and then the subsequent collision into Milan Kiss on the back straights there. But yes, I would consider manipulating the space-time continuum to constitute a bit of an unfair advantage. It's not every day that a racer can use an additional dimension to gain a position, so I'm sure the stewards are going to be looking into that with all the scrutiny that it deserves. We can see a bit of squabbling at the front as well. As you can see, Michael Frey, Boothby, and many other cars use this back straight as prime position, prime pickings for an attack. And Boothby is going to get back out ahead of Frey now. This is, like many drivers, using this optimal point on the racetrack to pull the trigger on the move. And apologies for the timing board having a couple of moments here and there. It's just where the track sometimes has a bit of an issue with the detection of correct positioning. You can see the spread of cars by the colours on the track map right there. And you can see other drivers who are going to be taking a swing all the same. Moritz and Megans, as they're going to be mingling with the TCX grid. Co-mingling with the TCX cars. And there is going to be Megans heading into the pits. Remember, 70-minute stints mean that most drivers will be choosing either this or next lap to make a switch. As many are going to stay out just that little bit longer. And for Frey, this might be his last chance before they go into the pits to go for an attack. Dalton and Hoema going to be making their way around another of the other BMWs. And we'll see them all challenging for space. Remember, the GT3s can make about an 8-minute 10 lap. By comparison, the GT4s are looking at about an 8:53, and the TCXs are going to be around 9 minutes and 30 seconds. They have to factor that in for their pit strategy, and especially making sure they adhere to the stint time regulations. You can see a couple of cars now coming out of the pits. A lot of the TCXs chose now as their optimal time, and rightly so, given they don't want to chance it by running too close to the sun here. Yene Primozic in the number 969 car is going to be immediately on the chase. Yeah, we will be making a couple of quick graphics adjustments, and we'll be, I think, just putting it into medium, I think, for the time being, just to try and gain a bit of stability back. I did test it in a private setting, but I think the amount of cars just overwhelming things a little bit. But then, say you do get a little bit more. So we are, I think, going to turn. Where is it? Where are we going to turn the motion blur back on there? There we are. Apologies for anyone who's feeling a little bit upset by the stuttering frame rate. I say Nords is a particularly demanding track, and I've got a 3080 Ti, ladies and gentlemen. It shouldn't be struggling this much, but I think the amount of cars is just slightly overwhelming for things. So once again, apologies for that. It was tested in a private instance, but I think this many cars has introduced additional overload. Hopefully this will mean that the replays are also smoother. So returning to the lovely track here, we can see a couple of fights brewing in multiple areas of the circuit. Cole Trickle, we've seen him a couple of times having to fight his way back up the field, and this time it's no different. Making his way, trying to get past Pejliai and Polyakov now, as the two currently stand in his way. We'll see what this is going to be shaping up into. Schubert and Flake continue their march. Continue their march down the circuit and see exactly who has, well, who's got a bit more confidence. They are going to be coming up to a bit of slower traffic now, so this is where things could get a little bit dicey. Heavy on the brakes. Defensive coming from Flake there. One of the TCX cars currently standing in the way of this Ferrari up ahead. Given the position on the course, it's got a bit of a chance to make it through with minimal impact to their race timing. A lot of different racers are now looking at timing their stints in order to transition and hand the reins over to some of the other racers on the course. This Tone Star being under severe pressure as Alexander Stratman in the Camaro. Oh, that has seen a couple of wobbles, couple of incidents, but is still charging on strong. See the carousel. Now making their way to the back straight. Question is, will Stratman get enough of a run here in order to challenge for the position? It's certainly going to be close, but it's a quick stint onto the grass there. That's going to be a bit of a death sentence to any overspeed that they might achieve, and it looks like that Camaro is drawing a little bit closer, but are they close enough? Don't think so. Well, it's going to be very close either way. They're going to dart to the inside. Space is going to be afforded onto the curbs. But no, just not enough from the Camaro there. Just not quite there. As a lot of cars are now going to be darting into the pits. In fact, pretty much the entire GT4 grid en masse is going to be heading into the pit lane. They won't get around again before the stint timer transition. You can see Pejic continues to lead after the pit stop. Kral, Warner, and many other cars all making their way out in the same breath. I'm curious to see as well how the likes of the Mustermann, Lafleur, Greiner all handle this next crucial section. As things could get very interesting. And Seaver is once again appearing at the top of our boards. And appearing like he's using quantum powers, like we've seen a couple of drivers do, in order to get himself to the front of the field. I have to remind you, manipulating the fabric of reality is against the racing regs. So please return to the rightful place. As Seaver is going to head into the pits now. Richie, meanwhile, you can see we're on board with him right here, and is going to be fully clear and away. Primozic is having a bit of a problem. We'll see exactly what's going on here. Unfortunately, the Helicam or the replay is still showing low FPS, and I do apologize for that. Looks like they were being overtaken and just turned in as if the other car was not present. I believe that was a number 33. I think it's one of the GT3s here. Just trying to get exactly a read on who that is. So that is Philip Angro that they made contact with. Luckily, Angro doesn't look to have suffered much from the collision. But yeah, I think they turned just as if the GT3 wasn't present. And that ultimately led to tears for the TCX car. There we are. So, a couple of investigations now. So, the lap 5 turn 1 incidents, the number 78 car involved. That is now under investigation. So that was Mark Philip Enders, I think, involved in that one, in the Porsche. Oren Megans, meanwhile, chasing Fabian once more. Really pushing hard for that position here. Not getting much leeway. Hunting for any kind of space, any time position. There will be a window of opportunity coming out of the pit lane. So a lot of drivers will be readjusting to the car. A couple of them even going airborne there, right across. Julien heading on the back of Maciej and Sasha in the 597 and 27 BMWs. They're all looking for a chance. As we can they look around and see more, lest they miss the stint timer. It looks like Sievert has continued to manipulate space-time in order to remain in P1. But just subtract a lap from that, I do believe. So that is not quite correct. We can see multiple GT3 cars now making their way out of the pits alongside some TCXs. The lower half of GT3 are all going to be coming out now. Crucially, Frey has come out ahead of Boothby, and they matched in pit time, so one can only assume they managed to sneak it. See, Boothby is going to be once again in a similar state to where he was before. He's going to have a bit of trouble trying to chase down now. And once again has got a bit of time to make up. And we'll see much of the same themes in GT4, but much, much bigger gaps in terms of Pejic currently holding a 20-second gap to Leon Kren, who is now piloting the 711 Mercedes. Christopher Hoffman continuing in the 501 Camaro. And then TCX, we do see Musterman has actually dropped down behind Lafleur. So something must have happened in that pit lane or on the actual stop. Let's see what these racers have in store for us then. As we go through carousel is Marcel Brettschneider. Currently chasing down Ben Georgiev in the Mercedes AMG. Just watch and observe. Looks like he's losing a bit of time. Not going to be the same case though for Pagelai, as Matt Evans is currently sitting ahead of him and he wants to get a bit of a chance here to go for the attack. However, have a look at the weather indicator once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we have got rain coming in once again. Within the next 30 minutes, we are predicting rain once more. And going into this section of track, looks like Tommaso is going to be chancing it against the Camaro. Trying to use a bit of pressure to advantage. The Camaro goes a little bit wide, following in the footsteps of the Aston GT4 just ahead. Going the second carousel, but a kick of the rear. That's not going to help your exit speeds. Going quite hot here, so multiple incidents in investigation now. It's 164 and 999. They're also going to be having their investigations opened. You see, very nicely done, and say Matt Evans. And not only that, Rory Martins is going to be dropping down behind the McLaren. Very smooth move. Almost just wanted to watch it in motion. Just watch almost a ballet dance of these three cars. Pagelai waiting for his moment, seizing the opportunity and taking it down that back straight. Matt Evans is going to be certainly a little bit annoyed as they've managed to not only drop the position and all going to go for a dart down into turn one, as Rui Martins is going to leave the door open. No further action coming in for the incident with the 164 and 999 car. So we have a couple of other cars who are going for a challenge here. Say that James Julians is going to be on the inside. So now piloting the 666 car. And going to the inside, say Milian Kraus now piloting that Bloomer Camaro and having a tough time as that Aston is pulling 0 punches. So Julians is going to be making quick work and running that 666 car hard with the opportunity has been afforded. Leo Zilas in the Madcap Racing Bentley, it's good to see that name on track, is going to be chasing Dmitry Panarin. Full position down the back straight. So the number 88 BMW is going to be up against the ropes. The Bentley, we know, a bit of a powerhouse. And while it can be a little bit boaty, a little bit heavy at times, it will be a chance here. Question is, did he get enough overspeed on the slipstream? I don't know if he did. It doesn't look like it. The BMW seemingly able to hold its own going down that back straight and hasn't given any shot. So Panarin is going to be certainly up against the wall a little bit here to say we have got quite the fight between these two, I do believe, brewing. So Zilas is going to be getting ahead for now, but I get the indication that Panarin is going to be just as quickly going for the counter-attack. Boothby. Boothby is managing to get back within a second. Let's see what's going on here. Trying to get the UI to catch up a little bit. There we go. So Milan Kiss currently 33rd, but has managed to get back within the field. So no current GT4s or TCXs standing between them and the rest of the grid. So that's a small victory in and of itself. The crucial thing is here when it comes to these other classes, GT4, the TCX, they have to find their place within their microcosm of the racetrack. The GT3s are going to be surging around, surging through, and generally causing a little bit of headache. But they need to make sure that they are keeping their fights where they can to a minimum. Because the focus is going to be on course on good, clean running, and the best race, many might say, is a quiet one. The best race is a quiet one, really. And more than anything else, we will be seeing these racers try and do a bit of damage control, especially we've already seen that from some drivers who suffered incidents. You can see A couple of earlier incidents, such as the 717 and number 15 car, under investigation. Of course, it comes in, and we are doing our best as a team to investigate, but when a lot of stuff comes through, the stewards team having to work out double overtime, because the last thing we want to do is rush a stewarding decision before it's ready and potentially make the wrong call. The last thing we want to happen, so taking the necessary time, even if it means that we do have a couple of laps behind in terms of live stewarding. See a couple of other racers going a little bit hard on their cars here, starting to feel the effects in terms of running aggressively. We have not long come off of the second stint. So Zilas is not quite content with the current position, as they have, in fact, taken a bit of a hit. Panarin is much further up ahead, and Zilas has actually dropped back down behind Max Frank. So now on the hunt ball position once again, you can see that Frank has got a little bit of damage. It looks like that bonnet is not feeling so planted. And you can already see as well some of the scuffing, some of the battle scars on the 296's splitter. And Zilas is going to take full advantage. He darts around the outside, and it's a very clean move against the Ferrari. The 312 car now in 14th position. We also see a couple of fights potentially brewing further ahead, as Nesmian in the 55 is keeping things very close to the back of Luke Addison. So he's got a bit of work cut out for him, though. Running things hot. Has got a little bit to go before the back straight, where of course going to have the optimal chance to strike for a position. Nesmian is going to really be trying for any kind of move he can. He's got two wheels on the gravel. Addison is going to drop a tiny bit of speed here. He's going to be keeping proximity as much as he can. Slight bit of wind might introduce a bit of aero sensitivity here. But, oh no, Addison! Addison just gone straight into the gravel there. Seemingly couldn't keep gripped up. You see, he's going to have to recover quickly, as Addison is going to now be under immediate pressure from Uwe Seiler. Daniel Bourne might even be going for an attack as well. So he's now piloting the 717 car in Crownix Racing, and is going to be, unfortunately, dealing with quite the overhead of penalties from earlier stewarding verdicts. Not going to be an easy time for him there at all. But just a note, folks, in about 10 minutes' time, we will be having a commentary handover. So I will be passing it over to none other than the lovely, lovely Christian Romano. We have a bit of a chat about what we have seen so far, and then we will be getting his view of commentary for the next 4 hours. Also got a brilliant team who are working to produce here today, and you'll get a chance to meet everyone trackside as we go through the evening. I'll be returning for the final hour and roughly 20 minutes of the broadcast that remains. We'll, of course, see you at that point then. Philip Thomas going to chase down David Wild to the 311 McLaren. So he's going to go for the attack into turn 1 here. It's a lap 11. Max Frank's going to head into the pits. Joe McLaren is going to be heading in as well. And looks like a bit of a switchback attempt coming in, as Wall is going to try and get the inside, but just doesn't get the speed on exit. Has the nose to the left, but isn't going to get the space commitment. Not quite going to get it just yet. But we'll see, of course, how things fare. Boothby now back into second, but Frey is going to be returning with just as much force. And the two continue to fight tooth and nail. Curiously enough, we do have Nick Baban now piloting the number 2 car. Richie has stepped out of the car for this stint, having given the baton over to his teammate in really an ideal position. This is a brilliant setup for him. Practically untouchable from the rest of the field, only having to deal with traffic and keeping things smooth and on the straight and narrow. But we'll see if he's able to retain that lead. Looks like he's dropped about 1.5 seconds now. Hopefully that's not a sign of the lead being conceded that Richie worked real hard to build up. Frey continuing to run on the aggressive and push for perfection. Time for some hunting, as the fight is back on. We do see a couple of yellows, unfortunately. This is going to be Milan Kiss continuing to suffer from issues, sadly. We are, in fact, going to jump to the helicopter and see exactly what is going on. So, Kiss coming down. I see just a wobble of the steering. Seems like he's fighting the car more than he is driving it. And just a bit of gravel, that's all it takes. Slamming into the sidewall. And that is, unfortunately, all there is to be said. And just as we return back, looks like they made contact with another car. Looks like that is going to be the number 69 position and number 29 car, Ivan Gaudioso. So that is going to be, of course, rough innings for them. They're now taking stock of the field once more. Polyakov alongside Pascal Anderegg in the Calit Racing Team Aston, the number 438. Going to be conceding the position, given they most likely know that there are penalties placed on that Maserati. I wouldn't be surprised if Anderegg is allowing them to pass, and saying that might even be struggling themselves. We saw a bit of slide as they came into view in the frame. But we can, of course, see everyone pushing. At this point, stint 2. Still have a couple of chances to get some crucial attacks in. And will be under a lot of pressure to perform early on. Set up your teammates for the best possible outcomes later in the race. That's going to be the crux of this whole ordeal. That's going to be the linchpin. Is a good start. Will set you up nicely. And heading into the night, that could be where you can gain some stealthy positions. See Georgiev on the attack on Cirelli. Rui Martins, you can see, just be in the background there. About 7 seconds away as they had one of the Lexuses. I believe that is... Who is that? That, I might believe, is Richie. Not Richie, Baban, sorry. Yeah, just trying to detect exactly who is present. And this is where, unfortunately, it gets a little bit messy. As you can see, it is, in fact, Baban piloting the number 2, the Boomer Squad car. Let's say 10 out of 10 for the name there. 10 out of 10. And looking a little bit further adrift, Michael Frey is extremely close to getting that attack back on Boothby. Once upon a time, it was as simple as going for the move, holding the apex, but not so much. These drivers are adept at attacking and defending, so Boothby is doing a good job placing his car aggressively, but this is where it all comes to a head. That back straight, we've seen them exchange positions so many times before. Of course, they are coming into a bit of traffic as well, so they're going to have to play this like a ticking time bomb. Frey is on the hunt for the position. You can see the GT4s just a little bit further ahead. And they're rapidly closing in on each other. Someone's going to have to give. Someone's going to have to yield. And it looks like there will be very close calls between the cars. See, there is... Oh, very close. Very dangerous. Almost as Frey is quickly shooting around the left side. And barely avoids disaster. That looked very risky for Frey there. And barely navigating his way through that space on the course. That could have been real dicey. But managing to hold it together. We do have an incident report with the number 28 car. Let's go and check exactly what happened. Uwe Seiler. Again, apologies for the low frame rates. We have dialed down some of the graphic settings. And it is seemingly having a major issue with retaining frame rates. Oh, that was it. Okay. I thought there was something a bit more severe going on there because we had a full-on incident flag as opposed to a yellow flag coming in. Back to real time. Zelas on the back of Vimozar in the PSR. Number 69 Porsche. So in a moment, we will be handing over to the next commentator who will be your host throughout this whole ordeal. And it will be taking you for the next 4 hours. So let's see exactly what we have to go off of here. And before we do any kind of handover, let's take final stock of our current position in the race. We are 1 hour and 30 minutes into the Nordschleife 24. And currently leading is going to be the number 2 Boomer Squad car, currently piloted by Nick Baban. Second place is going to be George Boothby, running the 255 competition by Go Setups Lexus, number 800. And third place is going to be Michael Frey in the 181 Race Place Ferrari. Moving over to the GT4 class, Marco Pejic piloting the GT Auto number 5 Alpine. It's currently leading. And then about 35 seconds adrift, it's going to be the Camaro. The creme de la course, if you will. Number 501, currently run by Christopher Hoffman. And in third place, you have Leon Kren in the number 711 Mercedes. That's going to be for Cryonics Racing. Third class in the field today, not last but certainly not least, and leading for TCX, it's going to be Ricky Lafleur in the number 237 car. They had a fairly straightforward run. And in second place is going to be Leon Gelder in the no skill, just luck, number 34 BMW. Finally, third place for the third class is Thorsten Dragon. It's going to be the second CRT entry, the number 238. Another Calit Racing Team car. That is your top 3 for each roster. And as we do see a bit more on-track action happening on the screen, we have been joined by none other than Christian Romano. So, good to have you in the box, buddy. Good to have you as always. And before we hand things over, can you just tell us a little bit about what you've seen and of the broadcast so far and how you've enjoyed things? What's your current perspective on the current scenario?
But I'm pretty interested by the fact that it's going to rain again and again and again in the whole of the 24 hours. And yeah, the race so far has been very, very equal. The process in which the cars were qualified in the race was based on a performance level. So every single car here is the best possible field that you can have. So that's why so many cars are so close together. We have a battle for the lead after an hour and 40 minutes, and it's just 4 seconds in the Nürburgring, and Michael Frey is another second behind. It's very, very close between, actually among everyone. It's not between 2 cars, it's among a lot of cars. The gap between 4th and 13th is no more than, what, a minute, maybe, at best. And we're talking about the Nürburgring, so one stint to the other, one driver may be 3 to 4 seconds quicker than the other, and things could shuffle very quickly and without any prior warning.
Yeah, it's a very tightly packed field, and like you said, relative to the size of the Nürburgring and the size of the competition, to have gaps this small is really a testament to the level of skill and how closely these drivers run. So we have, say, 79 starters. Unfortunately, we have dropped 1 car over the course of the competition, but in, say, TCX, GT4, GT3 alike, we have seen battles up and down the fields. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing where these drivers take things next. We've only really seen just a fraction of what these teams are capable of. Because remember, 2 to 5 entrants per team, so we've still got many more races to go. But at this point, I'm going to be handing it over to Christian, who is going to be taking you through the next 4 hours of this event. So be sure to show him some love. It's been an absolute pleasure joining the commentary box once again. I'll be returning tomorrow morning to conclude the event. But thank you so much to everyone, and we'll see you in just a moment. We all go mute for just a second in order to transition the stream and do the handover. We'll be right back with you in about a minute's time.
So welcome everybody, good afternoon, and we are just now witnessing the battle for position number 24 as the triple free receives a 10-second time penalty. And we also had a quick look at the 717 because there is a 60 seconds time penalty for Daniel Bourne in 26th place. This means they will receive a 1 minute time penalty, and this will put them about 4 positions down in 29th place, sort of. Welcome for this afternoon's and tomorrow's race, because the 24 hours is on, and apparently a lot of incidents are being reviewed all at once. Maybe all the penalties are being set all at once. Several of... Oh, there is a contact there! Oh, that's clean! That's clean, getting physical with Frank on the exit of the final corner of the Nordschleife. It was very close between the two. As a matter of fact, the Lexus was actually sideways for a moment. And the Ferrari is still there trying to get something out of this. But we will switch as soon as possible because it is also the battle for first at this point in time. Nick Webbin is leading the race by a single second, and Michael Frey is barely behind. As you can see here, the Ferrari on white and lime colors is barely sitting behind. Oh, that's very close. As you can see from the mirror, the two cars are practically one after the other, as a lot of incidents are getting under investigation. I hope all the settings are okay. That's the audio, the video, and so on. The track is currently damp. It's going to rain for the next 5 to 8 minutes, as the 10 minutes mark has passed about 2 minutes ago, and that's when the rain will stop. So the track will remain at best damp. But now there is a car in the middle of the way for Babin. That's a Mercedes in GT4, and there is also an M2, so it's all 3 classes at once. As you can see here, just training the needle for the Lexus number 2 that gets ahead of the BMW M2, and now there is a bit of a difficult situation here because the 2 lower classes are one side by side with the other, and the BMW is into the wall, and that's the BMW into the wall. I don't understand which number it is. And also the Ferrari is into the wall. That's Michael Frey into the wall. Michael Frey in the 181 into the wall. And with damage sustained on the front of the car. This is huge for them. This is huge for them. As we go with a quick replay. So ready. We have to see what happened as the replay takes its toll on my graphical settings. As a 10-second time penalty gets added to the 717's pit stop. As you can see here, going a bit too hit up into the wall. Heavy damage there for Michael Frey. A bit too optimistic about what could have happened to their car. And that's Michael Frey with damage, and a lot of damage, as you can see here. Remember, they have a 70 minutes staying timer to which they have to get ruled by. At the moment there is a car off. That's the number, that's a 33, which I think has spun, and the number 27 also in struggles. The 27 is back on its wheels. That's the number 27 in 63rd place, as there is the replay for us to let us see what happened. So let's have a look to the BMW M2 in damp conditions. Oh, it just lost the rear, and that's a wall. Yep, that's a wall. Luckily, nobody else was around them, so the only impacted car was theirs. But that's going to be a problem for this little car, as George Booby is still very close to the car ahead. That's Nick Babin. Both are on the same car, but obviously they are on different setups. Boomer's code ahead of Booby, and if you're wondering why Frey is now 11 seconds behind, that's because of an incident the car had while trying to lap a GT4, and to be fair, it was always going to be the Mercedes right offline, as it is on multi-class racing, as the 717 gets another 10-second time penalty I'll be honest, I lost track of how many seconds they have. I think it's around 30 seconds for the car. It's racing currently in... where is it? In 27th place. Oh, it's 30 seconds plus 60 seconds, probably. So the 27th placed car is going to be in struggle as a yellow flag appeared. Not sure why. Number 34 is DNF. For the car number 34, it didn't pick their position in time, so the number 44 is effectively a DNF. This puts the number of cars on track from 80 to 77. Some cars are pitting in the GT, apologies, in the M2 Cup, and there is a yellow flag here for the 311, who apparently had an incident. Let's have a quick look at it. There's going to be a lot of replays. Considering the conditions, again, the replay can't go beyond 15 FPS no matter the equipment. That's a game limit at this point, and that's the yellow flag. The reason is none. Okay, cool. Thank you, ACC. Very, very cool. As Samuel Schär loses the position. That's a Porsche, number 23. 24 was actually involved in an incident just now. And this one was a real one. The Ferrari is now ahead of them. We'll see the replay after a possible response from the Porsche number 23. They got on the outside. It becomes then the middle of the racetrack because the Maserati was just sitting on the main racing course. Nothing that the Ferrari could have done to avoid it. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, the Slovak cars have the right of way and they can remain on the racing line as long as they want until they don't defend against the fastest or the faster class, because it's two, it's not two classes but it's three classes. Samuel Schär now, last lap for Schär was a 17.7, 17.6 for Herzog, although the 555 has a yellow flag in its name. That's a car in 17th place. And the Porsche number 23, it was battling for the pole earlier yesterday. It's now in some trouble. Meanwhile, in some trouble. It's the number 39 for ACC Italia. Ryan Kestier not having a good time right now. We'll see the replays afterwards. And the 222 also involved in an incident. That's the Rocket with David Wall on the wheel. Other car for our replay. It's going to be a lengthy replay scene at this point. Several incidents that have to be seen to understand the consequences of everybody's actions. Still close between the two, as the Herzog is not really defending but more staying on the drier racing line. The damp racetrack, you can't really do much besides staying on a single racing line, unless the Porsche really tries something different. So there's also the battle for the lead. That's the one between Nick Babin and George Boothby. There's also the battle here for 14th place. That's Sergio Maximilian and Leo Zales. The Bentley loses the position on Maximilian. That's 14th place for the McLaren driver in the 136 into turn number 1. Zales will remain behind. So overtakes are still possible. The problem is that you have to be clean with them. And moreover, you have to be safe on doing the overtakes. We will see now the incident that put the number 23 in difficulties. And that's the incident. You can see here the Maserati up front. As Schär goes ahead and doesn't brake. Actually collides with the wall all by themselves. And that's also the Ferrari passing by. As there is a 10-second time penalty Oh, that was George Booby trying something cheeky on the inside. 10-second time penalty for number 44. An incident involving the car number 40. We saw numerous incidents in the first 2 hours, especially one that happened on the Lutiger. If you didn't see it, it was a massive incident involving Milan Keys. And unfortunately, that incident put their car in a lot of struggle. Just at the tail end of the Lutiger. It reminded me a bit of what happened a couple of years ago with the Vantor brothers. The car that was bound to be brought at the junkyard. Same happened here. You can check the earlier stream. It's about an hour into the race. A lot of incidents getting reviewed so far. And it's incredible that after 2 hours of racing, we still have battles all around the racetrack. Especially in GT3. In GT4 there is currently battle for position, that's number 40, which translates into position number 7. Speaking of which, here the Calit Racing team 4, 3, 8 and Tommaso Pagliai in the MR Reparto coaching are battling for position. Pascal Anderegg and Tommaso Pagliai for us that are going to challenge each other with the Italian behind the Swiss. As you can see, the gap is not much behind, only 6 seconds to Enders, as Nick Babin is now getting overtaken by George Booby. That's for the lead. Oh, there's George Booby into the grass, sideways into the grass, nearly crashing into the wall. That's Nick Babin gets overtaken by George Booby. With Babin that was boxed behind the M2. Honestly, I would like to see if I can see the action again. So this was the whole action of it. As you can see, Nick Babin getting closer and closer to the BMW up front, and actually going slightly wide on entry. That's how the overtake happened, with Nick Babin getting overtaken. Unfortunately, we cannot see the save. Just outside the limit. Just barely outside the limit. Apparently Babin is having some issues in performance compared to the number 800. Both we now leads by 1.5 seconds after going literally sideways on the grass. It was very, very close between the two. So yeah, Babin going quite slow in these conditions. Last lap, matter of fact, it was 3 seconds slower for Babin, 55.0 and 52.5 for Booby. So 2.5 seconds, not 3. As there is an overtake on position number 20. And that's Marvin Schubert losing the position in car number 3.3. Nico Bentler is not done with it, as he is just behind the 899, nearly on the grass. Philip Engman will try to defend the position against the Ferrari, which is, as you can see, heavily damaged. As there is a yellow flag, that's Maximilian with a yellow flag in the 136, 14th placed car. For now, we'll stay here. As you can see, it's very, very close between the two. And ultimately, it's going to be the BMW to stay ahead, nearly on pace. Number 899, just barely trying to survive the Ferrari behind. That's clearly quicker but the damage on the front of the car is not really helping their performance. As you can see up front, that's Joe Ray also getting the overtake done on Florian Heisch in the Ferrari number 77, just ahead of us. And that's also the BMW that losing the position on Benzler. And that's Philipp Engman losing the position, number 19, after going wide on the carousel, and the 333 is now getting very close to that very same place. Double overtake on practically the same place. Nico Benzler is still not done with it. As you can see here, the pace is phenomenal for race place. And as they go now for the pass, they try to do it. That's 10-second time penalty for number 2, as the Lexus gets overtaken by the Ferrari that doesn't have front damage anymore. So I guess it was just a graphical glitch, because there isn't damage anymore on the car. As you can see, for Nico Benzler has a clean car. And up front in 15th place, that's a Bentley of Leo Zalesch, about to get overtaken by Hendrik Zimmermann on the Ferrari number 555. Possibly side by side there between the Camaro and the Ferrari for a brief moment. But now, oh, there is an incident. There is an incident apparently. The number 3 and the 333 and also the 899 have been all involved in some kind of contact. I put the two cars in stagger. I think it was the 311 also getting involved. Yes, it was Philippe Thomas actually getting involved in all of that. And in 12th place, there is the battle for 12. The number 88 of Dimitri Panarin getting overtaken. No, maybe not, actually. Stefan Wimmelser remains in 13th place. As Orin Megens is now into the pits. Wimmelser could very well be in a great place right now, trying to box the Aston Martin. Apologies. Behind Aston Martin, and that worked out. Who just now. Oh, there's a contact! Oh, there's a crash! Oh, and that's Panarin off! Panarin and Wimmelser off after a contact that just happened there. The 88 getting tapped from behind by the GT4 Aston Martin. The two cars sideways into turn 1. Some side damage for both. But Wimmelser remains ahead. And the number 69 Pit Speed Racing and now jumps into 11th place. But that was a clear contact between the two cars. As now Marvin Schuber, the 333, tries an attack on Philipp Engman in the 899, who is just now trying to get a position done in front. As Nico Benzler also jumped Ori Megens out of the pits. Ken Schubert try the attack on the outside. It's a bit difficult considering there is a Mercedes in the middle of the line, so that won't happen. As currently there is also the battle for third place. This is the podium position between Kevin Brown and Sasha Wasner. It's quite clear that there are a lot of events going on, especially in GT3. I can't say the same, unfortunately, about the M2 class. But right now, Kevin Brown is defending heavily against Wasner. Last lap for Brown was a 44.8. Wasner's last lap was at 42.6. As Benzler manages another overtake. That's the one for 15th place, as Joao Ray gets overtaken by the Ferrari 181. apparently the damage sustained early on for race place was too much, and they decided to pit to repair the car. Matter of fact, it was a long pit stop. It was 82 seconds long. That's a car that was battling for the podium position and technically even the win. But now they are off sync and with a lot to recover. 82 seconds was the last pit stop, so they somehow sustained a damage of 52 seconds on that incident. The race is long, obviously, but at the same time, those 52 seconds are going to hurt them. 21 seconds up front of clean air for Bentler. That would put some pressure for the car. That unfortunately again was battling for the overall lead. I think everything considered, but now finds itself in the middle of the pack in 15th place. In the meantime, there is here the battle for position number 19, and the track is greasy once more. Sasha Wagner is very, very close to once again Kevin Brown. The 76 now finds itself in the podium, but at the same time it's going to be interesting to see as the 707. Oh, that's it's M2 in 76th place into the wall. Trouble for them. So Wagner has to find a way to get through. "17 seconds ahead sits oh, Panarin, another yellow flag, and into the wall. That's Dimitri Panarin for WePlay. And the BMW is struggling. Something happened to this car because it's not really going forward anymore. That's oh, there is McLaren behind, and it's a contact with Maximilian, and Zimmerman gets ahead of both of them. 12th place now for Zimmerman. What is happening to Panarin? The car is not working at all anymore. Stuck in second gear. That's a gearbox. That's a gearbox issue for the number 88. As you can see, they can change gear, and they are sitting in the middle of the racetrack at the same time. So Panarin, gearbox issue for Panarin, and the 88 has to remain in second gear for the whole time. But what happened to the 88 at the very beginning, as there was a stop and go for the 716? Okay, now the gearbox is working again, but something clearly happened to the 88. Let's see, maybe here. Oh, it was already too late, but this is actually the perfect time to see what happened from behind. As you can see, the two BMWs are going very slow, and then the McLaren simply not sure where to go, collided with the number 88. There is a 10-second time penalty for the 438, but this is... What happened? Okay, this is not the incident which I had planned to see. I need this one here. The game is clearly struggling a lot with the replays. So, oh, the car was into the wall. All by itself. I think the other M2 was involved in that. As Muhammad Haza gets ahead of an invisible car that's Uwe Slayer that gets overtaken in the Simmer C Pro AM team. With 88 is still triggering yellow flags. It was a very odd thing. I think Panarin was trying to stay behind them too for some reasons. But by sitting in the middle of the racetrack, that was not the way to do it. As you can see, there's another yellow flag in the middle of the GP circuit. That's a BMW, and that's the number. I can't really see it, but it's just sitting there. It's a 999. Stuck in third gear. That's Michael Schmidt in the 999 for the third place at the moment. That's not moving and staying in third gear. As Ryan Keshire has also triggered a yellow flag. Not sure the reason for that. As battle for position still goes on here between Schubert and Eggman as Maximilian goes into the pits. Maximilian Tumara to Kota. Oh, apologies, it's okay, ACC Drive was just showing the two names, not the two surnames, or is that a third name and then name? So I just noticed that it's actually si chiama Maximiliano Tommaso Cotta, the full name. As Schubert remains currently in 18th place. And Panarin still trying to get into the pits as Schubert thinks about something on the inside line. But that's not going through, and there is another yellow flag. It's between the 136 and again Panarin. So the McLaren, unfortunately, with damage sustained, is struggling a bit, and Panarin is now into the pits. Wonder if a penalty will be applied to the 88 for sitting in the middle of the racetrack, effectively. As the 333 and the 899, that's nearly on pace, fighting for 16th at this point, because Florian Reich is not really quick in comparison. It's struggling a tiny bit compared to them. Again, I hope everything is smooth so far. If you're hearing an Italian accent, it's because, well, I'm Italian, so I can't really get rid of that. But apart from that, I hope everything else works perfectly. With the audio, with the video, I'm doing what I can. Unfortunately, it's a Nordschleife in ACC, so that's no matter the machine in which it works, it will struggle, especially because I'm running OBS and ACC Drive and the race control and everything. ACC Drive, ACC TV, and everything in between. So, for obvious reasons, there's going to be a bit of lag. Simply can't get rid of that, mainly because we. I don't think anybody in the team has a PC capable of... Well, I don't think it exists, a PC capable of running everything plus background apps at 60 FPS, and unless Linus Tech Tips would like to help us in this mission, I don't think he will. But in any case, I hope everything else works perfectly. As you can see, there isn't a single moment in which something isn't happening. At the moment, there is also the battle for 6th place. Summer Shar, after some damage sustained early on, has now to defend against Christian Nesbian for 6th place. And there is also Berends and Ray battling for 14th place. This is a three-way fight for position, and the battle for the lead is not there anymore, as George Booby has gained a 12-second gap on Nick Babin. With the situation here trying to evolve, as you can see, the Lexus goes on the left part of the circuit. The M2 has to stay stationary and as still as possible. These three are going to set up a wonderful battle, as there is a 15-second time penalty for the 181 race place for causing a collision with the 707. So the race place 181 is not going to have a good evening, because there is a 15-second time penalty. I remember that was the car that crashed earlier on and lost the battle for the lead, effectively. Now, Engman, having lost a second on Aisha, now on the defensive move on the car following. With 21 hours to go, it doesn't really seem like it's 21 hours to go. The track is now optimum and no rain on the horizon. In the meantime, you can see here Christian Nesbian in the Freelancer and the 23 with Shamur Shar and Nitro and the BLM by Nitro Concepts battling for position number 6 on the half car duel. But you are getting into the straight in the DTK and more than 2 kilometers long, and this car, remember, has damage, so realistically I like to say we don't know what will happen, but as you can see, it's going to be quite obvious who is going to have a better hand at it. Christian Nesbian goes behind, then alongside, and rapidly he is going now in front of him. That's 6th place for Christian Nesbian with the Porsche that doesn't really have a chance against it, unless a dive happens at the end of the straight, but I don't think that's really realistic. I don't think he will do the Vantor, as Babin is into... actually, all 4 of the cars ahead are into the pits. So that's why there's been a change in the lead. It's just a momentary change. Actually, everybody's going into the pits. That's a bit close. That's a bit way too close. Oh, into the wall. That's a bit too close. Stefan Berends here, 15th place at the moment for number 8, as the 88 and the 438 crazy team, so that's another incident. Every time I see 88, oh, that's possibly an overtake onto the inside. That was not a place in which you want to make the move. Pretty close between the two. Now into the second carousel. But that one into... I think it was Schwabelzans. Was very, very dangerous. Okay, it should be Schwabelzans. Apologies if my German pronunciation is awful. I just never learned German in school, so... the 77 still with weapons on. That's interesting, to say the least. George Booby still had 31 second pistol for Booby. Babin has been in the pits for 44 seconds. At this point, I think there was at least some damage. And that's Berends on the outside. It tries on... oh, that was... Ooh, there were 2, maybe 3 centimeters between the two cars. But Berends now sits in 14th place for Infelix Racing. The car was starting in 10th in the grid. But the steam timer clocked in for some. And now Valens jumps from 14th up into 9th, 8th place. So that was not fight for position. In effect, it was more to gain some more time. Kevin Brown just barely behind Nick Babi now, and Sasha Wasner follows behind. The pit stop was the same for both Brown and Wasner, so the two cars haven't changed the position on track. Now into the Nordschleife, the three cars enter, and that will be possibly a stasis into their bottom position. I can say the same here as Nico Dobos for Tokota Esports tried to make a move, but that didn't happen. I can say the same about Ryan Keshire for the CC Italia. Even him tried something different. Nick Dobos gains the position as Robert Klein entered the pits, and the ACC Italia number 39 also jumps some places after not pitting this time. Now Nick Dobos barely ahead of Jaore, although with some lag. Jaore just out of the pits. 16th place for Valkyra, and the number 77 now sits behind. Luke Edison also in a battle for position. That's the one for 9th place. As he goes into the inside, into the first corner of the Nordschleife, and that's a bit of a dive that worked out wonderfully for Edison. It's the number 30. That's Mario Perixotto out of Hans Captain. Number 30 for the Motorsport. It was very odd. The placement, rather. Oh no, why did I click replay? It's going to be a lot. I suppose it was actually a contact with another car. Oh, actually it was the curb. All by themselves. They lost the rear, they lost the front. There is also a BMW M2 getting in the middle. Oh, that was a huge crash for another M2. There were two M2 getting involved in that incident. So that's why there was an Aston Martin sideways in the middle of Asgarten. I have no idea. It's not telling me which cars were involved, and couldn't really see the number. Fortunately, with all of my 6 FPS in the replay mode, and that's Don Nobi, slow, and also about to lose the position number 5. Something happened here to Nobi in the Khalid Racing team, quite clearly. And now Pascagiro is extremely close to Nobi, up ahead. Well, not even close, it's actually side by side between the two cars. And Aston Martin gets a position done in front of the 137, who clearly is striking a lot. Something happened to the 137, we will know instantly, because there was a yellow flag on their name. So this is what happened to the Khalid Racing team. We go on board to see. Is it an Audi Phoenix? Oh yes, it is, into the grass. And then they lost some grip and then into the wall barely. They didn't seem too bad. So I wonder why they are going so slow. I mean, it was just some dirty tires. But probably that was the issue for them. Back in 19th place, the 333 still battles with a 899. Then in GT4 there is also the battle for position here between Thomas Brunberg and Clive Allen. That's for 44th overall, considering the leader is in 33rd place. This should be position number 12. for Clive Allen and 11 for Brunberg, who's now overtakes. So Clive Allen now overtakes, and that's 11th place for the Camaro in front of the McLaren, with some help from the Mustang. Just past them. And this is now Allen in 11th place. Whilst in the M2 class, we've got Henrik Magnussen and Vincent Messler with Scuderia Kinakrit in the battle for 65th place. The leader is in 57. So this means this should be the battle for 8th place. Rick Lafleur currently sitting ahead of the field by a whole minute. And Missler behind. Oh, so these were the cars involved. This is quite handy. The cars involved early on with Aston Martin sideways in Fans Garden were the number 699 and the number 787, as Larsen triggers a yellow flag. So it was a brief one, so I suppose it was just a moment in which the car went wide. So yeah, this is for 8th place. Don't get fooled by the overall number. Oh, wait, oh no, there's a GT4 in the middle. So actually, okay, it's 8th place. Okay, never mind. I was correct. They decanted it. As you can see, oh, that's a possible inside move there for Magnussen, who doesn't brake and takes both cars out into the gravel. Little contact, and that's Vincent Missler taking one position at least, maybe two, as a 15-second time penalty gets added to the 88 after the incident with the 597. So Missler gains only one place. Javi Martinez remains in 8th. Although the 799 is still quite interested in trying to make a move. Gaps are very little among the three cars. With the Strider Motorsport that gained the position, although with damage. So that will have to be counted at the next pit stop, but realistically, that's at least the position done on track. Trying to see if also the position number 8 gets changed in GT3 class. For now we remain here because, oh, as you can see here, it was extremely close between the two. With the Strider Motorsport having the team in the M2 class. Could this be the chance for Magnussen to get back ahead? Actually, no, it's the opposite. It's actually Missler going ahead of Martinez on the exit and into it's a right-hander, which I think it is. It should be Bergwerk. So into Bergwerk, that was the position gained for Missler. As Grenier. Grenier is the leader, and has a yellow flag. That's the leader in M2 class. No, apologies. That's second place. Oh, that's the Calent Racing team into the wall. Fabio Grenier, number 238, second place in class. And that's the car out. Something clearly happened to them. We can see here into turn 1. Oh, the car didn't brake. Oh, brake failure. Brake failure for Grenier. Actually, equipment failure for Grenier. Everything stopped working. And that's a very unfortunate for Grenier. They were in second place. And but they still are in second place, but their gap went from about 100 seconds to 60. And that's also another yellow flag gets triggered. That's Thomas Benhuber in the 46 in 47th place. So another yellow flag for us. So let's see the McLaren for North Racing. Was there the GT3 involved in it? Yeah, into Fans Garden. Oh, into the curb. Yeah, they didn't help. And then crash hard into the wall. And that's a 46, so that we'll have to struggle until they get into the pits for repairs. Ricardo clearly is injured. Here it is, Magnussen still on the offensive. As Grenier triggers another yellow flag, so yeah, that car is obviously not having a good time with suspension damage. And they are at the very beginning of the racetrack, so they either will have to cut into the pit lane, but I think that opportunity is not there anymore, as one of them twos is not here anymore. Oh no, Martinez is just behind. As you can see, Magnussen very close to Missler. With the start at Motorsport trying to maintain position in front of Henrik Magnussen. And the 77 is involved in an incident. That's the car in 16th place. As we jump rapidly here into 8th place, Stefan Behrens defending against Marvin Moritz and Muhammad Haza. And this battle is now for 8th. Remember, Muhammad Haza was passed into the very first part of the Nordschleife. But then that's Behrens that now becomes a bit of an obstacle. So yeah, I can tell you '77 now sitting in 19th place. We'll see the incident afterwards. This is the battle for 8th overall in GT3 class, as there is another yellow flag. Into... I couldn't really see where exactly. I wonder if the opportunity arises here for Infelix Racing to defend, or if the Lexus will have the better chance here to get ahead. And number 8 is not really on the same speed. That's the Lexus into the wall. He's into the wall, and that's an Infelix Racing into the wall because of the Lexus. They went wide, and that's Stefan Behrens that will have damage on the car. That didn't help. And the stewards will take, I'm pretty sure they will take action against it, because it was quite clear who was at fault. With Marvin Moritz going way too wide on the grass, trying to cut back on the racing line and simply taking Behrens out of the way. It seemed like a takedown from Burnout, for how obvious it was. So the 1-1-2, I already... I'm pretty straightforward in it. I think the 1-1-2 will be penalized in it, quite frankly. That was not a nice move. It was an obvious takedown. I understand the reason, it was to avoid crashing, but it didn't have to happen in the first place. So now Muhammad has got to have an easier chance to overtake Behrens. And mainly because the entire right side of the car is still on the wall into mid curve. The hope for Behrens is that there isn't, well, I can just have a look at it, is there isn't, I can see from here, the wheel. So the hope is that there isn't suspension damage for them, because otherwise that's going to be long to repair. and they already came out of the pits with a 22 seconds damage repair phase. So the race has been uphill for the most part. Under investigation, the incident between the 930 and the 310. As Moritz gained 2 seconds on the Behrens, so you have to wonder how much of that is because of the damage, how much of that is because of Moritz's pace. In any case, we'll see the consequences later on. In the meantime, Muhammad has a good chance to make the pass. As you can see, the apex per Bego Racing flew past Behrens, who clearly has a penalty in the straight line. Not even in the slipstream can Behrens gain on the car ahead, so that's also front damage. And that's also Sven Freitag getting ahead of Julian Sauer, the number 23 Porsche BL by Nitro Concept. After that incident has just been falling down. Sauer remained stationary for 37 seconds to repair the car, but now Sven Freitag overtakes him. And that's 11th place for the Pit Speed Racing. So now I'd like to check back. Okay, I'm about to do something that could destroy the live stream. I'm pretty aware of that, but I would like to see what happened to the 77 early on. Okay, this wasn't as bad as I thought. So Henrik Machado triggered a heavy yellow flag because he lost several places. Oh, that's the rear. Yep, that's the wall. So that is the reason 77 lost 3 to 4 places. As Henrik Magnussen just overtook Vincent Mislar, who possibly missed the hairpin, getting into the hairpin after fuel increase. And now Jan Russell and Lucas Rode are still battling, but Russell has oh, that's a lot of positions being lost for Keshai. That's because the car is in the pits. And James Julians and Clive Allen, 44th place, the position being in contention. The leader is in 34th, but there is a GT3 in the middle. So this is for 11th place. The 666 that is barely behind the number 44, who ironically is in 44th place, so quite fitting. And this was also the Camaro going sideways for a moment. As you can see, the track is getting a bit colder because of the clouds, but there is no rain on the horizon, so we'll say it like this. The Camaro that had a good run in GT4, especially in the US more than in Europe. The GT4 Europe Cup didn't really have much of Camaros, although there was one in the GT4 Europe Challenge. Unfortunately, the program didn't really have popularity. It's pretty much just like the Honda program in GT3, which is non-existent at this point. I think the grand total of 0 cars exists in Europe that are challenging with an Honda NSX, but I could be mistaken. And Aston Martin you can see here is the V8 Vantage. It's been in operation for a long time. Nalala Racing now going side by side with Clive Allen. We're taking the B8 motor, the American B8 motor, and that's It's a change in position for the 666 and the 44. So James Julians now in 11th place. As a 999 also overtook Daniel Steiner. And that's a position done, but that's a position done overall. Cole Trickle is the 999 that's been having difficulties since the very start of the race. And the 746, oh, that's a lot of damage for the 746. I can see that. 716, apologies. I can see the fact that there isn't a front end anymore for them. And I can also see that this was the first time 716 was involved in anything. So let's have a look. And let's hope we can see what happened to them. Leon Cornelius was the car involved. As you can see, the car is still in a sort of one piece. I mean, held together with tape and glue, but still in. Okay, that's not the way to do it. Oh, that's a lot of things. Okay, yeah, that's how this car has lost everything. I think at this point, both the front end and the rear end are not on the car. That was in under fourth, and braking on the curb is not a good strategy. But unfortunately for them, they're 77th place overall, so they are already at the very tail end of the grid entirely. It's not getting any better today for the Denali Racing team. Milo Picula and Javi Martinez battling for position number 66 overall. And every time, unfortunately, I have to basically check manually the position. So Enrique Lafleur is 57th. This should be for 9th place, isn't it? But there is a GT4 in the middle, so yeah, 9th place. Okay. Position number 9 that gets under threat for Javi Martinez, who early on was even in front of Magnussen and Misler. 2 positions up front, and now 9th place goes the racing shelter, number 27. As Camaro, also Fisher Racing Casual, is not really having a good time. There's a car in 50th place. As there is a 15-second time penalty for the 310 Team Nitro, causing a collision with a 930. Also the 707, again struggling. It's not been the first time this car has been show yellow flags. 130, which position is it? Oh, that was very close for 707. So I'll put momentarily a 255 in the screen. I'm trying to find the 310. Aha, found it. It's a car in 26th place at the moment. That has a penalty. And the 136 Tokota Esports, Nick Dobos was on the grass. But clearly, that was just a quick excursion. So yeah, Mark Sidruk has a 15-second time penalty for an earlier incident. Thomas Kuhl is the next in line for a position for Sidruk, but it's just going to be a physical one, not an effective one, considering the penalty. There is a position that is in effect up for grabs. That's the number 18 just ahead. Henrique Machado, some damage to the car, not a heavy one, but still some. And the Lexus behind with the Buster Sullivan's colors from the IMSA GTD journey is now just behind them. The number 46 stopped on track. Again, North Racing not having a good time. And also position being lost for the number 46 on Marvin Mackenberg. But as it stands, there is a battle here for 20th place, a triple free and a 3-1-1. Marcel Bauer very close to Grillimer. Gero Leimer. I'm sorry, I'm not capable of saying it. The triple free now in 20th place and now in 21st place. That's position change between the two cars. The Ferrari loses it, the McLaren gains one. And Marcel Bauer now 20th, 10 seconds behind the next car. Oh, there is an incident. Thomas Hull lost the place on Sidoruk by triggering a yellow flag. The problem is that the number the Nitro in front, the 310, was already penalized for an incident, so I wonder if this could become a second penalty for them to be added. So yeah, as you can see here, oh no, actually, it was the Camaro getting involved with them. Oh, some damage also to the car. It was the Camaro getting involved with them. So probably that's a penalty for the lower class. In the meantime, Fabian Buresh and Emanuele Severa. That's the ACC Italia that loses a place, number 23. Now in 24th sits Emanuele Severa. Rapid change for position there. I think for now the rest of the field will remain calm. There are some gaps, and this automatically means that in a short time everything will change, quite likely. Okay. Now, obviously, in these moments, you can ask for an interview, because it's nice to talk with the drivers. And if you want to, I can just let you enter the interview room. The interview room is open, but I have not a Discord on foreground because I don't have space anymore on my monitor. So you will have to say it on chat if you want an interview, so I can see you. But in any case, I hope you had a good race so far. It's been quite entertaining. Already 3 hours have passed, and honestly, it didn't seem 3 hours. Completely honest on that. I'll be staying here for several hours. I think I have 6 hours in total. I think I've got to stay here for the next 2. Maybe 3 actually. Then for 2 hours, John Wright will be in the booth, and then I will end my 2 hours with John following me. And during the night, it's going to be slightly different, as George will join in for the night stream. And then there will be the final 3 hours with Ben once again. It should be the full. Oh, that's a yellow flag. That was very, very quick to appear and disappear. Emanuele Severa, although the loss of place, Fabian Buresh is still a possible target for the number 39. As up front, something clearly happened because Christian Hermann just gained the place on triple free, who is going slow. So I'm not really sure it was a minor hiccup. I'm starting to think it was a bit more than a quick excursion, because that car is not really going quick, and triple free will receive a replay in a short time. There was also a drive-through being cleared by the 310, and 88 is showing again a yellow flag, but I can't see damage on the car this time. Oh no, yeah, there is damage on the car, clearly. So the triple free at this point is not having a good time, so let's see quickly the replay, as this section doesn't really allow for overtake, so I can use it for replay. And this is Gillingham. Oh, that's the rear slipping off. Yeah, that's huge damage for the triple free. So yeah, that's why they're going slow. That's quite evident, the reason. Just after fixture into an hour forced, and that was the rear slipping off. Unfortunately, it happens there. You have to keep a pretty front biased rear balance, otherwise that happens, since the car bottoms up a bit, and if you have too much on the rear, you will lose the car. That's pretty straightforward, and you just saw what happens. In the meantime, the triple free still showing yellow flags, so that's car limping and trying to get into the pits. Fabian Bush now in the 21, staying ahead of the Italian, but barely. Single mistake or a single slow corner could change things up, as the 502 also shows a yellow flag. Remember, there is the limit of spectators. I hope some of the drivers are actually looking the race through here. And yeah, the triple free is still going. Oh yeah, that's the suspension, I think. There were marks on the ground. Yeah, you can see the left side of the race car that's not really turning. It's barely doing it. Trying to get into the pits, and behind you can see two cars getting closer and closer as time passes, and those two are going to be the cars from earlier, so the Lexus and the Ferrari, with the Ferrari that's not going to defend, obviously, letting them pass. And that's a loss of 2 places for them. In the meantime, Marvin Moritz is back in contention for position, this time with Muhammad Haza once again. Earlier on, the 112 had the better hand with the Ravel. Yeah, Dynamic Motorsport Bakanic, I can say the same for this time, because very likely Haza will try something into the Nordschleife. Also, there is a battle just tiny bit ahead for position. This time it is between Don Nobi and Nico Benzler. With a race place that is it's kinda back. I wouldn't say it's completely back, but at the very least they are battling for position. This time it's the number 6. With the podium being quite far away. The good news is that earlier on they were fighting for position, but they were kind of stuck behind another car, which I think it was the 800, if I remember correctly. Dubi extended the gap to Renault Ricci to 15 seconds now after the overtake. The Calette Racing team is going to ask their driver for a lot here because they have to defend against one of the fastest cars in the field. Last lap for Benzler was only a 16.1 though, 16.6 for Nobi. But remember that this car here is on a different strategy. They had to pit earlier than the rest of the field because of the damage that had to be repaired. Very likely we'll see them pit again in short time. As here Julian Sawa, after coming out of the pits, he is now behind Pottage, battling for 16th place. The Bielin by Nitro Concepts in the number 23, starting a tiny bit compared to the usual. It has to be said that also they are not usually on a Porsche, so it could also be a variable to count for their performance as they now go into the number 4th. At the same time, there is a possible position change between Nobi and Benzler, with Benzler thought about it, but there clearly wasn't any available space for the Ferrari driver. That it's quite clear he's quicker, but at the same time I'm pretty sure that the CRT doesn't want to lose either time or position, because at the end of the day you don't know what can happen. Oh, never mind what I said. Apparently the second I said it, the Nobi went wide on the carousel, and that's position lost for Nobi, position gained for Benzler. Not sure if it was on purpose. Seems like Nobi was actually a bit too quick on the carousel. And that's the position gain for Benzler. I'm trying to understand if Sauer's damage is effective. Oh, this is very dangerous. That was an impossible move in the making. On also one of the slowest points in the circuit, into asphalt Breshid. Going into Bergwerk. Let's see if things will change. The sun shines again, but Pottage is clearly struggling a tiny bit compared to Sa. They go into Helicam. It's also quite nice to see the different cars on the field. Only 2 Porsches in the top 20 anyway. A huge chunk of BMWs. Apologies, of Ferraris. A couple of BMWs here and there, but not many, although there is an entire class composed of BMWs, but that's another thing. A good chunk of Lexus. Actually, I didn't expect it. For now, Pottage remains ahead, so I'm keen on thinking that the Porsche actually has some damage. They didn't repair yet, because I think that's the same from early on. Unless the game updates itself and corrects it, but they didn't repair the car in the pits. Supposedly this one is from early on. No, that was the rear, yep. That's a position change for Sava, who gets ahead. And 899 gets overtaken. Just into react. And by Hedwig Shaw, it was a done deal for the B-Alien by Nitro Concepts. Speaking of Nitro Concepts, remember that there actually are prizes. It's completely random. The fact that you are competing in the race means that you entered. As Ben said, is now into the pits. So that was I wouldn't say a useless overtake, but practically it was. As I was saying, Box 1 Racing, Sigma Machine, Nitro Concepts are offering prizes for teams. Teams in general, because you don't have to win to be part of it. Box 1 Racing offers a 150 euros voucher for one lucky team. Sigma Machine offers a pair of M2X gloves for the whole team, for our whole team, whichever it is. Nitro Concepts offers different prices. One team will receive Nitro Concepts Immersion Wind Bundle, 4 items, 4 Nitro Concepts Immersion LED Strips Bundle for one team, and 4 Pulsator Sim Socks for another team. So in total, 5. Oh no, wait, apologies. It's for the same team. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's 3 prizes. So one lucky team will receive 12 different items. At least that's what it's written here. You probably had the chance to see it in the LFM News channel. And speaking of speaking of LFM News channel, I confused myself. Obviously, if you just heard of LFM because of this series, or rather this particular race, welcome here. There are daily races and weekly races every single week, every single time. So have a look at the LFM website, and 3 series are streamed every week, with 1 in Assetto Corsa and 2 in Assetto Corsa Competizione, with a Porsche Cup, with a PTT Porsche Cup, and the K-Skin to the Pro Series on Thursday, and the Wednesday with a GSI MX-5. All with prizes. Every single championship has prizes. You just have to compete in it to have a chance for it. As here, the battle for 7th still goes on between Marvin Moritz and Muhammad Haza. Moritz's last lap was a 17.0 compared to Haza's 17.6. And also in the last laps, the top 2 has changed the gap from 16 seconds to 13. Miguel Ricci was able, Jeffrey Miguel Ricci was able to cut the gap by a couple of seconds on Josh Booby on the 800 up front. As the battle for 17th goes on, Inflix Racing out of the pits. Apparently it was a 20 seconds damage repair phase for balance, so I'm quite sure the penalty will arise eventually. So number 8 is now behind the 77, who which itself has some damage. And top voltage is another 8 seconds in front. During the race we saw the rain multiple times, but at the same time it was just light showers. So far the two rain phases didn't last for more than 15 minutes each. So not leaving the chance. Oh, what is happening here? The McLaren is into the grass and sideways for a moment. So Marcel Bauer, extremely dangerous situation there for the McLaren driver. And I honestly want to see it again because it was very much on the line for them. They clearly were trying to get the pass done on the Lexus. As you can see here, though, there was an M2 just sitting in the middle of the way. So the Lexus tried... Oh, there was a tap actually! That was a bit too close for Marcel Bauer. As another car... Oh, it's again the 46. North Racing. Again facing the wall. That was way too close for Bauer, who tried to get on the inside line a bit early and had contact with the Lime M2. And the car was literally sideways for a moment over a curb. Somehow they kept it together. So kudos to them. James Julians just ahead of Jeff Everts. I think Julians just completed the pass on Everts for position number 42 overall, which translates to 8th. Oh, apologies, to 9th place. No, 8th, because there was... Wait. Okay, so to 9th place, apologies, my mistake. The 110 is also having a lot of troubles right now. Slow car club, the 110 limping, going very slow. Back to the battle for 7th. Marvin Moritz in a 112, still ahead of Mohamed Haza. Difference being that Moritz now is slightly... Oh, that's number 8. Oh, that's Moritz going into the grass and losing the place on Mohamed Haza. So 7th place changed there as Moritz went wide and into the grass. Was it number 8? Oh, it wasn't number 8. It was another Influx car, but it wasn't number 8. And that's Lucas Klein, certainly having difficulties keeping the car straight. 502 is not really having a good time right now. Not able to steer even. Oh, that's going to be a bit of a dangerous car, considering there's a whole train of cars passing now, as you can see here. That's the car going just in the middle of the road course with a Ferrari behind. That was an Influx Ferrari having to slow down massively. That was another BMW M2 getting in the middle of the way for a brief moment. That was France nearly getting totaled by Klein, which at this point is just trying to steer. I don't think he will be able to do so. Marvin Moritz now trying to get a position done once again. There is a little tap between the two cars, but Mohamed Haza remains in front in 6th place. We don't know that went into the pits. So now the number 951 has to defend against Moritz. This has been going on for some time already. As the 310 Team Nitro, yellow flag for them. And that's Mark Shidruk in 29th place now. So the 3-1-0 again into the wall. That's Team Nitro. That's one of the best teams all around, but clearly not this time. As the 3-1-0. We'll see the replay afterwards because I can clearly see that the car was involved in an incident. Some sort. Another incident now, right now between the 237 and 437. And also the 3-1-2 is showing yellow flags. And that's kind of 14th place. That's because they are into the pits. That really answers my question. Okay, this is what happened to the 3-1-0. Just need to be sure to click on them. So the 3-1-0 Team Nitro all by themselves here. Oh, that's a rear. Yep, that's a rear end completely falling from the driver's hands. And Sidruk right now is going to struggle a lot in the meantime. I think I'll try something because it's struggling a bit now. Fortunately, I have to do something I usually don't do. It's a bit too much right now. Wow. At least it's 30 FPS. Oh, speaking of things, interesting things, 30 minutes, the rain is here in 30 minutes. There is another car off. That's oh, that's a Mercedes-Benz just in the middle of the way. Hopefully I can click on them. And that was the 228. It was the 228. The 310 is that's not a good look for the Ferrari here for Sidruk. You can see completely detached the diffuser and the rear wing. The front end is not even there anymore at this point, and they just have to stay stationary because it's getting a bit too much right now. There was an incident early on. The 237 was involved in an incident. Let's have a look at it. So Ricky Lafleur, that's the car in 56th place overall. And I think that's actually the leader in class. Yes, I can confirm it's a leader in class that was involved in an incident. Apparently he wasn't. Oh, that's again the 310. That's just awful timing. But they are not really having a good time. They're really not having a good time. 31st at the moment, and possibly bound to be at the very tail end of nearly the entirety of the GT3 field. So, not a great race so far. In the meantime, there is a battle for position here for 40th place. Mattia Nocentini is... Oh, this time it's a yellow flag. Oh, it's okay, it's just a car in the pits. Ellis Petzold also goes into the pits. And Daniel Steiner here battling with Mattia Nocentini, a second in front, but most importantly with Gente Bars in 42nd place overall. And that's for 7th place. With Steiner, this is lacking a bit. I'm pretty sure it's Steiner lagging a tiny bit, considering Bars is quite okay in that regard. So now on the main back straight. This could be a change between Steiner and Bars. Gentini is having a good time up front. You can see also the changes in GT4, but that's because of the pit stop happening right now. And Gente Bars now on the outside, it tries on the on the old M4. A bit nervous on the brakes apparently. The rear end. Oh, there's a possible contact between the number 2 and the Racehouse Esports. Luckily for them, they don't have to pit. Can say the same about their rival, as Daniel Steiner and Matteo Centini are both into the pits. Marcel Bauer right now, 19th place for him, with Kevin Rowlands just staying barely up front. The 999 is also... Oh, that's Gentle Beavers. In 33rd place, the 999. It's set again. That's the BMW again, the GT3. Let's quickly see how it happened. So Cold Trickle was going on the usual spot. Oh, they just lost the rear on themselves and then hitting the wall on the inner side of the turn. Madcap Racing here with Muscle Bauer just behind the Kevin Rowlands. Lexus remains in 18th place at the moment, number 3. He's having a good time so far. I'll try to do something to... Maybe it works. Let me just... Not really. Okay, didn't work. Fantastic stuff. Anyway, now the race control is now investigating the 162 and the 707. So the race control clearly back at rhythm. Now on the Dottige, this could be Bauer making it into position number 18. Every team also has to take into consideration that this rain may last a tiny bit more, because it's been 10 minutes already. And the icon is still there. As the 311 is into the pits. Our teams now have to take into consideration that this next pit stop, they could actually think about not
not even not changing tires, as the 57 is struggling a bit. That's makes Vatko in position number 29. I also have to think about the fact that they could stay with the current tires, maybe to gamble a bit, and just put enough fuel to get into the rain phase, to then change both tires and, well, just that, honestly. The fuel just comes out as a natural fact. Nico dopo si era for Dakota Esports, still keeping himself at a proximity of Christian Herman. In the Rocket, which is Team Purple Deluxe. And there is a 10-second time penalty for the 707 for causing a collision, who jumps into 18th. In the meantime, there is also the battle for 15th, as Henrik Machado and Hilbert Borger now battling for the position. The number 8 is a bit offline there. Nothing to worry about. And I'm really starting to think about what I said earlier, because I may be right. The rain is certainly going to last more. Oh, that's the number 8, sideways, and out spinning. That's a car into the wall. That's Borger into the wall after losing the rear end. That's another set of damage for the Infinix Racing Ferrari. It's not having a good day so far. Let's have it on screen again, but this time from Borger's point of view. With all of my 5 to 6 FPS, unfortunately the replay allows for this only. Oh, that's why they were a bit much on the outside, and the risk to get into the inside curb, but probably it would have been a better idea, because then there was the grass on the left. At the same time, they probably also overacted the fact there was a car in front. And Borger now lost 10 seconds, and he will lose some more time in the pits because they have to repair the car. Position number 54 overall, North Racing now 2 seconds behind Simone Di Pasquale. DC Racing, l'ultima costante, that is now here in car number 100 in 54th place. Considering the leader is in 33rd. It's not 34th because there are 2 GT3s in the middle. Only one. It's only one. So this is practically 19th place. And up in 21st place overall, Manuele Severa and Fabian Bures got closer for a brief moment, but now they are back into 2 seconds. As Nico Kessel in the car number 333 and Vadim Panarim are also battling for 27th overall. As it stands, 75 cars on track, only 5 complete DNFs so far. Although it's also important to say that one of the GT3s, which is the 999, is not really in contention in its own class, considering the car is quite a long way behind and in the middle of the GT4 pack. So as it stands, top 5 in GT3 is composed of George Booby in the 800, in the 258 competition by Ghost Setups. Then we've got Jeffrey Miguel Rino Ricci in the Boomer Squad. Then we've got Ian Ruschel in the LFM Esports. No, I think I saw it earlier. Yeah, the 76 is for some reasons here in the grid. They are not 30th. It's a bit of a glitch in the Nordschleife. Sometimes on the roll standing you get shoved about a lap behind. So now I have to understand whether they are in front of Ruschel or not. Okay, they are in front, so Ruschel in 4th place with Pascal Giro in position number 5. And that's your GT3 top 5. In GT4 we've got for now Jonathan Sevilla in a GT Auto. Love the reference. As you can see, yeah, that's let's see back in its position. Jonathan Sevilla in the GT Auto, 1st place in number 5. Then we've got Chris Warner in the Creme de la Course Camaro in 2nd place. About 35 seconds behind we've got Mikhail Krasov in the GT4 People by Ford Club and Dynamic, with Sebi Vejhaupt in the Calvin Racing Team number 437, and completely your top 5. It's Leon Kren in the Cryonics Racing number 711. And then in the M2 category we got Moritz Tehar, the G-Work Esports. We've got Thorsten Dragon only 6 seconds behind the Calvin Racing Team. We've got Vincent Seitz in the Flyby Esports, the podium 100 seconds behind, and then Manny Lange in the Slow Car Club 362, and Eric Magnussen in 5th place now in the 699. As there's a car in the middle of the way, that's Ivan Gaudioso, car number 29. '67th overall. So 10th place in class. '700 CLW Racing, struggling a tiny bit here with James Marcel. At the bottom for 6th, never stopped. Madata is in front of Luke Addison in the Dynamic Motorsport by Kalinic and Mika Patush in 8th place. And the rain is not there anymore in 30 minutes, so once more it's going to be a sort of short shower. well, around 15 to 20 minutes this time. So not as short as the others, but it's not going to be a lengthy one. So at the same time, I doubt teams will go in the pits to change tires and strategy. So the gamble, if anybody took it, I would have been one of them. Perhaps may not work. In 10 minutes the rain will appear. But I mean, if it is 20 minutes, it actually could be enough. To be fair. Because a lap here is 8 minutes and bits. Let's say 8.5 with rain. So 8 minutes and change. We go into 17 minutes for 2 laps. Still not enough. So you still have another lap because the track has to dry up. In total it's 3 laps. It's not much, but it could be enough for the strategy to work, because dry tires in wet, you could be around 30 seconds to 1 minute slower, easily. And in wet condition with wet tires, you are 30 seconds slower. That's a bit. In a stint. Don't think in a single lap. No, wait, what did I say? 30 seconds, not 30. 30 seconds. Let's say that one thing leads to another. If a single lap can give you 30 seconds, then it could actually work, because in 3 laps you have to build up a minute. So maybe, just maybe, it could work. Because it's 3 laps of rain, and if they are on the perfect spot, it could actually work. Because 3 laps is around 26 minutes, one thing to another. Let's put in the equation the fact that you have to wait for the track to clean up and to dry up. Maybe the wet tires could work, but you have to build a minute in those 3 to 4 laps. Wait, no, 2 to 3 laps. 4, it's not 4, certainly not 4. We will see if somebody will take a gamble. I will try it. If it is around 20 minutes. Oh, that's a cut-off! Oh, that's a Lexus into the wall! And that's a double car crash in the GT4 class. We'll look at it on that. We'll make the overtake in front of Mohamed Haza, and Mika Patush will follow behind. That was a double incident. So Mika Patush now 7th place for him, 6th place for Luke Addison, and we will see the incident that just happened. That was a quick one. Unfortunately, it was the 951 getting involved. I think the 438 at the same time. So let's check quickly what happened from the helicam. So yeah, as you can see here, this is a perfect view. That was the Aston Martin and the Lexus colliding with each other, and then unfortunately one of the CRT cars in GT4 was also involved in the crash. Trying to pinpoint if it was the one in. Yes, it was the number 4. No, yes, it was the 437. I'm pretty. No, it wasn't the 437. It's impossible. It was the 437. So it wasn't, it was the 438. It was Pascal Andreg involved in it. And it was another Aston Martin. Could it be... I have no idea. Fortunately, I have 0 idea about it. Which car it was? I think it was Marachelle. In the number 7, yeah, it was Marachelle in the number 7. The other car involved. As oh, there is a crash! Oh, there's a huge crash here! Zimmerman, and that's a GT4 clearly getting involved too. But then Zimmerman Huge damage for the 555. That was in 12th place. Bremer, Borger and Tempest managed to gain the place, but that's the 555. That clearly is not really having a good time right now. Oh, that's the rear end gone for that car. Let's have a quick look at it. The replay are just losing frames every single time. This is not really liking 80 cars in Nordschleife. So as you can see here, oh, the Ferrari just went wide into the grass, lost control and crashed with the skid mark Mercedes. It was clearly the skid mark Mercedes. As Hilbert Burger remains behind Michael Bremer, as Sean Tempest follows behind. But unfortunately, I think it was the 42. Yes, it was the Romain Cirelli for Skidmark Racing and friends getting involved in that. As Hilbert Burger just overtakes Michael Bremer for position, as Sean Tempest does the same into turn number 1 of the GP circuit just before the rain comes down. And thus, that's how Michael Bremer lost 2 places in about 500 meters time. Michael Bremer, now 14th place. Hilbert Burger, 12th. Sean Tempest, 13th place. Hendrik Zimmerman, unfortunately, will have to delve into the pits, and at this point, they will try. Obviously, they will try something different. Well, not obviously, but I highly recommend to at this point just try the wet tires on. They will struggle for a good time, but oh, never mind, they will not struggle at all because they decided to retire the car. So, Hendrik Zimmerman. Oh no, apologies, that's not the car retired, that's just the car that disappeared from the race control for a moment. Sebastian Löcher and Bastian Hüpper, 23rd place at stake. And that's the position done between the two. At the same time, Sean Tempest also overtook Hilbert Burger for 12th place. So the 136 now jumped Burger in the number 8 Infelix Racing, that is slightly damaged too. And there is under investigation lap number 22 between the 7 and the 951. As Miguel showed the yellow flag for a moment. Not sure why. And Mika Pato here getting slowed down by a CRT M2. And Patrush now back into contention for position with Mohamed Haza. It's number 15. Yugoslavski. Ricard is clearly damaged. The Southset outrun. I really think that Patrush has a good chance on trying to and even be able to get the position up front. As also there is a battle for 17th. That's nearly on pace, and the number 77 with Enrique Machado, who has been driving for the whole time since I honestly been following the race. I don't think he ever changed. Let me see how many people are in that car. It's actually 5 of them. As George Bubia just noticing that he is alone in the race car. So he's going for a 24-hour alone. That's oh no, wait. I suppose it's not him, huh? I don't think he will do the full 24-hour. Can somebody in chat confirm this? Is he going for a 24-hour solo? Oh, in the meantime, that's the position change between Enric Machado and Brunier in the 899. at the same time, Haza and Patush was a possibility of change between two. In the meantime, Hendrik Zimmerman, I think that could actually be a retirement for Zimmerman. I think it is a retirement for the Skidmark Racing, as the rain is now hitting the track, as you can hear. Okay, I think the GT4, I can't find it at all. Oh no, Marakel, no, that's number 7. So that's the earlier incident, the one is being investigated right now. Oh, Romain Cirelli, here it is. The 42, somehow, only 97 seconds in the pit. 50th place at the moment, so somehow it went well for them. As also there is the overtake between the 4-0 and Sven Meckenberg, who is done gaining the place. 20-second time penalty for the car number 951 for the incident with number 7 from early on. So the car here is getting hit with a 20-second time penalty for the incident from early on. I'm not sure I saw something from the 112 and the number 8. I wonder if it has been shown and I didn't see it, which is highly possible, or if it was an NFA. This time around, the track is already greasy. As you can see, rain is going to go on for some time. Mohammed against the place on Mika Patush, but that's just physically a position gained, as effectively nothing really changes. Mika Patush is still in 7th, and Mohammed Azza is still in 9th place actually. Nobody's taking a gamble. Everybody's staying out with dry tires on a track that is going to be damp and then wet and then probably damp again. In GT4 here, something may change, as Jente Bars and Noah Shibulla are currently passing. The 46 is again showing a yellow flag. Okay, not a good race for NOV Racing so far. Thomas Brunhube not really having a good time. In the meantime, here it is the pass. Noah Shibulla gets in front of Jente Bars, and that was for 39th overall. Sixth place in class for Prime Racing. 16 seconds up front. It sits the 5th placed car. The difference in these conditions is that a safer setup could really help. Let's again in the pits. Could really help some drivers. As obviously a softer setup, less loose, more stable, could really help you in these conditions. In 10 minutes, the rain will stop. So yeah, I clearly counted terribly because I thought it was 20 minutes it's actually just 10 and change. So my entire strategy went into flames because I counted a wrong number of minutes. I honestly thought it was 20 minutes. I'm slightly sad. The 404 speed not found. Unfortunately, I think I can confirm that because they are going slow with yellow flags showing. And oh, that's a cutoff. That was a 76 overtaking. BMW M2. So the number 27 spinning in front. The racing shelter with Maciej Wiesiak driving. The car currently in 62nd place overall. As Breme shows yellow flags, so I suppose an excursion into the gravel. Oh, that was the Bentley also going quite sideways. Now the track is completely wet. They have to endure the whole lap with dry tires, and that's the Bentley going sideways, nearly crashing into the Porsche that follows behind and now in front of them. So Julian Sauer gains a position, 14th place for them. Mika Patusz, yellow flag. But apparently, for no particular reason, Vimos are also showing yellow flag. Rockefeller also out. That was also Camaro going wide. That's Rockefeller spins in front of the Camaro, and that's a car in 5th place. That's spun just now. And was there a car into the wall? Yes, I think it was a car into the wall. Yes, it was the Stryker Motorsport BMW M2. So Rockefeller now 5th place. That could be in danger for him. Borger also showed the yellow flag momentarily, but I can't see whether it was white moment or not. Even number 2 showed one. Robert Klein lost the place on Emanuele Severa, who clearly has a better setup for these conditions. 20th place for the number 39. I'm trying to give you all as much information as possible. 136 also shown out of track for some reasons. The 112 had the same fate for a moment. The number 8 also. Oh, that's not the number 8. That's the number 8. The Inflix Racing. Team Hope very close to the number 43. Several cars showing yellow flag, but at this point I'm not sure if I have to trust them or not. The number 8 once again showing one. We'll just change if the yellow flag is contiguous. Which I think it is in Wolf's case. Oh, that's both cars going very, very wide. The 164 going slow. That's Mattiano Centini. Very slow for the MR Reparto coaching. The 666 here, Felix Vier. And Team Hope trying an overtake in these conditions is quite extreme. He tries to do so, and he somehow managed to do so. Completes the overtake by going into the wet zone completely. Honestly, that was quite brave. The number 55 also showing. Oh, that's Luca Didon taking evasive action. And the 55 was also involved. Again, that's Maurice Rockefeller. And the number 30 also showing yellow flags for a moment. This is the number 899 with Sebastian Brunier in 17th, possibly going wide for a brief moment. Robert Klein, 21st place at the moment. The Lexus going very, very slow. They already lost the place on Emanuele Severa, who now sits 6 seconds up front. Now Sebastian Lücher could become the second car to pass them. There is another car off track. I think that one was an effective one, because it wasn't moving. Yes, that's the 787 off track. That's Luka Blaszke in the 66th overall. 7th, apologies, 9th in class. Also the 43 apparently struggling a bit here. Then we got a battle for position. This is for position number 3. The podium changes in GT4 with Christopher Hoffman overtaking Mikhail Krasov with the Camaro that has been flying so far. And now a position has been gained for the team, for the Creme de la Course. They now sits in 3rd place in class. Over Fans Garden, they go. There could be an answer by the Maserati behind. It doesn't have traction control, so they are struggling even more than anybody else. But as you can see, the Camaro simply drives off into the distance compared to the Maserati behind. And that's 3rd place for them with the 55. It's still struggling a bit. Now they have to somehow overtake these 2 cars. The BMW M2 remains stationary, sort of on the outside, giving some easiness to the freelancer race car that sits still in 5th place. But I can say the gap didn't change. Now only 11 seconds between Edison and Rockefeller. Also changes in 2nd place because Jeffrey Miguel Rino Ricci is now 4th after going into the pits. I'm pretty sure that's a change into dry tires in the meantime. The 404 into the wall. The 787 also into the wall. Into Fans Garden. Also the 404 is at this point is just sitting in the middle of the wet zone. Samuel Schar gains the position on Sean Tempest. That's 11th place for the B-Alien by Nitro Concepts, with Sean Tempest going very, very slow. I suppose it was a moment in which the car went wide. And Ian Russell is getting very close to Kevin Brown. The last lap, a second 2.3 burned in flames. And look at this, only showing now yellow flags. That's because they are trying to overtake another car. Maybe not. Okay, no, it was only for that. But they were going wide. Situation up front, so Jeffrey Miguel Rino Ricci comes out of the pits in the Boomer Squad on dry tires, as you can see from the Pirelli band. Dry tires for them, they didn't change on wets. Obviously, it's a bit too late for that. In any case, as Leon Kren now very close to Mikhail Krasov. This car has been losing massive chunks of time as it goes sideways into the GP circuit. As that was a loss of traction in what's usually 27 as they now go into the Dunlop curve. And that's the loss of place. In the meantime, 60 seconds time penalty for what happened to the 555. So the 555 is now basically tail end of the grid. Will also receive a minute of a stop and go. Wait, it's a second. A minute of time penalty, not a stop and go. Apologies. But the 555 is not even in the race anymore. I don't think it's in the race anymore. I can find it at least. Oh no, it is in the race. It's in 29th place at the moment. But this car is not really going to have a good time with a minute of time penalty. And that's Matteo Nocentini going sideways in the middle of the race car, of the racetrack. And the race car now has to wait for a couple of people. That's also the wall. A bit too quickly there on the gas. And Pascal Anderag managed to overtake Matteo Nocentini. The MR Reparto Coaching now sits in 42nd overall, which translates into 9th place in class. The 39 also show yellow flags, so possibly the ACC Italia had some struggles in the earlier seconds. For obvious reasons, I can't go into a replay because there are too many things happening at once. It's frankly impossible to go into a replay. 999 also showing slow pace. Every time I think it's because of an incident. And now Ian Russell is 3 seconds only behind Kevin Brown. Although this could actually be for a different position than second. This could very well be for third. as the number 2 is now sitting in 5th. But still, it is the podium position that we are talking about. Sebastian Brunier is now getting passed by Michael Humer. The Lexus number 3 gets ahead and takes the position even before turn number 1. That's 17th place for Michael Humer, and nearly on pace loses the place on HWR Racing with the Buster Sullivan livery. I'm surprised nobody went with RX livery. Very sad on that. Track is still wet, but the rain is not falling anymore. So now the track will become damp, speaking of which, and then greasy, and then dry once again. So whoever survived this, the worst has passed. The 404 is still showing a yellow flag. Same goes for the 46. So both cars having some struggles of some sort, as Ian Rochelle gets slowed down by an M2. The gap now sits even below 3 seconds for Ian Rochelle. As always, welcome everybody to the stream. If you just joined, or if you are here from the very start of the race, welcome here. As I said earlier, the invitation to get into the interview room is there. You can ask to be interviewed. I will do so as the number 8. Okay, it's just the car is going slow. I know the chat is bilingual right now, but it's because both streams are on at the moment. And the German stream and the Spanish stream and the English stream, so this one here, are all online. And that's, I think the 28 is for once a real yellow flag. Yes, it is. Car is damaged. And a lot of time has been lost for Bremer. Because now the gap between Jelash and Bremer is 18 seconds. So I suppose that's, yeah, even damage visually tells us that something happened there. Vasquez Rodriguez, number 2, still in 5th place with a different pit strategy. As Chris Mahon overtakes Javi Martinez for 64th overall. So for 8th place, that's Chris Mahon for no skill, just luck, that overtook Javi Martinez for Custom GT. Back into the number 2's splitter. Let's go with splitter. Right now, Vasquez Rodriguez will have a clearly easier time, even because Rockefeller's tires are scuffed. So Rockefeller sitting just behind is Vasquez Rodriguez, with Rockefeller that lost a lot of time early on, but also taking into consideration that his real rival is actually, look at, is on another 6 seconds behind. The number 55 is not on the same pit strategy as the number 2. Oh, that's also the grass for Rockefeller, and Vasquez Rodriguez overtakes the number 55, which goes back into 5th place. As now Sebastian Locher also is in a battle with Robert Kleinel. There wasn't any contact between the two, and Cranionics Racing gets into 21st place. The Mustang with a very nice livery, but unfortunately they are just outside the top 20, with Joe McLaren being in 20th place, second, practically 2 seconds behind David Val. A triple 2. Speak of David Val. Now battling with Joe McLaren for 19th place now, as Val overtook McLaren for position. But still not over, as you can see here. There was a bit of a optimistic move from McLaren. Try to get into the inside of the carousel. Attack is still damp, so going into the inside line or the outside line translates into loss of traction, since you don't really have the grip there, as the center line is still the optimal one. But as you can see here, Val is still defending. The 438. Oh, that's no. There's actually another car getting. Can I please click you? It's a number 30. Yes, it is. Codoil Motorsport. It was sitting on the grass. As Joe McLaren still sits behind the Team Purple Deluxe with a battle for 19th going on. I think the ACC Italia could very well have a chance in the upcoming minutes. As the car is off, that's Felix Weyer, the 666, clearly into the wall. Now back on running, just when I change the view. So we'll see what happened to the 666. Because now Val will have to defend against Joe McLaren. Also the 68 is having some struggles. That's the change for 19th place. David Hall goes back in 20th. 68 was the car in 73rd place overall. The FSF figures. By the way, as Borger is losing places because he is into the pits for the number 8. And also there is a battle for 5th, which we will jump on right now. There is also another car off. The 597, we will see right now. Oh, that's a BMW right on the right of your screen now. Sitting there. So that's a 597, which is currently in 71st place overall. Christian Fluch being involved in some kind of incident. And Maurice Rockefeller and Luke Addison battling for the place here. It's very close between the two. With Addison that is thinking about a move, but in this place it's pretty unconventional and difficult to make it out unscratched. Now we are getting into Castle Ken. So this could deliver the position to the car in 6th at the moment, to Luke Edison. As you can see, the 55 is not really quick compared to the 112 in 6th. The track is still greasy, not yet fully dry, so the situation is still like dancing on some water. Doable, but certainly not optimal. And for now, Maurice Rockefeller remains in position number 5. Because a possible pass becomes very difficult, especially in this phase. So I will take the chance to go back into see what happened to the 666 early on. So this is Nalala Racing. On Fansgarten. Oh, they just lost the rear all by themselves. And that's what happened. The yellow flag was then stationary there. .597 is now in the pits, but it seems like it returned to the garage. I'm not certain though. The situation also in GT4 is subject to changes because now Team Hoppe and Mattia Nocentini, 41st in the grid overall, 9th in class, is now barely in front. It is a battle for 9th place in GT4. The current leader is Jonathan Seville in 33rd. Savio Hekaput is 74 seconds behind, so at this point this has been a dominant performance from the number 5 team. And Bruno by the 46 again, another yellow flag. And that's Marceau, the number 700, overtaking them. Oh, that's way worse than the usual for the 46. How did this happen? To the 46, usually it's way less. This time, something clearly happened. Was this a contact with another car? Oh yes it was! Oh yes it was! It was a Lexus! And I think I know which Lexus it was for the 46. And that's huge. Because if I saw correctly, apart from the fact that Locker just overtook David Hall for 20th place, I think it was this Lexus. It was the 112. I'm pretty sure about it. I'm certain about it, rather. And so the 112 could have another penalty. Another penalty could be given to them. We will see. As Stefan Behrens and Sebastian Brunier, 17th place at stake, but the number 8 has fresher tires, fresher driver, and quite likely a better car overall. And matter of fact, that's also the overtake that happens instantly, as I mentioned it. As Team Hope, the gap is only tenths now between these two. For the reparto coaching, the Italian team with the Italian drivers is now struggling a bit in. Did the position change? I think a car is missing. Is it a 999? Oh yes, it is. So 999 is not there anymore. So this is now for 8th place. Suppose earlier on I counted the GT3 mistakenly. It has always been for 8th place. Matteo Centini 40 overall in 8th place in class. 24 seconds and change behind Pascal Anderegg. And the reason is that at the end of the Duttico they spun when there was a wet surface, bringing their gap to minus 23 seconds now. Team Hope's last lap was at 9:25.1, but I think it has something to do with the pit stops. In any case, now the Camaro, the V8 engine, has to possibly overtake the McLaren. Number 164. Gentini trying to think about something, but with a straight so long and with an advantage for the American race car that, as usual, not as usual, the new Cadillac LMDH actually somehow is better on cornering speeds rather than sheer speed, but usually it's not the case. We can see case in point the Mustang in GT3. Team Hope overtakes Centini and instantly goes into the pits. So a bit of a useless overtake for them. McLaren now barely behind Brunier. The track is back to optimum. That's Sebastian Brunier, that after getting overtaken by Behrens is not really quick at all. 6 seconds lost in the time we had a look at the battle in GT4. And now Joe McLaren instantly goes into the inside on the chicane, overtakes, that's the number 59 in 18th place, without really any defense in place from the BMW driver. Oh no, the 999 is still on track, it's just in 54th overall. Speaking of which, the number of cars on track now is 76. Only 4 retirees, just like real life. And Noah Sebulla is merely behind Leon Kren. This is for position number 4 in class. So pretty important. And 14 seconds up front, it's podium position. So not really a waste there. between Kren and Cebulla. Last lap for Cebulla was at 09.2, 14.3 for Kren. That could be because of many reasons. Now there is a yellow flag there. The 5002, it seemed like. Can't really see because it's... Oh yes, it is a 502. Lucas Klein last on track and 500 seconds behind the second last, so not really a great race so far for them. Cebulla is, as you can see here, very, very aggressive right now on Leon Kren. And the main issue is that Kren is losing time on Hoffman up front, and Cebulla wouldn't if Kren wasn't there at all. The 78, that's at this point. He's fighting for 36th in overall. So in terms of GT3s, we still have a good chunk of them. Oh, David Wall. Oh, David Wall, a yellow flag for him. It doesn't seem like he had an incident. What is the possible change for position as there is a yellow flag in front of them? You can see one. Well, I could see one, now it's not there anymore. All gap is back to 1 second for Cebulla. Kren is really having a good time against the Cayman. The 222 is showing a yellow flag, actually. Prime Racing, you can see the laps going better and better because of the conditions, obviously. Another thing, it would have been fundamental to be closer for Cebulla. It can still be a problem for his rival, but 4 attempts, maybe it's not enough this time. You can see this, that Cebulla is not really gaining time. But at the same time, I think both of them will jump into the pits at the end of the lap. As I can see, way out that is into the pits. Basically, I can see both of them. Speaking of which, both Kren and Cebulla into the pits. Will Cebulla try to gain some time here? No, he doesn't. He remains where he is. As a 502, Lucas Klein. Not with a great look, this car here. And Leo Zalesh is into the pizza. With Eric Machado that just gained the position. Michael Bremer, the Ferrari number 28, slips into 15th place from 14th. And the Valkyra race car just gained a position. 14th at the moment. And none of them will go into the pits. As Kevin Brown is now only 2 seconds ahead of Ian Russell. Although Ian Russell just lost a second there. So I'm trying to search for another battle, and I know which one I want to look at. Noah Cebulla is still behind Leon Kren in the pit stop. Kren actually gained a second, 43.9. The pit stop for Kren, Cebulla's time was 35 seconds. Now the ACC Italia gets ahead. Now Sebastian Locher is barely behind Leo Zarash. As Eric Polonio is into the pits. So that's another kind of yellow flag. Let me go back into. Let's go back here. Okay, thank you. Canex Racing's Mustang. Last lap for Locher was 20.7. Compared to the surroundings, that's a bit slow compared to, for example, Joe McLaren, who set a 16.6, and Behrens, who set a 15.0. I'm not really putting Zelash in the comparison for obvious reasons, mainly because, well, the car just came out of the pits. As Felix Fier goes into the pits, same as Clive Allen, Pascal Andrag and Mattia Nocentini. So Pascal Kosbeck is now in 40th place. It's a pretty long pit stop then for Nocentini, who clearly repaired the car. 55 seconds in the pits, 25 seconds of damage had to be repaired for Nocentini, who just stops in the middle of the racetrack. It was not... Oh, something is wrong. Something was wrong, because the car was clearly going a bit too slow. And now Anders is driving the Prime Racing Cayman and bends it. There is a BMW sideways there. Was it a contact with? There is a BMW sideways there. Was it a contact with Anders? I suppose so. Anders, I suppose so. So now the gap is 2.4 seconds between Zeitz and... So now the gap is 2.4 seconds between Zeitz and Anders, fortunately. And Anders, fortunately. So for the time being, I think we can go back here, because the battle for second could become interesting once again. Although not now. And there's also the battle for 18th in GT3. As Madcap Racing, Leo Zelash and Sebastian Brunier are still battling for 18th place. Zeitz already lost a second to Anders, so Anders is clearly going quicker. As I'll switch to the GT4 battle after this one, because I'm quite sure that the Bentley will have a very good chance. Speaking of the Cayman, that's the Cayman just there in front. But also the Bentley goes on the overtake on the outside. And Zelash is now ahead. Oh, there's a contact! Oh, both cars are into the wall! And the BMW especially had the worst fate of the two. Brunier into the wall, hard into the wall. And that's Sebastian Brunier, 19th place, but that's not how it had to end, unfortunately. The 899 and the Madcap Racing Bentley collided. And how did it happen? Because the BMW went on the curb, jumped, crashed into the Bentley, and then Brunier went sideways, front first into the wall. So that's likely also some damage sustained for the Bentley, obviously, but the most damage has been received by the BMW driver. In the meantime, Marc-Philippe Anders gained back the 2 seconds. Quite a fast pace. And now Marc-Philippe Anders and Ben Zeitz are back for a fight for position. Remember, this is the battle for 4th. Martino Cintini had another issue. We'll see later what happened to the 164, Edoardo Baldi, now 10 seconds behind Barber. It was 8 prior to the yellow flag, so clearly something happened. So can Anders get ahead of Zeitz in this lap of the Fansgarten? Not here. Prime Racing still on the very rear end of the AMG. Although the Mercedes is lagging a bit, I think. At least compared to Anders. Yeah, I can. It's effectively Zeitz having some connection issues. But now into the Dottiche Hood it will be quite an easy pass, considering the Mercedes is not far away this time, and Anders will have an easy time unless the Porsche has been set with 20,000 of rear downforce. I'm starting to think otherwise, I'll be honest. So I don't even need this. Look at this. They can't overtake. Okay, that's... I didn't expect it. So... now... Anders remains behind. Can't really do anything. He just has to remain where it is. So I suppose the pass has to happen into turn 1 with a dive for Anders. As you can see, the Mercedes already sitting in the middle of the way, but at the same time not really defending inside, and that's the Porsche. Into the inside he goes. And that decides in the 711 losing the place on Anders. Momentarily with that cutback, he comes back side by side into the stadium section, and on the outside the Cayman has to defend somehow the position on the outside. It's a bit improbable for it to happen, although it remains on inside on the right hand corner and into Dunlop curve. Will it be the... okay, no, it's Mercedes already. So Anders remains behind with Zeiss that took advantage of the situation and put himself in the middle of the way. In the meantime, Baldi has another incident apparently. Yeah, the 164 again. Yellow flags. And now it's the Cayman pretty behind. So I'd like to see it again, the first one, obviously, the 164, so this one here should be the incident in which the 164 has been involved. So let's see, with all of my... I think the FPS are slowly getting lower and lower. Yeah, okay, apparently this car was already damaged. It's not really working, rather. I'm trying to understand because it's very odd. It's not like this car was involved in an incident, or was it? It's just behaving in a wrong way. I can't really... yeah, it's like there is no force feedback. No, I'm trying my best to understand what's happened to that car. Or maybe this will answer my question. Not at all. Actually, quite the opposite. Not really sure what happened there. That was also a battle between Kevin Brown and Ian Rochelle, but for now Kevin Brown remains ahead by 4 seconds. As Buffy is into the pits. I saw a yellow flag. I was already in panic mode as Baldi is once again showing yellow flags. This car is not really working. Even the... oh, it's... yeah, it's completely out of the place, and that's also contact with the car behind. That's the 55, that's the Rockefeller. It seems like the driver is not in control of anything. What's happening here to Edoardo Baldi? It's like it is trying to accelerate with a button rather than with a pedal. I wonder if he's on a controller because the wheel doesn't work. It's very odd. Now on the straight, should be good to go. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. I suppose they will pit now at this point because it's completely out of the place. Completely, that car was battling for a good position early on. And now it's all over the place. Ooh, now practically creating... what is happening here? That is sitting in the middle of the race, and that's a Lexus. That's The Lexus number 951 getting involved. Now into the pits. So it's clear that Baldi was not in control of the race car. But at the same time, it wasn't really making things easy for the other drivers. In the meantime, Zeitz finally loses the position, at least for Anders' sake. It's been a long fight, this one here, for Anders and team, because early on it wasn't even Anders battling, it was his teammate. But now, Mark 5 Anders is in 4th place, with a lot of time to recover. And that was the change of position. Yeah, very, very odd. And that's okay, no. Oh, the yellow flag triggered because of a pit stop. Yeah, it was very odd for the 164. So the Reparto coaching earlier on, there was the battle with, I think it was Pascal Kozubek, yes. Here in 40th. Or was it? I think. Okay. I can't find the Camaro from earlier. I think it was Kozubek. As Milan Kiss is now in front of Pascal Rodel. That's for 30th place Sunset Outrun, which had a massive incident at the very beginning of the race. And then here Michael Humer, Eric Machado and Sergei Maximilian Tumara Tokota all in the pits. There's two of them as Tumara Tokota continues to go on his way. Now Luke Addison is barely behind Maurice Rockefeller. Only a second between Rockefeller and Addison. Last lap it was 29.2 for Rockefeller and 29.5 for Addison. For some reasons, the 951 is in 29th place now. Suppose the game has to update, or did I lose them disconnecting from the race? Okay, no, never mind. This clearly answers my question. Stefan Mivovazar is directly behind him. So the pit speed racing, which at the beginning of the race was not really in contention for a top 10, now it clearly is. And that was not Rockefeller, apologies, that was Manuel Wagner in the 6th place battling for his position for freelancer. So now two teams battling for two different positions, which are gapped about 55 seconds. Let's say a minute with each other. But we all know that a minute in the Nordschleife is very little. And things can change very quickly. Wagner here at this point has to somehow defend his place. Lexus is very, very quick, as you can see from here. Alongside Moritz goes on the outside. Earlier on we saw an incident in this very place from the very same car, but Manuel Wagner this time loses the position on Moritz, and that's the dynamic motorsport bike challenge in 6th place. At the same time, Dan Nobby and Samuel Schar battling for 8th, just behind them, and but this was. Oh, Schar into the wall! Oh, Schar into the wall! Unfortunately, the 23 into the wall. That's a heavy incident for Samuel Schar that went into the grass and lost the car completely. In the meantime, Ramadan and Freytag battling for position number 10. But the Lexus remains in front. For the Pit Speed Racing Lexus, Pit Speed Racing Porsche in the Lexus. There's also the battle for 2nd place overall going on. So it's clear that the number 2 getting penalized early on clearly put things in some sort of struggle for the number 2, now 4th overall, and out of the podium by 16 seconds. Still one after the other here into the most technical part of the circuit. Although at the same time I'm very, very keen on. It would be nice to make a side-by-side kind of how it happens in NASCAR. Or that's the first thing that came to my mind. But apparently I have to choose one, and I have to choose both at the same time, apparently, because here it is the battle for 2nd place in the GP circuit, with Sasha Fasner remaining behind Sebastian Zender. Last lap for Zender was a 13.8 compared to the 10.9 for Fasner. Completely different times, although that's also considering the pit stop. But this is count, I think, probably. And behind in 10th place, Ramadan and Freytag battling for 10th, and in short time even for 9th, considering Samuel Schar went into the wall, basically demolishing the car. I'm not really sure how quick that number 23 is. As the Lexus here lost some grip on the worst possible point on the double right-hander just before the straight into Galgenhof. Luckily there is a GT4 that could help some with the top speed. The Porsche still remains behind. No chance for now for Freytag to make it in front. Although the possibility may arise in a short time for Freytag, with help of the backmarkers. Although Ramadan is really lucky right now. Yeah, the M2 really helped Freytag. As you can see here, Ramadan is sitting now in the middle, going to the inner side of the circuit, so this obliges the Porsche to maybe go, no, never mind, he goes into the inside line, and that's very Freytag going very, very deep, way too deep into turn 1, nearly crashing into the Mercedes behind, now behind, earlier it was in front, but somehow surviving this, and that's Sven Freytag that, luckily, with the Mercedes that took initiative into going out of their way, gain the position number 10. Now Sven Freitag is in 10th place. I wanted to have a look here. But now the gap is pretty large, so back into GT4 because the 666 with Tone Star for Kalala Racing and Harry Racing Team with Kit Stan 43rd, never mind, 44th now for Tone Star. No, 43rd again. The two cars are one after the other. With Kalala Racing trying to keep as much as possible for themselves. And now there has been an incident between the 18th place and the 19th place cars in GT3. With Reshik in the car number 28 getting involved in it. But for now, the battle for the podium has to have the precedence in terms of importance. Zenner still losing some time. And now the Ferrari has a good chance to get into second place. So now Sebastian in the 255 low fuel motorsport, Sebastian Zenner in the Simmer Cylinder Web Armenia battling for second place, 76 ahead of the 255, and 30 seconds in front sits Josh Boothby in the number 800, who I don't think is going for a 24-hour solo split. I mean, that's the only car, that's the only driver I signed in, but I didn't see if it was because he is with others. Should check the live stream. I will do later. As Gitstan also overtakes Tone Star for Kalala Racing. Although there was a contact between the two cars, so I wonder if it was contact between the two cars or if the 6 collided with the BMW behind. We'll see just now. It's a 420. No, wait, it was a 666. 666. So let me have a quick look at it. Maybe not now, because this could be interesting. As you can see, the Ferrari may have a chance, but at the same time, there isn't an available space to let two cars sit on the same spot. So for now, Ferrari will stay where it is. So third place. Sebastian Zenner is trying to get away with it. At the same time, there is a BMW that has to be lapped. And that BMW is a different rule set. They can defend, but if they are getting overtaken, they have to give the way. There is precedence offline, obviously, for the cars ahead. It's quite convenient for you to avoid going into a battle with a car that is trying to overtake you. Sebastian is trying to use the BMW to its favor, but that's a Ferrari going on the left side of the Aston Martin. That's the low fuel motorsport car, the 255, going ahead of the number 76. Maybe not actually. The 76 has less downforce on the rear. This puts the Ferrari on the back foot, and they have to wait some more because Zenner managed to remain ahead of Wasner simply because of the existence of the BMW number 88. They gave them just enough slipstream to gain those kilometers per hour more. But this time it's different because now Wasner has the slipstream, Zenner doesn't have any slipstream, and in turn 1 anything can happen. Zenner on the outside, so I suppose Wasner will go onto the inside line, and that's into turn 1. The Ferrari goes deep on the brakes, the Aston Martin goes even deeper on the brakes, leaving itself on the inside line of the cut for the stadium. The Ferrari remains on the outside. Earlier on we saw that even the outside line here can work with the left and the right, and matter of fact the Ferrari has the better hand in this dogfight, and Sasha Wasner becomes your second place holder. That's a terrible noise. Becomes your second place holder. Sebastian Vettel falls down in third and 76 has to either answer or remain behind. Still in the podium, but now position behind the rivals who are already creating a gap. In the meantime, let's go look at what happened to the 666. So there was a contact. It's clear it was with the Mercedes. Okay. Oh, that's why. That's Aston Martin that went on the grass and a little tap just to be safe for the number 420. That's how Tom Starr lost the place at number 43 overall, which translates into 11th on the grid. Wasner is already a second 0.2 behind Wasner, so Wasner is already flying away with a prize. And here it is Patrick Deang for GT4 People by Ford and Dynamic battling with the car number 31, Senna Apeldoorn. That's the BMW for Race House Esports, 38th at the moment, 16 class. The Maserati behind really lost a lot of time earlier because of the wet mini session. I am not sure if the last lap can be taken into consideration. 904.1. I don't think it was an outlap, so that's the pace for Apeldoorn. Patrick Deang, it was 53.5 in the last lap, 54.6 in the lap earlier. I can see the overtake happening in this very lap. The problem is that Ben Zitz sits another 54 seconds ahead, so a long way to go for the Maserati team. That is going way slower than expected, as Apeldoorn sits in the middle of the racetrack without leaving any available space to the Maserati lineup. 570. That's the race group associated with Julian Schrabach on the wheel without a suspension practically. Now Deang could use the GT freeze as an advantage. Don't think. Oh, actually, it happened with Apeldoorn losing some time because of the BMW that was passing by. But unfortunately for the Maserati team, that was. Oh, never mind. Actually, the BMW is trying to hold up on the gravel. There you go, and that Patrick Dieng in 38th place. Making the overtake count, although in a bit of a peculiar way, by going on the outside and then cutting into the inside. And then by going again into the outside, but the overtake fitted. And so that's a change in position for the Maserati number 40. Oh, what happened there? Another car into the wall. That was Spiker in number 7. Was it number 7? Oh, it was another Mercedes. Wait, it was Ben Zaitz. It was Ben Zaitz into the wall. What just happened here to the 711? So let's have a look. They are passing another M2. They went on to overtake them. Oh, that's massive. Yeah, that's massive. 4 into the straight, and unfortunately, things went bad quickly. Ben Zaitz went on to overtake a BMW M2. The number 7 tried to do the same while the 570 was going slow on the right side of the racetrack, and 4 into 1 brought Ben Zaitz for Canonic Racing to crash heavily into the wall. Very, very unlucky. Luckily for them, there is a 47 seconds gap to Zaitz. This was a bit, let's say it was a move from the number 7, going on to try to unlap themselves against a car that was simply slow because of a lower class car in front. So that was way out of the limits for Timo Spiker, who went on to overtake another car that was not even on their lap. It was in front of them by several laps, and then brought them into an incident. So I suppose the 7 will receive a heavy penalty, which unfortunately doesn't really do justice considering the car is already last in class. Daniel Birke battling with Marcel Bauer for 20th place. And then there is also the battle for 15th up ahead. Daniel Birke will remain behind. So we will switch here to the ACC Italia with Gianluigi Guida on the wheel in front of Marius Dreisig and Florian Reich. Battle for 15th is effectively along 3 cars. Last lap it was a 25.5 for Guida, so a very slow one. Dreisig's one was a 12.1. Dreisig is completely on another level in comparison. I suppose number 39 is also slightly damaged on the rear at least. And number 28 has to make the move now, though there is no space here. So it had to happen earlier. And this is just helping Aish to get into the fight for position number 15. As Christian Herman also gained the position number 22 on Jason Lenz. And also Tone Star gained back the position on Gitstan, but that's because Gitstan went into the pits. And then look at who is back into the battles. The main reparto coaching 164, unfortunately quite far off from their targeted position. At the very least they are back into the fight, but this one is for 48th place. 16th place in class. Speaking of 16th place in class, Marius Dreisig here, still behind Gianluigi Guida. He has been losing an eternity. Sitting here. At this time, Marius Dreisig had an idea, but again, he didn't commit to it. Although it's a very long race, obviously, with 19 hours to go, you tend to be a bit safer. In the meantime, 699. Magnussen, unfortunately, into the wall. Magnussen, who is in 61st place, which is 5th place in class, actually. So Henrik Magnussen, 5th in class. We'll see the incident after this possible overtake will be completed by Marius Dreisig. On the right side he goes, and the Italian can't really do anything. And he gets overtaken immediately. So now Gianluigi Guida sits in 16th place. Florian Heisch becomes next attacker. And Heisch could actually perform a move even here, maybe on the turn 1. No, not yet. It's way too early. There, that's the number 39. But that's a 136. Oh, that's a big one. That's the car in 12th place. Also, very much an incident. Tomorrow Takota in a 136. Let's see what happened to the 136 and to the 699. So this is the car 12 in class in GT3. For Takota Esports. Oh, he just collided with a BMW that was sitting in front, and unfortunately that brought the car into the barrier. And the 699, which was Magnussen in 5th place in class for Scuderia Kinakrit. The car is now in 61st place. Don't see anybody around them. So it was what I expected to be. Yeah, it's way too hot. Lost the rear end of the race car and also the front end there. And that was the usual incident that happens in under force, at another force. It's now Daniel Birke here in 21st place. Looking for 20th. But also, look at this. The gap is back to a single second between Zentner and Wasner. So never say never between the two. Now gap is back to a second and a half, so at least not this time. Battle won't happen. Something that could happen is the one for 44th place. Fabian Kresser for Cali Racing Team slightly damaged race car there, and William Barber behind. And 42nd is really up for a battle. And it will be the battle for 9th place in class. Already 7 attempts only between the two cars, with William Barber that is racing very quickly in the Camaro. In the meantime, there has also been an overtake for 51st place. This time it is between the 999 and 700, 999 being the GT3 car. Barber is trying to find a way for Cosworth Racing. Look at the times. Constant. Very constant. 901.5, 0.3, 0.0. Extremely constant for the Camaro driver. Can say the same about Kresser. 04.2, 07.4, 04.9. Slightly less constant in the last 3 laps. But this means that effectively Kresser is 3 to 5 seconds slower per lap compared to Barber, who is absolutely nailing it, and he will be behind. An overtake now would mean losing the place on the straight, and so the Camaro remains behind for the time being in the double right-hander and into Galgenhof. And now the V8 motor has the chance to shine, right? Has to. I'm trying to. I did all this speech all for nothing? Come on. No! It will be. Okay, never mind. That's. Never mind. Remember what I said, okay. Apparently, the idea was there. I thought the same, but the Aston is simply better. I didn't expect it. Completely unexpected, I'll be honest. So yeah, Barber now has still to make a move, I suppose, into turn 1 as the Nitro, the Alien by Nitro concept goes into the pits. The GT3, the Aston Martin sits on the inside line, leaving William Barber with the outside up for grabs. Now the number 7 is under investigation. Not really surprised there to see that. With a 415 that showed the yellow flag for a brief moment. Sasha Wasner, yellow flag. And now it's third place for Wasner. What happened to the 255? Something happened to the 255. Something clearly happened to the 255. Let's have a look immediately. And the car is now in third place, by the way. It lost the position on Sebastian Zenner. And this is the reason for it. Unfortunately, it was 2 into 1. It couldn't work. And unfortunately, that's Sasha Wasner with severe damage to the race car. That's how it happened. Sasha Wasner is now in third place with damage on the race car after trying to get into the inside line of the M2 competition that was just there. Big one for the leaderboard. This could actually put back the number 2 in for the battle for third, at the very least. So definitely a big one for the leaderboard. Certainly a big one for the 76, which now sits in second comfortably, knowing that the LFM Esports can't get close to them. Maybe a bit... it would have been useful to not have the immense lag, but from what I could gather, I think they tried to get into the inside way too late. Maybe not expecting the car ahead of the GT4 being an M2, but perhaps another GT4. Maybe an excess of optimism. But hypothesis aside, the car is still in third now. And maybe it will become fourth by the end of the stint as the Camaro goes into the inside line, as the CRT tried to defend at the very last moment, as also the Pit Speed Racing Porsche comes out of the turn ahead of both. So a very unfortunate scenario, because the Camaro had the possibility to be in front, but at the same time there was a Porsche that had to pass by. And now it's different, because now into the inside... No, never mind. Again, the CRT is trying to stay in front, but Fabian Kresser steals time, loses on William Barber, and Barber has the upper hand just on Callan Hard. So it's a change in position. The car number 44 getting into 8th place. Oh, into 9th, apologies. To 9th place, and Kresser going into 10th. So yeah, look at how much Wasner lost in the past 3 minutes, maybe 4, 5 seconds already. And now Wasner in the 255 will be very, very slow. I don't know which one was the other car. I think it was... Yes, it was the 256. It was the 256, so it was effectively friendly fire between the two. The 238 also was a bit... Like that. So now, it's also here the battle for position in the M2 class. 7th place being discussed here between Dawn and Gonzalez. Gonzalez sits on the right side of the racetrack, and Dawn loses it. So the 29 gains a place. Alex Gonzalez in in the 64th overall. Ruben Don now 65th. This was for 8th place. In class. Arvin Mackenberg here, going very slowly compared to Ian Drexler, the number 42, the Skidmark Racing, that earlier on was involved in a massive incident. Not by their fault. Now they are battling here for 45th place overall. 13th place in class. Last lap was on it, 56.9, and lap earlier was a 57.2. Mackenberg's last lap was on 13.0, so it's going to be quite quick. The time of approach between the two cars. In the single section, that's gained 3 times already. I can hear the frustration from here for Dexter that had to slow down because of the car ahead that overdrove on the carousel. As the producer is trying to give the way to the Lexus behind, that's not really passing them. They may as well remain where they are. Matter of fact, that now just gained a full second on the Porsche Cayman on the Club Sport GT4. As a team flag is now okay into the pits, that's why there is a yellow flag at the moment. As I was saying, Ian Drexler practically meters behind. Three times only between the Cayman and the Mercedes-Benz. Oh, that was very, very close between the two. The 415 braked there in the middle of the corner for some reasons. And Drexler has a chance to get ahead of them in this very moment. Probably just after Gallagher will be possible to do so. And matter of fact, you can hear the car just gaining speed, and that's Ian Drexler gaining a single position. The comeback run is on for them. Tonstar now directly behind Pascal Kozubek for 42nd place overall. So number 33, Reptile Racing, going slow. I don't see any damage. So perhaps it was just an off-track excursion for them. So Nalala Racing here in position number 43. Battling with Kozubek, he just came out of the pits. So I doubt Star will be able to be ahead of Kozubek. There was a chance earlier on because these lower cars don't have tire blankets. So they come out of the pits with cold tires. There was a possibility earlier on, but now it's clear that it's not there anymore. Kozubek is now gaining. Oh, there is a contact there between the Porsche and the Kozubek. Although the lap cards clearly helped. Is that a Miku sticker on the side? Okay, I didn't expect it there. Kozubek now barely in front of Star. Yes, I got distracted by Hatsune Miku. It's not my fault. Now Pascal Kozubek is just barely in front of Stone Star. Now flashing the lights, maybe asking to get helped into making the place. I don't think the 228 will ever be comprehensive. It will remain ahead as much as possible. Oh, that was some loss of traction. The car was on the curb and the differential went crazy. Somehow Star, even considering the difference in the pit stop phase, Star is still there. Last lap it was at 01.6, 03.2, 01.7 for Star. Kozubek's last valid lap was at 0.8. And the earlier one was and this goes into the pits. And the other one was 01.6. As there is the Ferrari behind. I think that's a Titan Motorsport Ferrari struggling a bit to get past them. Both. That Bentley is the Madcap Racing Bentley. They are not on the same lap. Again here, Stefan Kozubek can't really run away from his rival, who is keeping the pace with him. I really like the livery that's based on 20-second time penalty for the 570. So the 570 has actually been deemed at fault for what happened a couple of 4 laps ago. Apparently 570 was deemed at fault. So I wonder if they weren't as much on the right as possible and if they went to the left. The 570 is, well, one is last and the other is second to last, so unfortunately it will not make justice for Ben Zeitz, who is now into the pits. As I was saying, Star's livery is very, very cool. It's based on no signal, but it's all around the race car, and trust me. Oh, that's Kretzer into the wall on the wrong side of the road too. And the 438 may be losing the place now. On both Cosworth and Star if they don't move. Another contact there with Starter Ferrari. I don't see any damage, so possibly that was just a spin for the CRT. Number 438. The sister team is currently in the podium, sitting in third. And then we've got the battle for 11th, where Julian Sauer and Tamara Takota are here battling for 11th place. Greg McLaren is struggling a tiny bit compared to their rival. Sauer was possibly confused because it may have thought the camera was keeping the racing line, but it actually went to the right. But that's also Tamara Takota about to lose the place on the B-Alien Porsche 911, and that's the position done. As also Ramadan gains the place on Nobby, but that's for different reasons. But in the end, the Benz 8 had to remain stationary for 25 seconds more. So that's why the 711 is now a bit behind schedule. Also, interestingly, Nick being number 2 had to remain stationary for 111 seconds. I'm not sure it's correct because it's showing that the pit stop time was minus 41 seconds. So I suppose something went very wrong on the race control. Minus 41 seconds is a bit too much even for... I mean, okay that you are quick, but that's supposed to be a bit too much quick. Like, minus 40... How can... now honestly, how can I even get a negative number on my race control? Like, genuinely. Logically speaking, how? Oh, that's the leader in the M2 class into the wall. And also, colliding with everybody else, to be fair, that didn't really leave any space to Lafleur. But that's the leader in M2 class. Okay, there is a 200 seconds gap, so I don't think that is much to worry about. But still, the leader in M2 class into the wall, the 237. Involved in an incident. So let's see how it happened. If it was their fault, as there is a 10-second time penalty for the 181. Oh, this was a pit maneuver by the skid mark Mercedes. Maybe a bit too quick on the pedal. Yeah, that was a pit maneuver by the skid mark racing Mercedes, so I suspect something will come out of it, and there will be a possible penalty. Luckily for them, they have a monumental gap to the car following them, which is currently more than 200 seconds behind. It's currently here, on the other side of the circuit, for G-Work Esports. I think some pit stops are slightly glitched. I'm still thinking about the minus 41 seconds. And I've got another one, minus 1.6 seconds. That's It's okay. Sensibly. That's interesting to say the least. Now here in 63rd place, Udo Malberg and Alex Gonzalez battling for 64th place. There is a G29 team. Pretty obvious what they are all driving on. This is for 64th place. No, not even 63rd place actually. Which is 7th in class. The position they're battling for. And now there is a yellow flag here. That's Hannes Liu. A brief yellow flag that appeared there. In any case, a couple of pit stops going on. And just let me have a look. Okay, yes. Okay. So speaking of pit stop, we are also bound on for a pit stop between commentators, because here it is, John Wright alongside me.
Good evening, Mr. Christian. How are we doing?
It's been quite an interesting race. 4 hours have passed very quickly, to be honest. It helps that the Nordschleife is very, very long. It's 25 kilometers long, so ultimately there is always something different to look at. But it's been...
Yeah, I was going to say, I find that hard to believe, Christian. What, 3 different classes at the Nordschleife, and there's been lots of action non-stop? I don't believe you, good sir.
Yeah, we need that 4th class, to be fair. GT2 then here next time. Honestly, I would be... I would...
Christian woke up today and shows violence.
I will try to do it. GT... No, not even GT4. Just put GT2, GT3s, and them 2. What could possibly go wrong?
I'm going to hope that's a rhetorical question, because I'm not sure we've got long enough on my stint for me to answer that.
I mean, it will be interesting, at least for us, not for the drivers, but it will be interesting. Anyway, welcome, John.
Indeed.
I hear that you are quite ready for action, as it's 18. Oh, there is now an overtaker. Speaking of which, that's Alex Gonzalez that gets 64th place overall in front of Udo Malberg. And yeah, as I was saying, it's been a constant action-packed field. There is always something to talk about, and it is still there is still a battle for the podium in I would say at least 2 out of 3 classes. There is a battle for the podium, and yeah, with 18.5 hours to go, I sure hope this remains as interesting as it has been for the last hours.
I think that's a fairly safe bet. If I was a gambling man, there would be folding money going on that one. Yeah, looking forward to taking over, Christian. Yeah, I'm on for 2, then you're back for 2, then I'm on for 3. So yeah, we'll be able to compare war stories as the evening progresses.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be, as I said, action-packed racing for the all hours. And as John just said, yes, I will be back here in 2 hours' time. For these 2 hours, I will give the head of... Oh wait, there is a 10-second time penalty for the number 7. So the number 7 still with penalties on the name. For next 2 hours, John will be the head of the commentary team, and then for the 2 hours following I will also be back, and then it will be John for part of the night, and then it's going to be let me see when. No, I just want to see when exactly.
1 o'clock, so I'm on from 10
so yeah,
UK time till 1 AM UK time.
Yeah, so George is at okay, 3. 3 a.m. in CAT, which is 2 o'clock UK. Anyway, quick intermission now because we will have to do the handover. So a couple of seconds of, well, a couple of, let's say a minute and a half of muted commentary, and then John will be back with his energy for the time being. Thank you, everybody. The stream will not go offline. We'll just do the handover, and see you all in. Yes, it is in 2 hours' time. Exactly 2 hours' time.
Good evening, race fans. How are we all doing? It is the continued coverage of the 24 hours of the Nordschleife, brought to you, of course, by Low Fuel Motorsport. If you've not signed up to race there already, 264,000 drivers cannot be wrong. Get yourself signed up and join in. My name, John Wright, of course, A-double-O Raven in Hust Corners of the internet. I will be here, as Christian said, for 2 hours. He'll be back for 2, and then I'll be back for 3, and then we'll have Josh Cook, the wonder from down under, going for a monster 8-hour stint. I believe he will be joined by Isaac Fogarty as well, making his LFM debut. But we are here, as I say, it's the LFM 24 hours of the Nords. We are 18 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock. I think there was a slight hiccup at the start. We missed the start time by about 15 minutes. In fact, there is George in the chat already. My goodness me, young man, you are up very early indeed. Gambizzle 01, yes, sorry, yep, we were indeed switching over. It's Crazy Good Kung Fu, aka George Cook, the finest broadcaster to come out of the Southern Hemisphere. English TV Switch broadcasters, yes, indeed we are. A few more chats in there. Hello to everyone on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you again to everyone that does follow and subscribe to all of the channels. Of course, the broadcasts brought to you in German, English and Spanish. And yeah, thank you to everyone helping both channels grow, or all the channels grow, the everything combined on YouTube, and of course 3 channels on Twitch. If you do like what you're seeing and hearing, you want to get yourself involved, or you just think to yourself, that Scottish bloke does sound a bit funny, give the stream a thumbs up on YouTube. It is hugely appreciated. Thank you very much. We've got a combined chat on Twitch as well. So multiple chats in multiple languages coming through. Do feel free to jump in and say hello. Give us a shout. Let us know who you're cheering on. Are you just here for the racing action, or is there a particular car or driver or team you're here to cheer on? Of course, I do use the word driver because we do have someone doing it solo. Someone called George Boothby. He must have a bit of pace about him actually. He's up at the front. In the Lexus, as you do. Just we got the handover there. There was an overtake there for 23rd place. It was the Rocket. What a team name. Known for their modesty as well as their overtaking prowess. David Wow getting the job done, just making his way past the nearly on pace racing team. They're nearly on pace with the GT4 there as they make their way through turn 17. Of course, all the fun of the fair. We've got GT3s, we've got GT4s, and we've got BMWs that are, without a shadow of doubt, the slowest car on the game. So it really does bring the full Nordschleife effect for the drivers. The interaction with the traffic is vital as any part of the 24-hour race for the teams. We've still got 76 cars in the race, and what I'm going to do, we're going to put a 30-second timer and I'm going to run through them all in place. No, I'm not. But yeah, we'll have a quick rundown. The chat's going wild on YouTube as well. But yes, thank you very much to the good doctor for jumping in and let me know that Boothby is going solo. Unfortunately, the stream is going to be unwatchable. Oh. Bum bum. Bear with me a moment. Let me know how the stream is running now. Let me just do a quick sanity check. We'll have a little hustle around the field and watch some overtakes while I do some checking. Let me just make sure we can actually see what is going on. Now, ironically, the stream might get a little bit laggy as I open YouTube from the broadcast centre. No, that. Yeah, that is looking okay. If you are having any issues with the stream, we do use the correct amount of bit rates to allow the visuals to be turned down to 720p, which obviously doesn't look quite as good, but it does run very smoothly indeed. So yeah, do please, if you need to, just pop it down to 720. It will still look incredible, but hopefully no one's view of the race is compromised. I know that, yeah, a variety of devices that people can watch out on. Let's get to what we are actually here for. 14 minutes and we still don't know where anyone is, Mr. Commentator. Let's crack on. George Boothby's in the lead. 255 competition by Go Setup. He is driving the 24-hour race solo. Of course, the last driver we saw to do that, Luke Whitehead, drove the race solo in honour of his dead recently departed pet dog. Very sad times. He did have a picture of his beloved dog on the side of his car. Drove the race solo and finished in third in the top split at LFM in a 24-hour race at the Nordschleife solo. 3rd place. Outrageous. Boothby then has got himself a little bit of a benchmark to chase after. Looks good, says George. Excellent. If George has given us a thumbs up, I'm going to take that one as well because he's in New Zealand. So, and that is how to take the carousel one way or another. Boothby finding himself heavily involved in traffic. Of course, that's 23rd place in the BMW that he's just gone past as well. GT4 just finding himself in a 3-way scenario. There is one of the BMWs that we've got, the little cup cars. The little cup car that could. Of course, the BMW on home soil in Germany for this one. Doesn't make it go any faster though, unfortunately. Unlike red paint on the spoiler, which apparently does. Is that correct, George? Or is it blue? We never did get to the bottom of that one. Boothby, not at the bottom for him. He is up at the top, started in 2nd place. And no messing about, didn't take him long to jump up in the lead. Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia, another team known very well here on LFM shores. They do like to win a lot, all the time, especially the team events. So yeah, they're back out, up 6 places on where they started, and they are currently running in 2nd position in the GT3s. The Boomer squad started in 3rd, still running in 3rd. As we are almost 6 hours in to the race. Sasha Wassner for LFM running in 4th, and it's Moritz for the Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic, another team very well known here at LFM, and they are flying themselves up 4 places. First big casualty in the top 10 is Race Place. Emil Vogel behind the wheel of their Ferrari at the moment. They started on pole position, find themselves currently running in 6th place. I will check the stints. A lot of cars to scroll through. Right, they had a shorter stint too. Aha. A deep dive into telemetry once we've had a rundown. We'll see what went on there. So they were a shorter stint too, so it looks like that's where they dropped off. Of course, the Nordschleife. It's only 374 million miles long, 9.2 million corners, I believe, someplace within that region. So if you have an incident any place, you've got a long way to go to get back to the pit stops. 7th position, it is the Freelancers, and there's Mian behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. A long time insta go-to for endurance racing, that, and of course the Bentley till the petrol tanks got nerfed. Calat Racing won the GT4s. Sim RC Endurance, by the way, they did win the GT3 championship in the multi-class, the ACC Drive. There we go, ACC Drive multi-class endurance series. It was Sim RC Endurance that won the GT3s. Calat Racing here won the GT4s. This is Dennis Herzog behind the wheel of their GT3 car. In 8th position, we've got the B-Alien by Nitro Concepts. They're running the push. They've got that in 9th place. Good start to the race for them, but it did taper off ever so slightly. On a bit of a comeback drive though, down from where they started in 6th place. Rounding out the top 10, and one of the biggest movers in the top 20 is Pit Speed Racing. They've clearly not been speeding in the pits, because Stefan Vimazar finds him in the team up from 19th to 10th. Again in the push, so the Porsche is doing particularly well on home soil. We've also, as I say, we've got GT4s running as well, as you expect, a fair bit down the field, and it is creme de la course. Yeah, so many of the regulars out on track. It's good to see. Oh, my apologies, it is not. It's GT Auto, Jonathan Seville, quick driver. So yeah, no surprise, he is piloting at the moment. 33rd place, Sidoric for Team Nitro, making back some places. He has just gone past Reptile Racing. I was looking forward to seeing their livery. It's just absolutely a work of art. If you do find yourself with a spare 5 minutes, jump onto YouTube and Google a tutorial on how to do liveries on this sim. And yeah, as soon as you get a couple of minutes in, you will realise just how difficult a work of art like that is. It's absolutely incredible. But I do digress at the pretty artwork. There is the GT4 leader. It is GT Auto in the Alpine. Absolutely flying, just coming through the Nürburgring GP section. There is Calat Racing. Warner's pulled into the pits So that's Warner in the Mustang, and there's Callet Racing, their GT4, one of their GT4 entries, and Aston Martin. Oh, we really shouldn't use chase cam, but what an engine for a GT4. It's a good one. So Warner will 2-goal get past. I think he will. Prime E Racing are going to make an overtake here and get themselves ahead of Warner while they're in the pit. So there's going to be some chopping and changing there. Everything running a little bit slowly. We've got the GT4 people by Ford and Dynamic. Wow, that is quite the collaboration. Ford and Dynamic combining forces in the same car. Yeah, genuine question. How are they not leading the GT4s? I did see Polyakov's name on the team sheet, so I'm excited to see him drive because I'm ever so slightly a fanboy of Nikolai Polyakov. What he can do behind the wheel of a GT4 car is absolutely ungodly. He's got Yannick Schumacher and Mikhail Krasov in the team as well. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. They're in 5th at the minute. It is Cryonics in 6th place in the Mercedes, carrying a little bit of damage there by the look of it, but still out and running. They've got Race House Esports just behind them, and inside the top 10, Kozubek Racing and Cosworth Racing as well. Down in the BMWs, Ricky Lafleur, Callet Racing. Again, they've really spread out the drivers here, and they've got cars in every class, and yeah, podium positions aloft for all 3 cars. That would be quite the team effort, I'll tell you. Quite the team effort. GVERC Esports find themselves behind Moxie Motorsports, who are mixed in with the BMW, so clearly a tough start to the race for them. And Michael Mias is out for Callet Racing as well. They've made up a few places in the race, still 76 cars running. Not too bad for these 3 classes, especially around. I suppose the Nordschleife is an easy track to drive around, isn't it? Says the man that's never successfully completed a lap here. Callet Racing definitely successfully completing laps. They've got 2 cars on the podium. In 4th place, it's Fly By Esports. Scuderia Kenyan Newt are in 5th position. 6th place it is the Racing Shelter, and in 7th it is the Slow Car Club. Certainly not that slow, that's for sure. We've got a G29 team. Nice, repping the G29. I was just saying this to someone the other day, strangely enough. There we go. Starts the comedy routine here. But no, genuinely, the G29 steering wheel, it is a rite of passage. It is a rite of passage for all G29 or the G92. Of course, one was Xbox, one PlayStation. But yeah, absolute rite of passage. If you've never owned the G29 to start your racing career, are you even a proper true sim racer? These are the questions you need to ask yourself when you're looking in the mirror in the morning before you get into your rig. We've got no skill, just luck. Well, the luck is holding for the moment. They're inside the top 10 in the BMWs. Korobkov comes into the pit. Nice bit of anime on the side, manga anime on the side of the car. Low fuel motorsport, Dieter Bletten, a new name to me. Carrying a bit of damage. That is not an aerodynamically sound car currently out on track. It's about 2/3 of the way through, so he just needs to try and keep it in a straight line. I can't really see the steering wheel from there until the end. We'll see if we've got... yeah, we'll have a look back up at the front of the GT3s. We'll check the battles that are going on. I know that Boothby about 45 seconds ahead. 48 he's gotten that up to. There has been some changes though, as Boomer Squad... Sorry, yeah, Boomer Squad are 3rd. Yes, Sasha Wassner in 4th place, but he's within 1.5 seconds, and he is closing at a commensurate rate of knots as we barrel towards the Dottinger Straight. Did anyone say pretty much the only safe overtaking place on the track? Correct. All those kilometres don't mean a thing if you can't give the car a good old sling. Let's see what Alec Knudsen can do for Madcap Racing. 15th position, the minute sends one up the inside. That is a beautiful manoeuvre as they head out into the countryside. The big bad Bentley taking on the Ferrari, and he has popped his way through there. Very nicely done indeed, Madcap Racing. making their way up another position. That's 9 they've got so far in the race. Of course, a bit of chopping and changing. And, oh, they're going for a, oh no, 9.9 seconds, so they've done a splash and dash. Alex Knudsen, 18-degree track temperature. Going for a double stint on the tyres. Unless he does have an actual Formula 1 team changing his tyres there. 9.9 seconds, a very quick stop indeed. We've got more overtaking action coming up in the top 5. It's Moritz. No, sorry, it is Wassner. He is right on the back. That's the back. That's the front. And that is how close the Lexus is to the Ferrari. Sacha Wassner piling on the pressure. I did say he was going to be close by the time we got to the Dottinger straight. I didn't realise he was going to be actually attached to the rear splitter of the Lexus. At the moment it is just a waiting game. He's waiting to see if his opponent makes a mistake. If he doesn't, he just overtakes him. No, he doesn't overtake him in the slipstream because he's up against a Lexus. Unless that Lexus has got a whole lot of rear wing, he is going to absolutely blitz the Ferrari, and he is much quicker through the corners in that Ferrari. So, of course, anybody that knows the ACC engine knows that that 296 is a mid-corner monster. Absolutely not to be sneezed at. The Lexus, it's got the longer legs though, and it does like to unleash them any given opportunity. There's going to be a significant difference in top end speed here. And has this worked out? Well, no, it has not. He's out of the slipstream. And there you can see the Lexus just absolutely disappearing as soon as they get the hammer down. The Ferrari is going to try and catch up. Again, get into the slipstream and try and close, but he's going to barely hang on. Bye, Lexus. It's almost like they're in a different class of cars. We are on board with the GT3, chasing a GT3. Do not adjust your set. That is just the difference between the Lexus and the Ferrari. It's just absolutely incredible. It just seems to have this ability to drop cars far enough back that they hit the dirty air, and then that's it. You've got absolutely no chance. And heading into turn number 1, so it really is now a waiting game as far as Wassner, just waiting for his opponent to make a mistake at this point. Babin looking very quick, but Wassner looking just that little bit quicker through the corners. Is he going to be able to force something out before we get out on to the back out in the countryside again? It doesn't look like he is at the moment. We've got a white flag for Boothby. No, he's still running just past a BMW. Right, okay, so yeah, it was blue flag in there. The car next to him did go off track due to the damage. I do think this is one of these tracks and one of these races. You're as well coming in to get damage repaired as soon as possible, because it is the Nordschleife. Other cars will have incidents and get your places back again. It's that simple. So for me personally, if your bonnet is flapping in the wind, get into the pits, get it fixed, get some aerodynamics about you once again, and hopefully be able to put up a fight. As we see that McLaren GT4 car overtaken. This is still the battle for the third position in the GT4s. We've got Nico Dobos just dropping down the field. He's had a bit of an incident there just on the way to turn 39. He's clipped the barrier. That is one of the BMWs behind him, but he has lost the position to Guida, the ACC Italia team. Making up a spot as Spence Knudsen as well, making up another position for Madcap Racing. So they're up to 13th. That is an absolute charge that they've been on since the start of the race. Matthias Koch and Mark Zidorik, Strater Motorsport and Team Nitro, both having difficult starts to the race, down 14 and 24 places respectively, as there we can see at the bottom right of the screen. Zidorik and the team starting in the top 10. You kind of do expect Team Nitro to be starting up there or thereabouts. They definitely live up to their name. But yeah, down 24. So long a race to go there. Kozubek and Kozubek making up 13 places for Kozubek Racing, and Nalhala up 13 as well. Eduardo Baldi is down 10 spots, and Dennis Ram, the Gentle Beavers, were maybe a bit too gentle in the opening exchanges. They're down 17 overall to 50th position. But with 18 hours of the Nordschleife to go, they might still win. Let's face it, It's pretty much still on the cards. Let me see if I can get... Oh, green with the yellow flag. Nope, he is still running. He is still running. Right, let's get back to this battle with Waster and the Lexus. Do we have rear view mirror in the Lexus? There we go. And that is an example. We'll play spot the Ferrari badge. It's just between those front two lights. Several times it will disappear from the rear view mirror because the two of them managed to get so close. Look how tight and twisty this is. Again, the curves here higher than a Dutch tourist, especially through this section. I've never successfully navigated this section, no matter whether it was on Gran Turismo 7, Race Room, Gran Turismo Sport, Race Room, iRacing, the ACC. Never managed it. Never managed it. It's just, yeah, an incredibly difficult corner. They're flying through, they're catching up to a BMW. This is maybe what Waster is looking for. I've said it before on commentary, and I do think it is a very, very... Oh, and the BMW's gone out of the way, and he's done a 540 degree spin, so he's gone past the 360, but still ended up perpendicular to the track. Absolutely not what you need. Interaction with the traffic is what I was about to say. You do need to be quick. You need to be consistent. You need to be good through the pit stops. You need to have the right driver in the car at the right time. You need to be able to use the traffic. Oh, there's a little bit of a tap on the radar. Ferrari really is pushing it. Like quite literally pushing it. He's flashing his lights here. He feels he was maybe blocked off a bit. He had a lot more exit speed, but it's Babin's corner as he was clearly in front. So the Lexus, it's got long legs. It can go in a straight line. The Ferrari is absolutely destroying it through the corners, exactly as you would expect. And Waster's definitely going to feel like he's getting held up here. Even if Waster does get past here, I don't think there's enough, as long of a lap as we've got at the Nordschleife, I don't think there's enough lap left for him to get enough of a gap to still be ahead of the Lexus when we get to the end of the Dottinger straight. We already saw on the previous lap how quick the Lexus is against the Ferrari when the Ferrari's in the slipstream. Can you imagine? The Lexus starts off in the slipstream of the Ferrari. Yeah, that is a slingshot waiting to happen. So Waster, he's going to need to get it done. He's going to need to get it done firmly, and he really is going to need to absolutely push it. We've got Philip Toma coming into the pits for Madcap Racing, slowly making his way in. We've got a couple of GT4s coming in as well. By the way, Guida's coming for ACC Italia. So much data. Yes, it is Henk for the Rise Group Azocial. I've absolutely butchered that, apologies. If I do get any names pronounced incorrectly, please do feel free to pop a correct pronunciation in the chat. I'm always happy to be corrected. As they say, never correct a fool, it will anger them. Instead correct a wise man, for he will thank you for the knowledge. And there you go. We've got Guida still in the pits. Let's get back up to this battle. For the podium, and the overtakes happened. Of course it's happened as we looked at the pit stops. Of course Sasha Waster got the move done. Moritz with a white flag. He's got two BMWs battling away. No, sorry, it's a BMW GT3 versus a Cup car. So yeah, man versus boy. And the GT3 will sail past, but Sasha Waster did get the move done. Now is the important part. Now is where he needs to get the foot down, as I say, extend that gap. Oh, and the Lexus doing him a huge favour there as Babin overly mounting that curve. There's some curves that you do need to just ride your luck and throw the car over. Some of them you most definitely do not, and that was a not for the Lexus there. As it gets airborne, as these cars pretty much do on a couple of points. Atlanta, you say? Haha, hold my beer, says the Nordschleife. The Lexus, Babin behind the wheel for Boomer Squad. Again, he needs to be quick here, coming into the last few corners before the Dottinger. We'll see exactly what Babin can get done and see if he can make this interesting into turn one. Certainly can make it interesting at the garden. Both have a good run through the carousel. One right-hander to go. They've got a damaged BMW Cup car. They're going to catch that very quickly indeed. Blue flags are waving. He's got the right to hold the racing line. He's going to stay over to the left-hand side here. The Ferrari moves over, but here comes Babin in the much quicker Lexus, and he's already passed. It's the start of the Dottinger Straight. The Ferrari absolutely banged to rights, and it is deja vu for Sasha Wassner. The BMW Cup car could not have come at a worse time. Using the traffic around you is a vital skill set required in endurance racing. Nick Babin absolutely getting that memo, and he's gotten himself back into third place. Wassner is going to have to start this one all over again. And there you can see, I mean, he's a few yards closer. He is a few yards closer there, but yeah, top it. Oh, and the Lexus comes in the pits. So the Lexus comes in to the pits. Wassner, oh, we've got a yellow flag for Nikolai Sadowski. Oh, he is crawling his way past the BMW there. Subscription. Razer EXE channel. Oh, we're on quite a few channels here. We've got a subscription there for one of the Twitch channels. Thank you very much. I'm not sure that we ought to hear me particularly, but specifically, sorry, but yes, thank you very much anyway. Yeah, that is Sadowski. He is struggling in that Ferrari. Let's have a look. Can we see the passing steering from there? Oh no, it's pretty straight, so he does seem to be doing okay. Boothby, let's check on his stint timer, shall we? So he was last in 5 hours and 38 minutes into the race. We are now 6 hours 4 minutes, so that was 30 odd minutes ago. Yeah, so he's got a bit of time out there. See, I would assume as well that Boothby has the has fastest lap of the race. Sorry, caught in my own thought process there. The penalty box. So Christian did remind me the penalty box was having issues. I just frozen, so we've got that for the moment. Nobody keeping up with Boothby for the moment, quite frankly. The Calvert Racing team still inside the top 10. That is the first placed Mustang in the GT4s that is just involved there. Oh no, sorry, that's Seville. No, my apologies, it's Chris Warner. He was in first place, he is now in third position. But yeah, still net lead of the race. 31st, he's just been overtaken there by Khaled. Seville still out. The last round of pit stops, none of the GT4s stationary for more than 35 seconds, so no one going for a splash and dash double stint. At 18 degrees, I do think we'll see GT4s double stint their tyres, no problem. Ricky Lafleur. Oh, no, he is moving, sorry, he is moving. Yeah, he's got a yellow flag next to his car. It does look to be running okay, so I don't know why that yellow flag is there on my screen. Robin Haas behind the wheel for Chiva Esports there, BMW, currently running in second in the BMWs, and Grenier for Khaled in third. So there has been more pit stops in the BMW class. No skill, just luck. They were involved in an overtake not so long ago. Lucas Klein just bringing up the rear of the field, but again, could go on to win class given the insanity of the Nordschleife. Florian Engels out as well. Frank Schroeder, PWE Sports there. Engel got their BMW still running. Dennis Kupal out from Moxie Motorsport. He is behind the BMW leader. So he's got a bit of time to make up on the rest of the GT4s, to say the least. We've got Calvert Racing. They are looking quick against Nalhala at the moment, so this could be one to watch inside the top 10 in a few laps. Chris Warner again just out the pits. Jonathan Seville with a double yellow flag. On track leader in the GT4s. Let's be brave. and try a replay. Oh, he's had a bit of a wiggle there. I think he might have got a little bit of a tap from the Lexus on the corner exit. Oh, and he's just lost the back end of the car. He's held on to it quite well though. Oh, and then he's run off into the sand. So yeah, that could have been a whole lot worse there. Thankfully though, he is still running, so he is the on-track leader. He is going to come into the pits and lose that lead. Sebastian will be coming into the pits as well. So Doric, oh no, the Team Nitro car. The race is going from bad to worse for them at the minute. It's not been a great start for the Ferrari drivers. We'll get a look at this one from Helicam. So just coming to the halfway mark of the race. The lap, sorry. Not the race, the lap. Oh, and he tries to go around, he puts 2 wheels on the grass, and that is never a good idea around here. I mean, he did have that extra width of that particular section, but that, yeah, certainly not the type of move you want to have to make to get past, and that has cost them a fair bit of time again. So Team Nitro back down again. You really do need big things to happen ahead of them if they're going to make any moves now. Okay, the Boomer squad have been in and out of the pits, and they've got Jeffrey McElreno Ritchie behind the wheel. Yeah, now he is a bit quick, to say the least. So yeah, Babin came into the pits. It's Renault Ritchie that's come back out. They've come back out in 5th position. So quick turnaround in the pits, 34 seconds stationary. So a standard full service pit stop for the Boomer squad. Come out into some GT4 traffic. So that's put, of course, Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic up to 4th position. Wassner in 3rd place. Simmercy Endurance by Barmenia still running away in 2nd place. They're now 26 seconds ahead of Wassner. Importantly though for Simmercy Endurance, they have quelled or started to match the pace of Boothby up at the front. That gap's still 47, or yeah, 40, the high end of 47. It's just tickling on to 48 seconds. But Boothby in for another monster quick lap, and 8:09 is his quickest so far. Yeah, it's clearly, I think it's one of those situations. He's quicker around here in full wet than I am in dry. Quite frankly, it is absolutely wild. So yeah, he's on the way. Wal is getting involved in an overtake again. He recently took 23rd place, and he has got himself up to the Colourworks Racing team. Yeah, good to see the Nissan GDR represented. Apparently you do have to say that in an Australian accent. It is written into the Nissan Code of Conduct. Another phenomenal livery there. Good battle brewing between these two. We'll have seen what Wal can do when it comes to overtaking prowess, and he is lining up another one here against the Nissan. The Nissan is going to have the upper hand in a straight line, but it is just needs to be driven so on the edge to maintain maximum pace, and that is really not easy to do when you're coming up to traffic, as you can see through the Schumacher S's. One car on the way in, one on the way out. The BMW left absolutely standing as the BMW rockets on past, coming through Ravenel and then down into Advan Bogan. I'm sure Wal would have been a bit happier to be a little bit closer. This is certainly a section of track you're absolutely flat out up to the chicane, so gaps can be closed. So he's going to be nowhere near close enough into the NGK chicane unless Riggs makes some kind of mistake here through the chicane. Right on that yellow sausage curve, the BMW far more respectful of the curves there, but out into the countryside the Nissan goes, and he will hold on to it. Oh, Cheshire, big off-track excursion there for Cheshire. in the ACC Italian team, freshly out of the pits, and also a yellow flag for Nietzsche as well. So Madcap Racing almost quelling their charge through the field, but keeping it between the mail and the mustard for the moment. That's the Lexus, that's the Ferrari. It doesn't look to be scraped or any damaging of any kind on the cars. Oh no, yeah, sorry, his rear spoiler is hanging off. His rear spoiler does seem to be a bit out of kilter. 10th place looks like we've got a battle brewing here as well. B Alien by Night Concepts in the Porsche. They're up against Pit Speed Racing. Pit Speed with a solid start to the race so far. And yeah, Porsche v Porsche along the dotting up. I'm sure the guys are really proud. Oh, Knudsen's caught up to Ramadan as well. These two have had battles, some of the top split races as well, and they're cracking on with now Bentley versus Lexus. Now that's an interesting one. Not as interesting as this one here though. That is Siller manages to pull alongside. Oh, and he's almost in contact with the BMW Cup car, as the Porsches are separated by the Cup cars, and that is the traffic managed to give him a huge boost away there. And we'll see what Knudsen, he finds himself getting right onto the back of that battle as well, and he's got himself past the Apex X car. So that is Ramadan has been overtaken in the Lexus by the Bentley of Knudsen, and Sauber comes into the pits. So after that overtake there, Sauber comes into the pits, Knudsen staying out. Ramadan staying out as well. Someone is doing it solo only to raise money for his daughter. Huge respect. Oh wow, really? Is that why Boothby's doing solo? Right, okay, we're going to have to do some investigation. Let me just see if there's any kind of donation like we can appropriate. Let me see. Yeah, if Karting Arnaud, yeah, please do let me know who it is that's doing it solo to raise money. Because Lafleur is doing it solo, Boothby is doing it solo. Yes, so there's two drivers in the race that are doing it solo. So yeah, give me a shout, let me know, and we will, or I will promote any link if they are raising money. So yeah, please do give us a shout. Let's see, I just saw Lafleur there actually. Where has he gone? He's in a GT4 car. Goodness me, can't see him for looking now. Yeah, I cannot see Ricky Lafleur for trying. We will catch up with him in a few moments, so we'll have a jump about the field as well. Sasha Wassner absolutely flying since getting that overtake done. But so too is Reno Ritchie, who's just taken over for the Boomer squad. They've been looking to get back up to third place after the next round of pit stops, so Wassner's going to need to maximise his stint out there. Now let me see, where is Lafleur? There we go. Finally. Yes, he's in the BMW Cup cars. That's why I was looking in the wrong place. He's not in the GT4, he's in the Cup car. And he's leading the way as well. So yeah, both solo drivers leading their class, which is not too shabby at all. Phenomenal effort by both of them. What is that now? 6 hours and 20 minutes in, still with 17 hours and 41. The whole thing, of course, will be covered on these two channels. We've got myself and Christian for the next 7 hours combined, 6 hours combined. And then George Cook is doing a monster 8-hour stint with Isaac Fogarty joining him for parts of that. And then I believe it will be myself and Ben Sapford that will be bringing the closing few hours to yourselves, of course. Oh, yellow flag for Cheshire. The race started about 15-20 minutes later than scheduled, so it'll be closer to 1 o'clock tomorrow lunchtime. We get the final checkered flag. In fact, by the time we finish, it'll probably be a bit later. Meek Swatco, Strader Motorsports, again a team that have had a difficult start to the race, down to 13th position. That's another yellow flag for them. So finding it hard to keep the grips with the track at the moment, and the temperature is plummeting. This doesn't bode well for the tyres for the drivers. It's 7:26 PM with mild cloud coverage, and we're already down to 17 degrees with an 8 km/h wind, and that is going to mess with the aerodynamics for the big boys, that is for absolutely sure. Of course, the BMW Cup cars, not so much what with them having no aerodynamics. Looks like we've got an interesting little battle brewing here then. It is Humer versus Bremer. HWR looking to get past. No, wait a minute, sorry, he's just got past actually. HWR just getting overtaken. Done SimRC's Pro-Am team by Barmenia. Just being overtaken there. And Humer, well, not messing about getting that overtake done. He has got the foot absolutely into the floor. Flying through 23 and 24. We're going to jump on board now with Ramadan though. He is finding himself under all kinds of pressure. It's Nico Dobos this time. Knudsen got the overtake done not so long ago with the Apex X team. Now finding himself with the new Apex Predator trying to hunt them down. It is Nico Dobos. If you can see just how much the sun's going to be affecting the drivers through certain parts of the course. The Dakota Esports team, there goes Ricky Lafleur, and actually yeah, they've dropped a bit of time there. Yeah, struggled a bit through Rebel Tree it seems, and that gap is massively opening up, so he's got a bit of breathing space. Not so much breathing space for Moritz though. I did say, yep, if you don't know, get to know. Renault Ritchie, El Rapido. Not only is he quick on track, he's one of these drivers. I genuinely saw him in a team and they were 3 seconds quicker on average for every pit stop, and they won the race by 28 seconds race. 28 seconds, or 25 seconds, over a 12-hour race. So they effectively won it by being quicker in the pit stop at every pit. They were not quite the quickest team out there. They were ridiculously quick, but not quite the quickest. But they won it by being the quickest in the pits. Phenomenal stuff. And yeah, so yeah, hence massive fanboy of Renault Ritchie and the work he does. He's out in the Lexus. He is hunting down fellow Lexus Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic, trying to get himself back up to that third spot where Wassner currently resides for LFM. He'll be pitting pretty soon. Raider and of course overall race leader George Boothby will be coming into the pits soon as well. 23 minutes into the hour, so he's been out for almost an hour. But his consistency, as you would expect, not too bad at all. Just managing the gap and the traffic as we see more yellow flags popping off. Further down the stream we have a litany of yellow flags that we could run through. In fact, we'll have a run through some of the replays and we shall see what we can see. This is, I believe, yep, Cryonics racing in the Mustang. So just after Rebel 3, oh, just misses his braking zone. Oh, sorry, just on the way. Yeah, just after Rebel Tree. Oh, and just. And a 180 spin just to cap it off, then has to hold his brakes until let someone else past. The never-ending treachery that is the Nordschleife. Who else have we got out here? We've got Hans Lee for no skill, just luck. This is coming off the Dottinger Straight into the garden. Again, this is really, I don't know why I'm saying it again, I haven't mentioned this yet, but one of the most difficult corners, corner complexes in the race, because you are going so quick and really have to jam the brakes down, interact with the curves. I'm not sure why there's a yellow flag there. There is a yellow flag. Out on track, it's Ramadan. In the Lexus in 13th place, car 951. Let's have a look and see what has happened here. No one near me. This could be an unforced error. Oh yeah, don't mess with the mini carousel. It is not the funfair ride that you think it is, and it will throw you off painfully so, and that is the Lexus losing a bit of time and the position. Nico Dobos for Dakota Esports makes his way past. Very nice move there indeed. Ramadan, not quite so much. Samuel Shar is out behind the wheel of the BLA and by Nitro Concepts car. 10th position therein after the more pit stops. Then it's Herzog now running in 7th for Khaled. Jean-Miguel Renault Ritchie all over the back of Moritz, as he has been for a bit of time now. It's Lexus v Lexus, so this is effectively driver v driver, setup v setup. Dare we say, not much between them. A fair bit of a lap to go, so Ritchie not able to get anything done on the Dottinger Straight the last time around. We'll see if he can get anything done this time. Oh, and he's run deep. Carnage have run deep, and Renault Ritchie does not need more of an invitation, although there comes fighting right back again. He's managed to steady the ship. He has really saved that car well, but Renault Ritchie always had the momentum over speed there. Absolutely nails his way through the corner, and that is Renault Ritchie back up into 4th position. Fair bit of the lap left to go as well. Can the Kalinich car hang with them? Get pulled through the air? We'll certainly be hoping so. Down 23rd seems to be a bit of a hot potato at the minute. It's Tom Potage that has got that position. The nearly on-pace car is definitely on pace with the Colourworks Racing Team's Nissan at the moment. As you can see, really piling it on as we just come through Brunchen. On the Nissan's let him go. The Nissan has let him go. Maybe he realises they're on slightly different strategies, so not going to put up a battle with that one. But right, it's 310s down. Yeah, no, he is absolutely letting him go. Let's see where Moritz is. He is as close to Renault Ritchie as Ritchie was to him. They're coming through the full carousel. Absolute, just precision driving. What's the word? Synchronised. There we go. Yeah, synchronised driving by the two of them through the carousel. Same car, same corner. Absolutely same line for the both of them. Oh, Morris getting a bit lively. He's gone right out onto the grass there, and that innocuous little off-track excursion and tap of the Amcos is going to see him drop right off the back of Renault Ritchie. Could not be worse timing considering how close they are. Again, I keep talking about the Dottinger Straight. It is such a vital part of this track, and it is where drivers, at this stage of the lap certainly, that is where you're aiming to get the overtake done. All that extra steering input, you get the feeling that Moritz front tyres could need a bit of relief sooner rather than later. He's struggling to hold on to the front end of the car. A lot of grime on that windscreen as well. Hopefully he gets someone gives that a bit of a wipe when he pops into the pits. Not the easiest to see. The sun will be setting soon. We'll be getting into the nighttime phase. So what, yeah, effectively matching real time. I think about 20 minutes out from real time. Oh my lord, I've just looked up. If everyone would raise their attention to the top right hand corner of the screen, you will see 30 minutes. We have rain predicted. Excellent. That is going to wreak absolute havoc with the some of the car strategies. Mini Carousel does get himself through quite well. That is looking a bit jerky there. I'm not sure why we're suddenly experiencing some slight frame drops. Hopefully that abates. Yeah, let's talk rain dancing. Whoever it was that was out in their back garden in full rain dancing gear, thank you on behalf of the viewers, not so much potentially from the race engineers. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. So 30 minutes, we are expecting rain. This is a long lap. This has to be approached differently from any other race car. This is not racetrack. This is not Laguna Seca. You're not getting back to the pits in under a minute and a half, even if it starts bucketing down with rain. Did say 23rd was a hot potato. It was Tom Potage that was there. He now finds himself. He's up in 20th position as Alexander Reitz is fighting with Michael Burke. Michael Burke going through as well. What is going on with the Nissan? Let's have a look at helmet cam and see if his steering wheel is straight. It is. And he's not coming in the pits yet. He's not attempting to move there either. He could have easily been close enough. That Nissan in a straight line destroys the Ferrari. It's not even a competition. So he stayed out. Alexander Reitz. Let's have a little look at some of the data we have. Last came in the pits with 5 hours and 30 minutes to go. 5 hours and 30 minutes in, we're now 6 hours. Okay, so he's been out for nearly an hour. So he is coming to the end of the stint, so the tyres are going to be chewed up. So there we go. Ask and you shall receive. And the Nissan's going backwards because the tyres can't pull it forward. Michael Burke, though, he is potentially not done with the overtake. And David Wall, I'm sure he'd like to be done with the overtake. But his rear view mirror is once again as full can be. Yeah, the BMW Rocket is going to absolutely have to live up to his name here. Good rear view mirror in the beamer so we can see just how close the Ferrari is getting. Michael Burke and Alexander Reitz still right there, 9/10 separating the three of them at the moment, and the biggest gap is between the first two in this pack. In the GT4s is Tobias Sievert, who is now out. He's ahead of Jonathan Seville after that last round of pit stops. Seville still to take another pit stop, so he'll drop down to second. Warner hasn't been taking the lead. Oh, the Nissan comes absolutely firing back. Dead tyres, you say? No thank you, Mr. Commentator. I am going to absolutely prove you wrong through one of the most twisty, undulating sections of the course. I'm going to sail past the BMW known as the Rocket. That's 2 positions. So maybe a bit of tyre saving by all concerned. But I'll tell you what, they may regret that. Because that is second place that's coming up behind them. Tim Flake for SL Racing, just popping a yellow flag there. Ooh, now is that... oh, that is a battered and bruised Ferrari. And there we go. That is what he's dealing with. That's how to keep the car in a straight line. Have the steering wheel at 6 o'clock. It was at this point he knew he was going to the pits. So yeah, he's going to be stationary for quite a while as he gets that thing repaired. While on Reitz, goes past the BMW, and again that is the Sim RC endurance car in second place rider that is in amongst these cars at the moment. We can see the Nissan just ahead. So much glare from the sun as it begins to set, bouncing off the track as well. Not easy for the drivers to cope with. Doesn't matter what view you're in. The BMW, there isn't even a BMW in the picture, sir. That is the Aston going past the Nissan. We've got a picture of a BMW in the background. So Team Rocket trying to catch back up to Ramadan Dobos, making a good breakaway with all of the pit stops. They are popping up and down in the chat. Murphy 02, my apologies. The only thing worse than my English is my attempts at other languages. But yes, welcome in. Thank you very much for the first in chat. Did we hear back from Karting Arnaud? Unfortunately, we did not. But we'll see if we can find out. Did someone say Nissan in a straight line? Yes, please. It doesn't even need to be that much of a straight line, and this is against an Aston Martin. Again, some cars have just got it at the top end and some don't. They don't have it through the corners, that's for absolutely sure. But when it comes to straight line speed, there are absolutely levels to this. Let's be under no illusions. The Rocket getting left behind as Reach charges on. Ryan Cheshire now in 24th place, as I say, in the GT4s. Here we go. It is SLR United Motorsport that are up at the front of the field. They've got their Mercedes. Now, they have had an extra pit stop over the rest of the Tim Flake with another yellow flag, unsurprisingly. Yeah, that car's very damaged, so there's going to be a few of them for him until he gets into the pits. As I say, Sievert, they've had 7 pit stops so far, none of them for penalties, but they are still out in first place ahead of Seville, driving the GT Auto Alpine. Chris Warner, one-time race leader in the GT4s. That is Flake back in the pits. The Creme de la Course car, race leader when I took over, now in 3rd place. Callet Racing in 4th position. Prime E Racing in 5th place. And the GT4 people by 4th, and Dynamic still running in 5th place. In the BMW Cup cars, we have got Ricky Lafleur driving solo. What is more difficult, driving this in a car as quick as the GT3 Lexus, or driving this race in the slowest car in the game? I mean, it's still a racing car, it's a cup car. Let's not throw any shade their way, but it doesn't exactly top the timing towers ever at any point in time. So it is, yes, it's quite the endeavour that Lafleur is on, and he is comfortably leading the Robin Haas for GWET Esports in 2nd place. It's Callet Racing, another podium position for one of their cars, as one of their Ferraris, Callet Racing Ferrari. There we go, beautiful shots there for the team's PR. Very nice. So yeah, a couple of cars on the podium, just keeping up. That is the link to the LFM socials in the chat as well. So do jump on board there. We've got Gazov, who is out for Flyby Esports in 4th place in the BMWs, but is a battered and bruised Beamer that is bound to be heading into its box in the pits. We'll see if Scuderia Kina Kroot can catch them, although they are a fair bit back as well at the moment. Flegel in 6th of the Slow Car Club. In 7th it's the Racing Shelter. 8th is G29 Team. 9th place is No Skill, Just Luck. And in 10th at the moment in the Beamers, it is the Vixen Velocity Team. Miroslav Tregub behind the wheel. They've made up 11 places since the start, so again, big changes since the start of the race for some of the teams. We've got the Alpha Racing Team. Certainly not an Alpha looking Lexus after some recent contact. Reitz and Val both come in, so the Rocket BMW into the pits, and Colourworks Racing Nissan has come in. Boothby, not so much. Not just on an 8 minute 12, so his pace is dropping a bit, but he's still 50 seconds ahead, so I can't see the panic stations being activated any time soon. I mean, hard work of that one. Reader is the driver that is still 57 seconds behind, so matching Boothby for pace at the moment. We've got a battle for 15th place. Weimer for HWR, they've been involved in it so far, and it is, who's that? There we go, it's Madcap Racing, who are recently out of the pits. So it's once again Bentley v Lexus. It's not often I've been able to say that recently on ACC, that's for sure. To see the Bentley back out working wonders. Yeah, he's finding enough humour at the moment. I got back up to 1.3. Val is in the pits. I did get an alert. Right, yeah, Tim Flake is still in there. Unfortunately, and Jonathan Seville is back in the lead. Carl Racing in third. There's Prime. They're up to fourth. Now, if I missed someone here, Dennis Ram is right down the order. Let me have a look at the GT Force here. So we've got Seville for GT All, then it is Crendel, of course. Then it's Carlett currently in third, Prime E Racing in fourth, they're in fifth. And Appledame is out for Racehouse Esports, Cosuvec Racing still with a good start. There is Cosworth and Alhala. Emma Reparto coaching. Carlett Racing got another car out as well, SLR United. R2E Skidmark Racing. I feel like I'm missing something here. No, apparently not. So yeah, we'll keep an eye back on up at the front. I feel like we've got. I've got something missed here. My apologies. It will jump back to me which team it was that I was looking for there. I've got Matt Evans. It was actually Nalhalla Race. I'm looking for up 13 places so far in their Aston. Car number 666. Talking about tempting fate. Especially on a course like this, got the indicators on as well. So solid start to them, Cosuvec as well. Up those 13 places, there is going to be a bit of chopping and changing through the pits. Mueller is into the pits at the moment as well for Cryonics. Dobos back out for Tapota, still miles ahead of Ramadan, who is now interacting. Oh, he's gone sideways. He's made contact with the one of the Cryonics cars. Sorry, that's not the Cryonics car. I'm absolutely all over the place. Oh, and that's a big... Oh, wow. So Racehouse Esports, there is a lot going on. Oh, and that is a big one for Racehouse. Let's get a look at that. Let me bring up the replay. What we're looking here, car 31. Okay, so that is the Nissan that's just out with the pits. Oh, he's just left him a bit too much room, and oh, he's bounced off the grass, off the wall. The Lexus has then got the overtake done. So there's a couple of positions changing hands there, and Pascal Road for Reptile. Rodell, sorry, finds himself yellow flagged and off into the wall. That's going to be more cars into the pits for damage and positions lost. All over the place. Some more penalties coming up on screen as well. They'll all be served through the pit stops. Sidoric, that was the Reptile Racing car. We need to get a bit of a close-up camera here. Yeah, Cheshire for ACC Italia. They've all avoided everything that went on there. Although Sadowski, doesn't get the exit onto the Dottinger Straight. He's almost binned the car into the wall. As Dobos does come into the pits. Picked up a bit of damage on the front of the car there, as you can see. Hoymer has stayed out, so is Zalab, sorry. Now Hughlin for N Felix, making their way closer to the top 10. Brenner going past. Sadowski is back running again. Behind the Mercedes GT4, we'll be looking for a smoother interaction this time around. Christian Herman for the Rocket. They've come back out in 25th position. Wow, so they did... Wow, okay, so they had a long pit stop. something going on with the Rockets pit stop there. But yeah, back out in 25th position. Mueller for Cryonics, they're back out in 26th ahead of KMS and Strater Motorsports, Svatko's Ferrari. Fairly forlorn at a few points of the race. Sidoric back into the pits. This will be their 9th. Absolutely not the start to the race the team would have been hoping for. Again though, 17 hours still to go, so absolutely plenty of time out there. We're going to jump on there, bear with me a moment. Very quick pit stop for the commentator, just quickly top up. If you are watching this, thank you very much for viewing, but make sure every now and again, keep the blood pumping. A few star jumps, get yourself a fresh glass of water, keep yourself going. It's the 24 hours of the Nordschleife, could not be closer there between the BMW and the Ferrari. Here comes cheeky little GT4 car getting involved as well, bump drafting the M2 all the way along the blue plot straight there. Felix goes past, quite a few of them going past. But yeah, make sure you top up your water. Honey in the tea to protect the throat. I'll be back in a moment for more coverage of the LFM 24 hours of the Nordschleife. Oh, there we go. We are back. Honeyfield Tea. Fully topped up once again. I've got a chat in a few of the channels. Kicking off, you are in again. Give us a hello, let us know who you're cheering on. Are you just here to see the race in action, or is there anyone in particular you're here to see do well? If you are a George Boothby fan or a Ricky Lafleur fan, you're probably pretty happy with the way things are going. He's just come out of the pits and he has maintained the lead of the race. So literally came in just as I went to top up my cup of tea. Absolutely perfect timing. There's been a driver swap with Sim RC Endurance. They've got Kevin Braun out behind the wheel. They've maintained second place. Renault Ritchie back up to third position after the pit stops. Jan Rochelle now behind the wheel of LFM Esports car. He's taken over, of course, for Sasha Wassner. They're back in fourth place, about 20 seconds behind Renault Ritchie. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the later pit strategies, with them being so out of kilter with one another. There was at least a 30-minute gap, I believe, between the pit stops. So yeah, we'll see how that works out. Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic, they've got Luke Addison behind the wheel. He is out for a stint in 5th position. Lots of driver changes. Freelancer's got Rockefeller behind the wheel. Race plates have put Micah Petouche in the driver's seat. They've got Carlett Racing have now got Benny Gladigow behind the wheel of their Ferrari in the GT3. Samuel Schär, as we saw, out for the Italian Nichols there in 9th place, and Stefan Vimasar still out for Pit Speed Racing, and they're going to be speeding into the pits. Or are they? We have rain, it is falling, the track's only 16 degrees, but the rain's going to be gone in 10 minutes. In fact, it's going to be gone in less than 10. So we won't see anybody coming into the pits, because everyone is going to obviously try and stay out for as long as possible and hope the track dries out again. That's not what we want, that is what we want. And is the rain falling? Yes, it is falling around the whole track, and wow. Yes, that is some serious window wiper action that we've got going on for the cars at the moment. You can see just how much precipitation is piling down onto the tarmac. The track is greasy as well, so the tyres will still be able to handle it. It's the drop in temperature that is going to be the... anyone that's driven ACC will know, is often referred to as ACC, the tyre pressure simulator, because it is all about those tyre pressures. Longs is looking quick there, 22nd place up. What a battleground this has been, just outside the top 20. Oh, Hoogland, is it our first rain casualty? No, we just had an off-track excursion trying to defend from an overtake. More defending going on as Colourworks Racing in the Nissan GTR. Oh, they just got past Brunier with a yellow flag. You had to go off-track to avoid that there. Hoogland with another yellow flag. We'll check in on him in a second. Oh, Brenner with the... Oh, wow. Brenner stationary. Absolutely no give in those barriers. Let's have a cheeky little look at the replay for car number 28 then. Oh no. Oh yeah, no, we have got the right one. Another incident popped up, the Carol 404. So goes past the GT3. Oh, and just takes a tap on the rear there. More exit speed for the GT4, and it is the Ferrari that ends up facing the wrong way. And yeah, that is a bit of a painful one. Oh, the rain is a-falling. You can't actually see it on the front of the legs, this on splitter camera. There is still rain bouncing down on the track. It is greasy and it is 16 degrees, so it's all about the calculations. You can see, almost see the dry line being left by BMW as booth base. Oh wow, and that is a battered and bruised BMW. My goodness me. That one is going to need some serious repair seriously quickly. Again, I really don't see why drivers stay out when they're carrying damage. It is a course you need to respect at all times. I mean, it's if you pick up damage on the front of one of these cars, I mean the BMW is not so much, the GT3 certainly, and you've got some aerodynamic instability on one side or one corner or one part of the car. It really is a learning curve to relearn the track in a way that the car can handle. With the white flag. No, he's okay. The track has gone to damp, and heavier rain is going to fall before it stops completely. Wow. Whoever was out with the rain dancing, that must have been full technical stuff. That is, yeah, some serious precipitation currently being thrown the way of the drivers. Sadowski with a yellow flag. Oh, trying to keep heating these tyres is going to be an absolute nightmare. Slatko in 20th position for Straighter Motorsport. They're trying to make back spots and going to be doing well in the rain at the moment. It's Ferrari v Ferrari as Slatko just pops a yellow flag there. I think my settings do need dialed in slightly. I will speak to Christian on that one. Come through the carousel. Of course, a very easy part of the course if you're on dry tyres in the damp while rain is falling and you've got a car directly in front of you. The perfect conditions, as any Nordschleife driver will tell you. He said, with an ever feeling straight face, and that is what can happen in the wet. They've got to do the dance with the devil. They cannot come in for tyres there, and that is makes Slatko almost collecting himself a GT4 Mercedes. He's got a GT4 leader behind him. That's the GT Auto GT4 leader Jonathan Seville, almost losing the back end of the car in exactly the same spot. It's getting a spicy ball at the moment here in Germany. There's going to be yellow flags absolutely every place. We've got a white flag for Renault Ritchie. We also had one for Jan Rochelle as well. We've got a yellow flag for Dakota, of Dakota Esports. He's still running. Humor with a yellow flag as well. It's all kicking off, and we've got a yellow flag for Kevin Braun. He's getting rolling again. Second place, have had a bit of a dent to say the least. Let's have a look and see. Oh, absolutely crawling through that corner section. Let's see what's happened here. Got a BMW Cup car. Let's go. Oh, and the Cup car's had a bit of a wiggle there. Almost himself. I think the Aston actually lifted and it's brought the two of them together. Ow. Some corrective straightening from the barrier there. Can't confirm, not the ideal strategy to be taking those corners, and that is one side of the car damaged, and that is a whole side of headache for the Sim RC car. There we go. We're looking at the lab. Oh, singing in the rain is the Boltley driver at the moment. More penalties are coming in. I need to refresh that, my apologies. We do have a slight technical issue. Refresh cars, there we go. With the penalties, so they're not quite popping up as expected. I'll tell you what, Z-Lab, Madcap Racing, exactly popping up where expected onto the Dottinger Straight, and you can see just how wet the track is, and it has been promoted to wet. There is enough rain, I've just noticed that. It is up to full wet now. Drivers are going to be fighting over that middle dry line there. The Ferrari is no way, shape or form going to be able to get past now, because the Bentley is going to stay on the drier line. Because he absolutely has to. As soon as you go into that wet, all kinds of bad things can happen. And that is Salab. Oh, Kevin Braun with a yellow flag. Alison Rockefeller. They're all having issues getting the power down. We notice Salab. Addison just coming through Adenauer. And he's coming up on a damaged Aston Martin GT4 there. Micah Petouche finding it difficult in the opening sectors of the lap. Yeah, the first half of the lap really is catching drivers out, all bar Reno Ritchie, entered of course in the commentator, but Reno Ritchie for Boomer Squad, the Lexus, he is absolutely singing in the rain. He really is. That gap now down to 1.3 second. Hugland has come into the pits. I think they were carrying damage. Yeah, that in Felix's car. A bit of scraping along the side. They're in the pits. Let's see what Reno Ritchie can do against the Sim RC by Barmedia car. An interesting battle here. Oh, we've got Clavigo with a yellow flag. He is still running though. Here we go. Just when you think you're going to get quite a couple of minutes before and after the pit stops. No. Let's have a wet track. It's now back down to damp. So the track is back down to damp. I feel like it should have one of those little clickers and be standing in front of a virtual map pointing at clouds. It's going to be raining here. It's going to be slightly dry here. It's going to be damp here. Constant weather updates. We're down to light rain. We're back down to a damp track. It's amazing the drying power 76 cars will have, even on 25 kilometres and 95 corners of racetrack. Reno Ritchie, will we see the Aston start to pull away again? Will we see some onboard shots? There we go. Oh, wow, there we go. It's good to see exactly what they're doing. You can actually see the foot on the brake pedal as well. So we can't quite see the accelerator, but you can see just those extra little dabs to settle the car, the extra steering out to the left to get round the right hand corner and keep the car going. It's more akin to rally driving. A good advert, in fact, for the upcoming AC rally game. Surprise announcement recently. So yeah, Kuno's stepping into the world of rallying, and certainly at the moment is looking that way as we go round the roller coaster that is the Nordschleife. The hills are alive with the sound of cars leaving spray behind them. The gap's sitting at 1.3. Boothby has survived the wet stage of the race. Oh, and that's a BMW that's sideways, and he's really got out the Aston Martin. The Lexus so much better on the brakes. He's done wonders now to go in the back of him there. The Aston really caught out for pace with that car sideways on the track, and it's Reno Ritchie absolutely probing as they head towards the carousel. Of course, the angle of that does make it an interesting proposition for the wet tyres, but at the moment it is dry tyres, and it is all about Reno Ritchie's pace here. Absolutely applying the pressure. A sideways car 570 I believe it was. We've got Pobodinsky going past Herman as well, Team Purple Deluxe in 24. Out just outside the top 20, absolutely incredible action. On the Dottinger Straight, it's Aston Martin versus Lexus. Who are we all betting on? Yeah, there we go, too late, it's Lexus. It was always the Lexus, and very quickly you can see as quickly as possible Reno Ritchie getting past, getting onto the drier line. No rain is falling. 17 degrees the track's gone back up to, so we've got an extra degree of temperature from the rainy conditions. That may well be the difference for some of the drivers. I mean, the GT4 trying to keep their tyres in the window is going to be an absolute nightmare. Just an absolute nightmare. Right, my penalty box really is not working. Yeah, there has been some penalties come in as they popped up on the bottom of the screen, but for some reason I'm not getting notifications here. I will get that fixed for my next stint in the booth. Yeah, quick message there. Wow, it's an hour and a half I've been in here already. That's absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. 29 minutes from now, we'll have Christian Romano back in the booth. I've got... there we go. Yeah, no case. Right, okay, so yeah, we're doing a part 2 of the stream. Yeah, get our way around the 12-hour embargo on YouTube. Yeah, all 24 hours of racing will be covered. Well, we're fast approaching the 8-hour mark. 7 hours and 55 minutes gone. A third of the way there. The wind is picked up and the track temperature back down a degree. All the weather, all the time. Oh, Gladigue, and there's how easy it is. Oh, the penalty box did come up. Perfect. Gladigue for Khaled Racing. Not so perfect there for the 137. The curves, of course, the last thing to dry out. All that paint, even the white lines, you need to be avoiding them like the plague. At this stage, it's all about survival till the track comes back into it. Oh, wow! Face down, rear up. I'm sure there was a song about that. Oh, the Ferrari. He's done well to hang on to that one there, I tell you. That could have been all kinds of disastrous. Renault Ritchie still up in second place, but Braun, certainly enough for being left behind, as he finds himself well within a second. We've also got, not Herman, sorry, Herman. There we go, Team Purple Deluxe. BMW on BMW action. Oh, he's really got the pace on him going into turn number 1. Oh, he's got the line all wrong there. Absolutely bouncing the car. We're going to see Powadinsky pull away very comfortably there. So let's jump back on board with Kevin Braun. The continued battles for P2, all playing right in at the heart of one Mr. George Boothby in the Lexus. He's now 69 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. So yeah, 8 hours, that's a decent return. That is a decent return to say the least. And doing a bang-up job, increasing that gap through the rain. These two battling certainly help with that one. As well, in the GT4 class is still Jonathan Seville for GT Auto. Leading the way there. Khaled Racing find themselves in second. Louis Petzel got a slightly longer pit stop, penalty, so that's strategy based. Creme de la Course, we've seen them involved in a few incidents since they came back out of the pit. Still running though, in third place. In fourth position, it's Prime E Racing, and in fifth place, it's the GT4 people. By Ford and Dynamic, although they are carrying damage. Looks down the incident list, can't see anything. Fifth place, they are still running, but yeah, carrying a bit of damage there. In the BMWs, it is Ricky Flawless Lafleur, as he shall henceforth be known. Oh, there is Denny Arnold in a GT4. Ow, that is a big one. Car 404, they have had a couple of incidents recently. Hopefully the trees don't get in the way. Oh, is that Strater Motorsport? Have they been tagged again? No, so Strater made it past. Oh, in the back of the Mercedes just absolutely let go and bounce. You're into the wall and facing effectively the worst direction possible. So that's Denny in the 404. Got more yellow flags as well as Kell is facing the wrong way. We've already seen the Moxie Motorsport Aston Martin fairly mangled, it is safe to say. There we go. Yeah, back up and running. Let's get a look at this one, shall we? Khaled Racing just on their inside. Very quickly and easily passed. You can see just how dark it's getting now out on track. The headlights reflecting off of the tarmac. Don't know where the audio has gone. It will come back in a moment, I'm sure. Unlike the back end of this BMW. Okay. Oh, they've just gone off track again. Ah, right, okay, so is this just a slight off track? Then maybe the incident was earlier. And that, folks, is just how easy it is, and they're back into the pits. So yeah, something big's happened there. We'll get back to the running order in the classes. So as I say, Lafleur, or Flawless Lafleur, look at the sunlight they're dealing with at the moment. That is absolutely no fun whatsoever. 8:16 local time, so yeah, we're praying that sun goes away sooner rather than later. Callet Racing in first place. Is G-Work Esports still in second position? Terhar behind the wheel. Marakel now mixed in with the BMWs once again, and Callet Racing still got two cars on, or once again got two cars on the podium. Man, those puddles at the side of the track look absolutely menacing. And it's after 8 o'clock at night and the sun is back out. Tell you what, if we could see the track down there as little as 11 degrees overnight. But it is Callet Racing in third place. In fourth position, Stefan Luther out for Fly by Esports. I think they have been repaired. I think that's just a graphical glitch. Henrik Magnusson, sorry. Kevin Magnusson, as his brother perhaps. Scuderia Kina Krut in fourth position. Sorry, fifth position. Flegel in sixth for the Slow Car Club. Seventh, it is the Racing Shelter. In eighth place, it's No Skill, Just Luck. Still, G29 are in the pits. Korokov, Vixen Velocity and Lofio Motorsports rounding out the top 10 in the BMWs. We've got Jan Dreschler, the Skidmark Racing and Friends. They are in for a pit stop as well. Good time to get some fresh heat and pressure in the tyres. Oh, the Reptile Racing car, Mike Hammer, I think he's just hammered himself off some more curbing. So we've got Alexander Meach for Madcap Racing coming out of the pits. It's all happening over the front, it seems, with another yellow flag. As he goes past the GT4, Oren Megan's a fair bit down the way. Samuel Shar with a yellow flag, and Renault Ritchie in at the pits. Renault Ritchie comes in to the pits. No incident, so I did say there was a big time difference between when they pitted. So here comes the LFM car once again. Flying past. Kevin Braun, now 73 seconds behind. George hardly been on screen at Boothby because he is a light year ahead, over a minute ahead of the rest of the field. The track very much coming back into conditions he will enjoy. So difficult to see, just like driving, it's exactly like driving a real car. You get a bit of dirt on your windscreen on the motorway when you've got the sun coming through there. It's not the easiest. We'll see how he deals with the traffic. Look at that, absolutely bang on the white line there, as you would expect. Sorry, not quite the correct image. Back up, we've got overtaken just outside 15th place. It's Ferrari on Ferrari. It's Sim RC's Pro-Am team finding themselves up against Oren Megan's in the Felix Racing Ferrari. They're just coming through Adenauer. Fun little part of the course. He says with a cheeky grin on his face, knowing fine well he can't get a Ferrari through there, and that is his preferred car. Driving Boothby with a white flag. Let's just check that. No, just a wheel on the gravel, so we'll jump back on to Megan's. There we go, back on to Felix Racing. It's on Megan's, who is defending from Driebeg at the moment. As we go past the Callet Racing Aston Martin GT4 through Wershaven, the mini carousel, if you would, just before we start getting to the carousel section. Just a little taster, and it moves bush for the drivers of what's to come in the rest of the lap, and Felix doing a good job defending at the moment. We've got another yellow flag, a white flag, sorry, with the race leader. Not showing us any incidents. Cladigue struggling. Yeah, another yellow flag there. Kevin Braun with a white flag at the moment. So the telemetry absolutely alive at the moment for the drivers. The track is still damp. Given that it's 16 degrees though, is that really a surprise? I don't think it is. There may well be a pretty dry line in the middle of the track and just wet at the sides, so that kind of gives an average of damp. I mean, yeah, we've definitely got a drier line forming. Yeah, through parts of the track, so it should go, it'll go to greasy eventually, and then when it does, I think it'll jump very quickly back to dry, to green, and then it might take a while to get to optimum, given how cold it is. That sunlight will be helping. It will be helping the driver's visuals, that's for sure. And then you can see absolutely barreling through the window. That is Braun trying to keep up with Boothby while increasing the gap to the LFM car, which he is doing at the moment, 15.3 seconds. Lawns with a yellow flag. Let's see what's going on with Jason. He's out behind the wheel of the Colourworks car, and an absolute gaggle of cars for him to make his way through there. All kinds of blue flag action going on. They come crawling through Ardnauer Forest. We've got a yellow flag with car 438, so another incident out on track. Two things you can guarantee at the Nordschleife: somebody's going to be in the pits, somebody's going to be having it. Especially when you get above 50 cars, and you've definitely got above 50 cars. We have lost one car in the opening 7 hours and 17 minutes. That is absolutely incredible stuff from the drivers. So yeah, huge congrats to them for making it so far. He says, with over a third, just over 2/3 of the race still to go. Lawns has made his way through. There's more yellow flags in the background as the damaged Aston freshly out of the pits. And we are seeing some GT4 action starting to evolve. This is just outside the top 10s, but it is Codoyle Motorsports. Rui Martins behind the wheel there. He's got Jeff Ewerts for the Skidmark Racing Friends there, just out of the pits, of course. And they are, being closed in on here at the moment. It's going to need to be absolutely on their toes. The Aston behind, yielding very handily indeed to the Lexus coming past. Oh, and he's really put it on the curb. And Aston's put it on the curb as well. It looked like, yeah, he did the sensible thing there and letting the Lexus through as easily as possible to try and follow him through it. It's going to work out in the end. As they're going to go side by side. The Aston not quite got enough room there. He's put two wheels on to the grass. He's managed to get the overtake as he's going off the inside line. He's going to get all four wheels back on the tarmac to apply the brakes and make sure he gets that Aston rotated, which he does. That is Skidmark Racing being overtaken, battled just outside the top 10 in the GT4 class. These cars, so much fun to spectate these. I cannot drive them worth anything at all. Not really many cars I can't actually drive, hence the commentating. Eric Lay's out for the Gentle Beavers. They're down 10 on where they started, as we can see, and Pobodinsky closing back up on Erman. So these two have swapped positions, but it does look like it's going back the way of Pobodinsky at the moment. We'll make sure we've got nothing overly, make sure we're not missing anything exciting up at the front of the field. Look, Addison and Petouche both with here white flag. So a little bit of uncertainty on the track. And here we're still on the right screen. Perfecto. Just checking the chat as well. Again, thank you to everyone that is tuning in to enjoy the coverage. We've got it in German, Spanish, and of course English. YouTube and Twitch. If you are on YouTube, please do hit that thumbs up if you are enjoying, and think about giving us a little subscribe to help the channel grow. Over 260,000 drivers and racing across five different racing sims, all kinds of platforms covered as well. All your racing needs absolutely covered, and a lot of the top splits all broadcast as well. The Wednesday and Thursday night racing, absolutely phenomenal. MX5 Sports Cups and GT3s with a cheeky little reverse order grid thrown in there for good measure as well. So yeah, I hope you're tuning in, and even more races covered of course on the German and Spanish channel, so make sure you get yourself tuned in to as many of those as possible. As you can imagine, it is just off the charts racing talent and racecraft that we get to see race after race, and the drivers out at the moment piling that on. Oh my, there we go, happy days. The track has gone too greasy, it has improved. There will be race in 30 minutes. There'll be rain. There will be a race in 30 minutes. There'll be rain to go along with it. Did anyone say overexcited? Ever so slightly. The wind's still sitting at a steady 9 kilometres an hour. So it is going to be having a bit of an effect. That starts getting above the double figures. The drivers are going to know about it. They're certainly going to know about it with this track as well. Does it get as far as optimum before we see more rainfall? It's rain and we're going to see fall. It'll be Christian that answers that one by the look of it at the moment. He'll be back in 11 minutes. That's already been the best part of 2 hours. Which probably means that I should jump back into the casting booth to make sure that we can get Christian back in. Hopefully the volume's been okay. My microphone can be a bit temperamental at the best of times. So yeah, so we've got to set up there, Yes, so Christian will be back in 10 minutes, unbelievably. He'll be here for 2 hours. I'll be back for 3 hours, and then George Cook, Crazy Good Kung Fu, will be performing his crazy good broadcasting Kung Fu and comedy Kung Fu as he brings us an 8-hour stretch. The overnights, as we call it here in Europe, or a sunny day, as he calls it in New Zealand. Yeah, time differences, they can be a pain in the neck, but they can certainly work well when you need them to. Khaled Racing just with a white flag there, Boothby with a white flag as well, just making his way past some traffic, completely undeterred by the weather. He is full flat out in that Lexus. The track registered in greasy. We've got full sunshine at 8:30 at night with heavy rain due in 30 minutes, so we're going to have about 10 minutes of light rain, and then it's going to really start piling down again. Yeah, the full Dr. Evil laugh there. And as we can see, Boothby's got about 30 minutes left of his stint. So yeah, he's going to need to be relying on that weather report to determine what tyres he's going to be taking on for the next stint. We'll see what he decides to come back out on. And it'll be interesting to see as well. I do think I might miss it. Of course, the drivers will need to change their brakes at some point, so Boothby, I'm sure, will get himself a quick hop out of the right. Apologies, cup of tea caught the back of the throat there. So much for honey being good for you. So his tyre choice when he comes back out. He's done well on the soft so far on a temporarily wet track. It went very quickly, greasy to damp, went from damp to wet. It's slowly gone from wet back to damp back to greasy. And it's going to do a whole new cycle again. But how long for? What I'm going to see the tyres of choice. BN Kevin Braun still running in second for SimRC Endurance, and LFM's Esports still got Jan Rochelle behind the wheel in third place. A battle brewing once again involving the Apex X BRM Bigo racing team. A combination of 3 teams racing today. This Lexus looking quick. Have certainly been involved in action. Samuel Shah comes into the pits for the B Alien by Nitro Concepts team. We'll jump back on to Dakota, out for the Dakota Esports team. Chasing down Naeem at the moment, and is looking very quick indeed. The curves do look like they're starting to dry off ever so slightly. Oh, I'm just so overly fascinated with the weather here and what they're going to do. Is the track going to even get to green? Oh, and that is very close. They've got 2 of the BMW. It's amazing the interactions between such a quick and such a slow class of car. Absolutely incredible work by the drivers. More penalties coming in. They should be popping up on the screen for you any moment. Again, I'll see if I can get a live feed to them myself. More chat going on there and there. More bumper to bumper action here for 13th position. Currently, really both getting brave there through the carousel again. Oh, the actual angle part of the tarmac should be relatively dry for the drivers. Oh, and there we go then. 30 minutes from now, we're going to have light rain. Oh. But between now and the light rain, we're going to have light rain, heavy rain, and then back to light rain. And that is within the 30-minute mark, so it's going to be right round when Boothby is pitting, and a few other of the cars. So if that's the case, yeah, just bang in a few extra notches of PSI. Get those tyre pressures up. I mean, they're going to have to keep them anyway at 16-degree track temp. And these drivers do absolutely no problem at all, as you would expect. Megan out with the last corner onto the start-finish straight. Very nicely done. Ahmad Nur Hassan, my apologies if I've got that incorrect, but Lexus Power. Safe to say, Ahmad knows. Yeah, welcome into the YouTube chat, but yeah, absolutely, Lexus Power is just incredible. When I get back, yeah, 5 minutes. Wow, where did the 2 hours go? I'll be back in 2 hours. Dude, we'll get some live speed traps up for the Dottinger Straight, and we'll see just how quick that Lexus is compared to everything else. We'll see how quick Dakota is compared to Naeem through the twisty stuff. The Lexus, the McLaren will do well. Oh, all that extra steering input. Through a faster section of the course, but again we've got BMW here perfectly positioned to nerf the 2 of them through this corner complex to head towards Varsteiner. There we go, cheeky little 3 wide on the way in, takes it outside line. Oh, the Lexus just using all the track there, and the McLaren has opened up the door, and the McLaren is going to step on through. Here comes the Lexus firing back on the outside line. He's overcorrected there on the wet part of the track. There's a massive amount of contact and wiggling there as the BMW, the slowest class in the field, overtakes the McLaren and ends up running wide onto the gravel. He's completely nerfed his pace as the Lexus manages to hold on to the position. Dakota very nearly getting the job done as we get a terrible camera angle for that battle. Over the curves to go out into the countryside. He is quicker once again. Was he just redressed the position there? Or is that just the McLaren going absolutely full beans on the tyre and just having that bit more grip? Either way, it is Dakota that is ahead. Ooh, what a little corner complex that was, and not to be outdone, here we go. We've got more action going on. That is the another one of the BMWs. That is Megan's that is now catching up to Dryvig once again. More Ferrari on Ferrari action. You absolutely love to see it. Oh yeah, they've been slightly separated out. Boothby still very much doing Boothby things up at the front of the GT3 grid. 79 seconds ahead. Safe to say all going as planned at the moment, certainly for GT Auto as well. That's them back in the lead after all the pit stops have ironed themselves out. But again, just because they're in the lead now, like these pit stops, there is a big time difference between when the teams are taking these stops and when you get into the last stint. That really could be make or break between gaining and losing positions. Hoffman for Crendel, of course, back up to second with Calat Racing in the pits from third. I think that's going to be Prime E Racing in the pits as well. So that's a few of the GT4s coming in. Maximilian Pral for Cryonics coming along the Dottinger Straight to temporarily get a position in the BMWs. Is Calat Racing's Ricky Lafleur solo driving this one. So the fastest class and the slowest class both being led by solo drivers, as we are 7.5 hours in. 7.5 hours. It's effectively a full work shift in one sitting. No breaks, no lunches. Screen, a steering wheel and some pedals. And yeah, handsomely leading the way in the BMWs. It's G-Werk Esports that are still in second place, and Grenier still in third, so still got two Calets on the podium in the BMWs, and yeah, they're doing well in the GT4s as well. It is safe to say. Pral's come into the pits. Lee Petzold back in the pits for the GT4 people by Fort and Dynamic. So they're back in from 5th. Do not be surprised if there's a massive turnaround and they go on to win the GT4s. I kid you not. When it comes to pace, a couple of drivers they've got on that team, just absolutely frightening. Frightening amounts of it, it is safe to say. Just checking the notification. Just a notification as well. In approximately 2 hours time there will be, as I previously mentioned, a temporary break in the stream. We can only stream for 12 hours at a time on YouTube, so as I say, there will be a temporary break, and then we will be straight back again on exactly the same channels. So yep, just stay exactly where you are, hit refresh a couple of times and we will be back with you, but that's not for another couple of hours. We'll have Christian Romano and myself until then. Christian will be back with us momentarily to take us through the next 2 hours of non-stop action, as is always promised here at well, not only at LFM, but not only at the Nordschleife, sorry, but LFM as well. Gladigue finds himself into the pits. There's the Sim RC car, second place in the GT3s, just going past 8th in the BMWs to go another lap up. The GT3s have completed 52 laps. The BMWs 46. So yeah, a 6 lap difference so far between the fastest and the slowest group. And yeah, absolutely no surprise there at all. Oh, now there we go. The rain clouds have disappeared, so there's just going to be a quick burst of it. So they're going to suddenly appear at the 10-minute mark. There is the cloud regathering, and the track is still greasy. So despite the sunshine, it is late at night and very cold temperatures, and it doesn't look like we're going to see a dry rated track, any kind of dry rated, green or otherwise, before we see more rain falling. It's going to be in about 15 minutes. That'll be what, just before the 16-hour mark. Yeah, that keeps it spicy. Just check the commentary box. So many windows when you're doing the broadcasting. It's yeah, it is fun times. It is fun times. Definitely not as much as fun as being out on track in these conditions. That is for sure. Yeah, can't say I would be a big fan. The Sim RC Pro Am team still hunting down the Lexus of Apex, BRM and BEGO Racing, but again in a straight line. It is absolutely Lexus power. As you can see, the Ferrari, it's almost like it's a different class of car. Yeah, so Lexus will fire into turn 1. Still got the lead out with these two cars. It's still a battle going on here in 10th place. Perfect time for our Italian specialist, Mr. Christian Romano, to jump back into the comedy box and take over for another 2 hours. He was saying when he got in, it's been non-stop action since he was in earlier, and it has been absolutely the same since he hung up the temporarily hung up the microphone. And yeah, beautiful battle between Bielli and Nitro and Carlet Racing, that is, in the Ferrari. So we'll see this one unfold. Joining us, as I say, live once again, Mr. Christian Romano. Welcome back in, Christian. How was your little break? I can assure you it's been exceptionally busy out here, just like it was before you left.
I can see there is a certain battle for second place at the moment also.
Oh, Rochelle! Wow! There we go, that is why Christian is in charge. Got a little bit of echo coming back through. I think he's listening on the stream as well. My voice is exceptionally loud. But yeah, no, very nice spot. That is, yeah, battle between Aston Martin and Ferrari for overall P2 in the GT3s. And yes, a battle that's done and dusted. Jan Rochelle absolutely sailing past. He's gone on the inside line, the slightly wetter part of the track, but cares he not a jot. The Aston Martin is quick and straight, but the Ferrari is managing to hold the inside line, so he's going to get into the final garden section of the course, and he's going to be in the lead. Is he still going to be there into turn number 1 though, because the Aston is going to be very close and will be very quick in the slipstream, and they've got some traffic to make their way through as well. This Mercedes GT4 and McLaren just ahead of them, one of them carrying damage, the Mercedes in fact just ahead of them, carrying a bit of damage. None of them come into the pits. The Mercedes quickly moving out of the way. Rochelle fires past the pit entrance. He has got second place. Can Braun mount an attack into turn number 1, as they've got a GT4 McLaren there. He's heavy on the brakes, but he's not close enough. And yeah, Jan Rochelle looks like he's got this one signed, sealed and delivered. And yeah, he does ropey exit there at turn 2 for the Sim RC Endurance car, and that is instantly a 1.3 second gap. Wow, so there we go, second place changing hands 7.5 hours into the race, so make sure you stay tuned because it is all going to keep kicking off. Christian, yeah, it's been a phenomenal race so far, mate, and there's still a battle going on for 9th and 2nd. It's just changed hands, so yeah, I hope you're well lubricated after that little break, because it's yeah, it's all still kicking off for you, my friend.
Yeah, I never expected anything less. This race has been phenomenal, even because the level of the entire field has been great so far. It's been going on for several hours already, and I don't think there has been a single moment in which more than 4 cars, less than 4 cars were battling. It's been great in all of the 3 classes, and I hope the next about 2/3 of the race delivers the same energy that has been delivered so far.
Indeed, yeah, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Well, it's my turn to have a little break. I'll be back in 2 hours, but it will be the more than capable Christian Romano that will take you through those next 2 hours. So we will quickly go quiet. We'll leave this battle on screen. There's also one for 15th place, a three-way battle for 15th brewing as well, just to keep Christian extra on his toes. We'll jump on there now. But Christian will be back in a moment, so do stay tuned. And yeah, thank you to everyone who's been in the chat. Thank you to everyone who's watched us so far. I will be back again in a couple of hours, a few moments from now. Christian will take over, and we will see you all in a few moments. Oh, there we go. Apologies, folks. Slight technical issues for Christian. He will be back to join us in a moment. Just doing a quick restart of his equipment. We're still watching the battle between Megan's and Drybeck. Name just ahead of them. He's managed to get himself a cheeky little 1 second gap to try and put himself out of range at the moment from any double moves by Megan's. Megan's certainly hunting him down the both drivers ahead, although as I'm saying that, Drybeck gets an absolute whirl day through the carousel and latches himself firmly onto the back of Naeem. So that battle now switched into the front two drivers here as Megan's will once again try and catch up. We're coming on to the Dottinger straight, so the Lexus is going to leave the two of them standing. It's all really about Megan's exit from from the previous corner, sorry, onto the Dottinger straight. Trying on the slipstream, which it doesn't look like he's successfully done because the gap is staying 4/10 of a second, which is the lab coming into the pits. 10 minutes from now we're going to have full rain, so the light rain will be here in a moment or two, and then we're going to see temporary heavy rain, but that is going to be followed by double cloud cover, so track temperature is going to tumble. It has got back to optimum. So there we go, shows what I know. It's gone very quickly from greasy to optimum in the space of that handover. So yeah, the track is probably going to get a little bit wet, get the damp and then back to dry, but we've got double cloud cover, so are we going to see more stints of rain? And the wind is up to 10 kilometres an hour as Megan's is right up to the spoiler of the car ahead. Only 0.8 of a second separating these three. Braun is now 6 seconds behind Jan Rochelle, so Rochelle absolutely flying there in second place. They are still they're getting ever closer to a minute and a half behind Boothby up at the front, so he really is carving himself out the ability to have an extra long pit stop to get himself an actual physical pit stop, given that he's doing it 24 hours. Ricky Lafleur in the GT4s, of course, will be in the same boat. Hopefully not literally, if you see what I mean. Forsberg is out behind the wheel of the lead GT4 car, GT Auto that is. They're still out there as one of the GT3 Ferraris goes whizzing past. Where else is that? I was looking, not Silver, there we go. On board with Megan's. We've got a bit of chat going on as well. Is Boothby still going? Yes indeed, Michael. Yes indeed, welcome in. But yeah, can confirm. He is 83 seconds ahead, so as I say, fast approaching the minute-and-a-half mark. Oh, as soon as we look away, Naeem and Drybeck swap positions. Alexis has been overtaken by the Ferrari, and then Felix are going to try and make a move as well, you would say. Given how much pace the Lexus has lost there, as soon as we look away, the Lexus gets jumped, and this is through the twisty stuff. Oh my goodness me, there we go. Give me the cameras, please, thank you. Yeah, the more telemetry that piles into this, it does go a little bit slower. That's in the German chart, that's in the Spanish chart. This is the race, so yeah, down 16 on where they start, down 6 on where they started. So falling outside of the top 10. We'll see how they continue to go. And if they can make any further advancements, if they do, it's going to be at the expense of the legs. As you can see what I mean about mid-corner monster. The Ferrari really does destroy the gap between the Lexus and itself, but on those straightaways, as soon as we get to the top end, boom, Lexus is gone. So yeah, the ability to always be slightly further ahead. Ooh, now that's not good through the corners at all by the Lexus. Love the Toyota livery on the side, very clever. Down the hill we go. Through 23 and 24, we've got blue flags waving again. We've always got blue flags waving effectively at this stage of the race. Ooh, they're getting close through Ardnauer Forest. This is not a great place to be meeting slower traffic, that is for sure. Drybeck doing a great job keeping himself ahead. Sauer as well in 10th place, all over the back of Vladigue. And we have Christian back once again. Let me just check a couple of things. Right. There we go, folks. I can confirm we do have Christian live and up and running again. So, a couple of moments of silence and we will hand the broadcast over. Christian will be with you for 2 hours. I'll be back for 3, and then George Cook will be here for 8. But do stay tuned. Coverage of the LFM 24 hours of Nordschleife will continue with Christian and some rain, and with Megan's nailing the overtake on Naeem and getting it done bang on the end of my stint. Nicely timed, chaps. That gives us a perfect opportunity to go up to 10th place. We'll be back in a moment. Enjoy the rest of the show.